Lavistro wakes in the underground. Cyber Dragon host seizes the helm. Dive into the madness of virtual realms. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. From Gamergate to Goonergate, woke crusaders spew their hate. Lies unfold before our ears. Podcast rage to calm our fears. Reclaim gaming in DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye of face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire breathing metal, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. DragonCast. Of justice cut through the dark. Lavistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And hello, everybody, and welcome back to another edition of DragonCast. And before we get into the guest, let's I want to make sure we understand something. Seen and Heard and Philip Morgan. I forgot to uncheck the stars. I hope we read them last week. If not, I'm acknowledging that you had a $2 super last minute super chat and a membership of 1 month as well. Showing Bob's. Yeah, lots and lots of Bob's. Bob's the Builders. So, yes. But I did also see we had another super, and y'all know the rules since we're a small channel. So still, we're not going to do the supers until the very end. Y'all don't have to do supers to ask Pouty a question when we do the interview for Pouty. But let's go ahead and say hello to the chat before we go and say hello to the panelists, because Nekos don't have rights.
Oh,
just kidding, Dash. So we have St. Hugo, hello, and Seen and Heard, welcome. St. Bob's. We have PiranhaPout, hello. And let's see who else. We have Sonia Lisette. Hello, Sonia. Too bad you missed Camelcast and Disgusting playing his guitar on Karrus's Discord last night, but that's on you. That's not on me. And then we have Valkyria Winner with his ever trademark statement: "Hail all, food of time and skull." Yes. And we had the Necro dash attack. Hello, dude. We have Karrus. We have Real Way Nation Gaming Clips, which I gotta DM him to see if he wants to be interviewed. I know him before I was streaming. I known him from the Common Nerd. If you know who that guy is.
The name sounds familiar.
Yes. John Ambler. He's went from the comics couples. I know him from the comics couples streams. The guys we had last time, and I think that's it. Oh, and he's also on you also know him. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're on Hypno streams.
He's on Hit. I never see him on the Hypno streams.
Oh yeah, we write poetry on there sometimes. Fun stuff.
I gotta pay more attention to. I thought I paid attention to chat. When I lurk, I do not apparently. But I could probably involve myself in the chat more because it used to be when I was freaking on Hypno's chat. When people got out of line, I was the one that was muting people.
Banhammering.
Not banhammering.
Yeah, I know.
Just bombing out. And then it got to the point where when people saw me in the chat, they were quiet. I'm like, I'm not.
Dad's home.
I'm not the bad guy here. Just follow the terms of service on YouTube, and I won't have to do shit. So that's why I usually say in the Hypno's mods chats, I'll be like, okay, I'll be lurking tonight or not. So that way he knew I was there because you wouldn't see me, or unless I decide to put a super chat.
That's true.
Yes. And do we have any more anywhere? Ah, yes. Okay. So, Karrus, how's it been going, dude? I know you've been hosting the Halo 2. We were all talking about and excited about it. But other than that, how's it been going this past week?
It's going well. I'm doing more moving. Where the place is starting to look empty downstairs, anyways. And yes, I'm looking forward to getting out of this tiny place. Yes, hello, Kitty. You are hungry. Hang on, Kitty.
You know what I just noticed? You and I had the same desk. I have a glass desk just like you. How do you keep the reverb from? Yeah, mine is made out of metal and glass, but it's the same thing.
So it might be in front of me is a giant mouse pad mat that goes under everything, and then I've got a section over here that holds my secondary monitor, and then everything else, like I've got padding on the ceiling. I mean, there's padding.
Okay, so
you can't see.
You just added padding. Okay.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the dampening is this mouse pad, which absorbs a lot of it. Because otherwise, stuff would just bounce off. If I did everything over here, you'd probably hear it all the time.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. You got the same desk. Office Depot?
Yeah. No, actually, I forget how I got mine. Mine's actually probably the older model of that. So I got it when I went to game design. I needed something to write or draw. This is before my injuries got so severe I couldn't draw no more. I had to switch my focus from game art to game design. So I know both. I know how to draw, and I used to draw really well. It always had the honor, but before DeviantArt became known as literally Deviant Art, that's where I got a lot of my commissions from.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and yes, I would draw those things that people would ask before because money is money. So
I say nothing. I have a DeviantArt myself.
Oh, I ain't judging. No, I ain't judging at all. But other than that, Dash, how's it been going, buddy? We're crying out loud, Boomer. You're muted. Dash.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was just catching up on some X stuff. But, yeah, I've been good. Had a great time playing Halo 2 with Camelot, Karrus, and I know you had a hard time logging in. I don't want to, gloat about, that. But, yeah, that was a lot of fun.
And it will happen again.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Other than that, I've got a new job opportunity that's most likely like happening. I'm practically in the door.
Ooh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a nice switch. Taking some vacation time from my current job, and hopefully that'll, help me get relax a little bit. I've been kind of stressed at work.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
good. Take a little
Been
break.
there.
Stress is not good. That's why you should play more games and take a
Yeah.
shower.
Very true.
But games,
Mhm.
lots of games. And then we have PiranhaPout. Pouty, how you been doing? What's been going on with you the past week?
My son started school this week. He's 3 years old, and
Oh wow.
he's officially brought home his first school cold. So we're both sick this weekend. It's
I'm glad to hear
fantastic.
that. Orange juice. Invest in
Yeah.
lots and lots of orange juice. Not the instant type, not the frozen type, not none of that shit. The actual orange juice. Like, trust me, that'll work wonders, especially when he's in kindergarten.
Oh man, I'm just hoping we get over it soon because I'm still trying to stream some more this weekend. We'll see. I did do one yesterday. Finished up Kirby's Adventure finally. Trying to see what the next game's gonna be. I think Karrus, you recommended TMNT Shredder's Revenge. That's a lot of fun. I think I'll try that.
I got it when it was
That
on
is-
sale a while back. That I haven't played it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. It's on my to-do list.
That is a good one.
Yeah,
You
we
can
should
do up to
definitely
like
do
6
that.
characters, but there's like you can have 6 people, but there's like 10 or 12 characters, and they each have their like 4 different color types. So like there's things you can do in there. Scaly, one of my mods, is always like, "Oh, they're not. No one knows what to play. Turtles," and I'm always thinking, we could do that. We could do turtles. It's really
We
fun.
could.
Really good with a controller. I highly recommend. Actually, kind of have to use a controller. Otherwise, it's really difficult on the keyboard. But yes.
Yeah, there's
that's
certain
worth it.
games that are for PC only where they actually I don't know if they do it as a joke or just they were wanting to do it console and they couldn't for some reason. But there's a lot of I shouldn't say a lot, but there's a certain amount of games that are better playing a controller. So that puts out the whole argument of, oh, you're not a real gamer. You only play with the freaking controller, not the mouse and keyboard. I'm talking about a certain boss man until I tell him, hey boss,
Oh,
I'm disabled, so I need to use the controller. Oh well, yeah, that's the exception, not the rule. I'm like, okay, we'll
that
go
does sound
there.
like something he'd say.
It is something to say. No shade on the boss man, but people say I've been picking on Smash more than Hypnotic. So yeah, see, I pick on Hypnotic.
But Smash doesn't play video games, so
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah. But anyways, before we get into the interview, I'm trying to bring something back where we do a little like smaller news because they're not usually big for their own discussions. But I'm a huge Legend of Zelda fan. So we had this. This came to my attention like literally exactly as it says an hour ago. So
Oh yeah, I saw this trending. Yeah, like these are some pretty good leaks.
the leaked videos of the live-action Legend of Zelda film set in New Zealand captures Bo Bragason, I don't know who that is, for Blue Gown as Princess Zelda. I know who that is, receiving a sword in a forest scene, alongside Benjamin Evan Ainsworth, don't know who that is, in the classic green tunic as Link. I know who that is. Directed by Wes Ball and produced by Nintendo and Sony Pictures. Oh, that's interesting. Production began this month with release planned for May 2027. The footage, reminiscent of Breath of the Wild designs, has drawn fan excitement for its fidelity to the games. I'm going to disagree with that.
Well, I'm
Right.
just glad the Link has his green tunic. It's just Zelda that's dressed in the. Looks like she's being presented a sword. I'm guessing that's Impa. That has to be Impa.
That is that is Impa. Yes, I agree with that. But this is why I say they're not being true to the source.
Right.
Taking some artistic liberties.
Yeah, that's very true.
She does look like Zelda, yes. She does have the Breath of the Wild look, but This is my issue with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Zelda's a princess. She's not the warrior queen or anything like that. So why is she not wearing her iconic pink robes?
Incognito.
Yeah,
Because
well,
they're traveling.
some people
I'm just
really
guessing
love Zelda to not dress as regal. Like, that was one of my like big concerns with Echoes of Wisdom. But luckily, you can unlock her classic dress towards the end of the game, and that's the outfit I used to fight the final boss. Was the regal outfit.
Yeah, she to me Zelda is supposed to be very feminine. She's a princess. She's not Xena, the warrior princess. She's
Well, the outfit does look a little bit different than it does in the game. It looks more like a dress. Whereas like in Breath of the Wild, it was just more of a shirt.
yeah.
She looks
And
like
I do hope we at least see like the origin. Like if they're doing the whole Lord of the Rings thing, then when she's in the Rivendell part of Lord of the Rings, right, or Hyrule itself, she has the dress on. But when she goes on her journey, then I'm like, okay, I can understand the change, right? But from what I'm seeing right now, I'm like, please be good, hopefully.
Yeah, my guess is she's either this is probably like a scene like towards the beginning of the movie when she's probably on the run or something.
Yes. That's what I'm kind of hoping is you're gonna do a better job explaining. But she's not so like in a traditional sense. She's not the one that's doing all. She tells Link to go do this, go do that. Go do this.
Zelda has always been more proactive in her own series than Peach.
Yes, but even like it started showing up. Oh, I want to say
Zelda has never needed like correcting. Zelda has been like like the opposite of a damsel in distress for.
She's not.
Like,
she's never. She okay. She was the damsel in distress, but she wasn't.
well,
So
in the first game,
no, not even.
I would say I would say
ahead.
the second game because she was asleep the whole time.
and Zelda 64.
Yeah, Zelda 64. But see, Zelda 64, and that's the part to point out. Zelda 64 did the whole thing well. It was very understandable. Ganon took over the entire kingdom. She's also I forget her alter ego.
Cheek.
Thank you. I kept wanting to say Samus because my fucking brain wants to fart out.
Yeah, no.
But she as Zelda, she does the Zelda thing. She shows herself as a princess, and then later on she switches over to Sheik.
Yeah,
but
and then in Wicker, she fights with you, and you actually could play as her during the final boss of Spirit Tracks.
Yeah, and the way they do it is she's a support character. She goes long distance and everything else. Zelda links the tank, links the melee DPS, all that stuff. You want to go the game mechanics.
Oh, she's definitely more than a support character. The plot almost always like revolves heavily around here, but it is ultimately Link's like as the hero.
Yeah, Link is the hero. She's the support character. That's what I'm trying to say. Support doesn't necessarily mean that you go fetch the bottle of water for the character or do the heals. She's the long range distance. She's the one that's offering support damage, even if it's powerful, like a wizard would or someone like that, while the boss or the enemy is focused on the front line where Link is at. Link is doing the heavy
Link is tanking and Zelda's doing the DPS.
Yeah, do you see any of the leaked photos of Link?
We're gonna check. Hold on. Ow. So we have this. All right.
I am such a big Zelda fan.
I know. That's
This
what I
looks
was
like B-roll. Like this is like B story footage, setting up for something.
Yeah, they're prepping right now. But I don't even think
this right here looks great. Like her walking through the woods. That looks fantastic.
It does. But we don't see Link, but there is screens of Link. Screenshots of Link. We'll see if I can scroll down and look for him again.
Yeah, I'm glad this isn't all being done on a green screen, that they're actually filming on location and kind of like capturing some of that Peter Jackson stuff, which tells me this isn't going to be like a Marvel problem, which I'm not sure if we're going to be talking about Metroid or anything.
So here's the actress, apparently.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, she's not
I
bad.
said this.
Nice looking girl.
I was talking with Ginger months ago when this was announced. I said, she may not look like it now, but give her the right prosthetics and makeup and hairstyle.
Up,
she
up,
can look
up,
like
up, up.
There's Mike.
There's Link.
Link. And he's not in that damn blue tunic.
Yep.
I hate
the fact that looks
that
like the Dark
fucking
Dream from
tunic.
Twilight Princess.
Yeah,
You were not a
looks like
fan
it.
of the water temple.
Hey, the water temple. Let's not get started on that.
People aren't
I hate the
a fan
water
of the
temple,
word
but that's not the
temple.
reason why I hate the blue tunic. I hated Breath of the Wild because the way they designed Link was like, that's not iconic Link. That's not Link to me. I mean, it is, but it's not. That and like, you
Definitely need to
really
bring
want to know my
back the
issue
tunic for
is
the
when they
next
made
game.
Link. Here's what I want to know, and I can't really tell. Here's what I want to know: is Link going to be left-handed?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
important.
Oh, jeez.
But I want to know what is he
that
gonna
is a
say?
very important thing.
Has Link ever
That's
said anything?
representations for every southpaw out there. We need left-handed representation.
Well, while you were talking about that, I looked up the director, Wes Ball. He's known for the Maze Runner series, which, take it or leave, whether you not you think that's a good series, but those kinds of films, that's likely what we're going to get here, is Maze Runner-esque type directing.
I can accept that. I can, like, so long as it's not like a Marvel or a wacky, like, self-aware comedy, like, you know, and that's actually like serious. Like, you can have some of the quirky stuff that Zelda's known for, but you know, I really like, you know, like,
Uh-oh.
I don't know if we're going to be talking about Metroid later, but like, there's a big thing going on with Metroid right now, with criticism in regards to the writing in Metroid Prime 4. I'm not sure if you've seen any of that.
No, I haven't. I do have it on the list, but I forgot to ask you if you had the news on that or if you wanted to cover that because you're the Metroid.
Yeah,
fan
but we'll
group.
do it later. Let's talk about
Yeah.
Zelda first.
Well, I am going to say I think it is right-handed. I mean, it makes sense because you're not going to find a lot of left-handed actors. But I wish they would have at least made the attempt. Like, say,
Unless he could be ambidextrous.
but see, because I'm big on swords. See the sash here where his sword belt is.
Yep.
It's going to be right here, which means he's going to pull it from his right hand, not his left.
You know,
Yeah,
I never
you're
did
not
see.
gonna cross.
I never did see the last Maze Runner movie. I saw the first two. I didn't finish the trilogy.
The thing I wonder that they're going to do, though, because I think the developers of Zelda, like the cosplayer, called this out. The length of the Master Sword, you can't one-hand sheath that thing in. And even one of the developers and the animators came out and said, yeah, we couldn't either, so we just cheated it. And it basically just like clicks into place. So I wonder if they're going to do like a camera pan where it just like snaps in front, so you're not actually going to see, or it's going to be like a close-up of Link putting in, because the actor probably just can't put the damn sword in the sheath.
Yeah. See, they're even showing here where he's imitating the sword draw.
Oh, and maybe the sword's going to be CGI.
Possibly.
Improv,
It would make
some
sense too because this Master Sword shoots rays of light.
At full
Yeah,
health.
they're going to have to augment some.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Imagine if it being like a fantasy version or a Nintendo version of a lightsaber. I want to see as he tries to sue them.
He's going to like twist the hilt and boom, the dark saber emerges.
But apparently, here's who we've confirmed: Zelda, Link, and
Impa.
Impa. Yes. Which I think they chose a good character for Impa because Impa is interesting and people don't realize it. It's like Impa is supposed to be, or Impa in the
Well, she's mostly like looked after Zelda. She's like Zelda's mentor, and she's also part of a lost tribe of ninjas.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I keep wanting to say Kakarot because no, that's not. Stop it, brain. It's not Kakarot. But
We can talk about Kakarot.
Yeah, we could go. I'll go on for days about Kakarot. but anyways, so apparently she's part of the tribe that raises her. So I've always expected Impa to have an Oriental look to her, an Asian look to her.
Sometimes
Just a little
it depends.
Yeah.
Her appearance varies between the series.
Yeah, but just for the fact that I expect I'm saying like Hollywood would portray her as that because of the whole ninja thing. So that's why I think they kind of have a good choice here. And Link
Yeah,
was
that looks
originally
fine.
brown haired, so that's a plus for me.
That fits.
Yeah, I do think like we are going to see the Gerudo as far as your diversity quota. I
Oh,
do
that
think
should be
like,
interesting. I can't wait for that.
yeah,
Oh wow! So
I
so
really
all
want to
black
see
women are wow.
if the villain the villain is most likely Ganondorf. So I'm wondering like I've always thought like I think Giancarlo Esposito,
Face.
but
Oh,
he's
gosh.
kind of old. I hope they get someone good though.
Oh, we actually, I'm going to bring that back up. We actually have
No, watch. They're gonna get that one chick that's in everything. What's her name? Deborah Wilson.
Deborah Wilson. Yeah,
No.
she's Seer in the Jedi series. Yeah,
Oh.
Apparently that is her.
Ditchin.
Ditchin Lachman.
Jason
Yeah.
cancel this
Nope.
podcast. Photoshopped Deborah Wilson's face onto one of my AI drawings.
Yeah. Bitch, what the fuck?
What?
People
Feminist
on my
propaganda?
mentions are crying because the feminist movie is a feminist propaganda slop.
What?
I don't even see that. Like my only thing, and I even said like as long as they bring the iconic pink dress in somewhere in a movie to explain she's not always dressed like this, I don't have a problem. I'm expecting to see Link and Zelda, not someone spin. This does not mean it's feminist just because she's wearing pants.
I think they're gonna do it at the beginning and or at the end with the pink dress.
Yeah.
That's probably where they're gonna do it. Because
Yes,
the pink
okay.
dress
For
is
everyone
probably
who's
gonna be fan
bitching
service.
about dark mode, every time I stream, for some reason, X goes into light mode, and I can never fix it. I'm not flipping
Interesting.
tabs here. Okay, look, I'm flipping tabs. What do you see? A slab change? No, it's focused on one. For some reason, when I cut and paste the links, it will always go to light mode for me. I don't know what that is. I never figured it out. I'm sorry about the dark mode. Believe me, my DragonCast on StreamYard is in dark mode, and I have photophobia, which means I'm very sensitive to light. All right. Anyways, but seeing
My
you deserve it. You're
gosh.
British.
I've got like a light. Piranha and I have a light blasting our face right now, and we're just like, we're
Yeah.
here, we're here.
Well, it's okay. My level is on a special
The person
coding.
who
It's kind of.
recorded 24 hours later.
Yeah, just get all those Guardian lasers.
Mhm. But
I think this is
anyway,
fine.
Absolutely.
It's
looks good
got
so
an
far.
echo. It's a really bad echo.
Is it me again? Turn my shit down.
All right.
anyways, I thought that was just something nice to show. I actually am still very excited. I do have small reservations, but they're very small. Just
Very
because
small for me.
because some of the writers that were on there were also on ones that had ruined the actual franchises. So that's where I'm like, I'm nervous. But seeing the costume choices and stuff, I'm hoping this will be like Sonic the Hedgehog, but post Abomination Sonic the Hedgehog movie. I
Right.
hope we don't have to tell them to fix something.
Post human teeth Sonic.
Yes. That ended up being part of that Chip and Dale movie.
That was great. That was a
I know
great
it
self-aware
was.
joke. Well, they just see me for
Oh.
one time and I can't get a hold of me. I can't get work anywhere.
Yep. Well, he kind of made it. He kind of made it into the movie as his supporting role. I mean, but
Yep.
he was the joke. But anyways, so that being said, Pouty,
Right.
it's time for the interview, and I always start my iconic interviews with different things, but always with the same question, because you know how it is. You're a streamer. Someone's going to see your thumbnail, and they're going to see what you're playing. They're like, "What's this game?" Or "How good of a player she is?" Or "Is this going to be one of those posers?" Blah 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 blah. So people click on my thing. They see my page. They see DragonCast. They see the chaos of the background. Most of them probably know who Dash and Karrus is. They know who I am. I'm
Nobody
a fucking
knows
purple
me.
dragon. But they're gonna see your avatar, and they're going to say, "Oh, great, ESG representation." The fuck, Lavistro. So, I speak for my
Table
viewers
flipped.
here. Who the fuck are you? Why the fuck are you here? And why should my viewers care?
Well, I'm PiranhaPout, better off known as the Pouty Princess or that OG Black Girl Magic. That's why you should care. I'm a noob streamer who plays video games every Friday. Just finished Kirby's Adventure, as I said earlier. And to be frank, I'm a damn good video designer. If you haven't seen my intro yet, you should. In fact, Lavistro, you should because you're in it.
What?
Yeah, what?
I probably will now because
Copyright infringement.
No,
Right?
well, no. I put everyone who's been on my interviews. I used to say it's sort of the end, but everyone in my interviews, I put them in the Cyber Dragon thing, which I had to find. I find out that the last few guests have not been showing, so I didn't see what the fuck with Cyber Dragon, the Me 6 spot. But yeah, now she'll be in there. I'll probably be able to catch her stream instead of popping in the middle of it randomly.
Popping in to ban people. I know.
I am
I
not
gave him
mod
power.
there, am I?
Yes, you are. I gave him power.
You know, just for that, I definitely am going to ban everybody.
Including yourself.
I expected it.
Yeah. It's funny. I never mod for anyone. Sonya tells me to mod me. Sonya tells Leon to mod me. Sonya tells Hypno to mod me. Sonya tells everyone to mod me. And then for the next month, every time I pop in someone's chat, let's mod Lavistro. I don't want that responsibility. I don't. I barely have enough time for my own shit. But yeah,
It means I have to work.
Let's give Lavistro a free job.
Yeah. I have a job. It's called
I work
parenting.
for free.
I know.
I parent my son, and apparently I parent community, and apparently I parent my own community on top of that, and on top of that, I'm holding streamers accountable when they jump the gun and say, "Oh, this is real." I'm like, no. See, look at here. You forgot this thing. They're not censoring. They're enforcing their own TOS because it says here,
Oh, I saw
no
that.
sailing the high seas promotions. Oh, yeah. But apparently I'm the bad guy. That's dads for you, huh? We're always the bad guys. We totally believe in you and had the best jokes too.
That's very true.
But anyways, so continuing on, Piranha,
Mhm.
you were saying?
I was saying, I also do pretty top-notch pixel animation. I'm getting better all the time. It was rough at first, but they are getting really good now. And aside from that, another reason you should care is I'm also very good at screen design. I don't know. I have to glaze myself as much as possible here. I designed everything for my stream myself. Very proud of that.
Yeah, a lot of them are pretty good. I won't lie. I just make it up as I go. People are like, "Oh, you're doing so good." I was like, "I do not think so, sir. You do not know me very well. Well, your thumbnails are good. I just put random pictures on a thing.
That's what I say. I just throw things together.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I have talent, but I will say that I've trained in the arts or did arts as a hobby for so long that yeah, you could probably think it's art, but I guarantee you, if I went to my college professor with half my thumbnails, they would never pass. I might barely get a passing grade, but they would never pass.
I get people talking crap to me in my chat about my thumbnail sometimes. I'm like, oh my goodness, you shouldn't do it this way. It's like, okay, that's nice. It was noted. Thank you.
I get people actually complimenting my thumbnails.
No one says anything about
weird.
mine.
Yeah, that's the thing that's weird. Like, of all the things you want to compliment, yes, obviously, the thumbnail's the front of the book, and people judge the cover of the book in this case. I get it. But that's just like the icing on the cake. The pretty thing. What you want to know is the cake, the texture, and everything inside the cake. Which again, I don't think I'm that good. But I get super quiet. Like, there's this one guy I watch. He Dorian, and he's in Canada. He actually narrates his gameplay as he's playing it. I can't do that. I try that and I lose focus.
It's tough.
Yeah.
If you're trying to like narrate in third person as opposed to just reacting, your brain's already split. So yeah, I can understand that.
I think I might just be used to it.
Maybe. I've been doing this for a year. You said you're a new one. I've been a year and
Oh
a
no,
half
but I'm used to
now.
narrating things.
Yeah. Sorry, my son popped in here for a second.
No worries.
He's
Hello, little dragon.
he found a fly swatter and he's obsessed with that thing.
Hey, I remember when I thought fly swatters were cool.
Yeah.
I
Well, he's
think I
10
was
years
Indiana
old.
Jones with that thing.
He's 10 years old. We have a dog that no matter how many times I take her outside, she's potty trained and everything, but she's like a rescue dog. And she's not a poodle, but she behaves like one. So she doesn't want to go, if it's cold or wet, she doesn't want to go outside. So she'll hide in the kitchen area around behind the island and pee there. Even though I just took her outside. That's one of the reasons why when I take my step away to check on my son, I also make sure the dog hasn't peed on the thing, because then I gotta tell my son, you gotta mop this, because I can't. I was like, that's my ex-wife's dog. That's not my dog. Like she when we got divorced, she left the dog behind. I'm like, please take the dog. No, why? She reminds me of you.
Oh,
I don't want to know where that. I don't want to know the correlation here. I'm just gonna accept it as is. But yeah, so you said you do pixel editing. Do you do that professionally, or do you do that just as a hobby?
Oh no, that's just as a hobby. I mean, professionally, I'm a junior cybersecurity analyst. No, not much artwork there. My artwork is in the form of code.
Oh,
Wow.
now that I know that, I should have asked you something. Actually, we could do this later. So while we're going at it, so while I'm pulling this up, because it's gonna take me a while to pull up. You said you do code.
You're trapped now.
Yeah. What was your first game you've played?
The first game I ever played was Duck Hunt for the NES. I think I was about 2-3 years old.
Oh wow! How many times you throw the controller?
I didn't actually. My older brother taught me. He was really proud. I still remember him calling our mom into the room like, look, she can do it. I don't know why.
That's impressive. Yeah, Duck Hunt. Oh boy.
That's
I haven't had
a
that one in a
Although I
while.
do remember having temper tantrums, but the stupid dog laughing at me.
I learned I was not embarrassingly old when I learned you can shoot the dog.
You can shoot.
I
the
never
dog?
knew that. I never thought to even try it. You can shoot the dog, apparently. Supposedly. Like someone
what
did a video
game?
of the Duck Hunt on the original
Oh,
NES.
Duck Hunt. You can shoot the dog.
I'm gonna try that later.
Been on this earth 41 years. I never knew that.
I just learned. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. I found.
Here we go.
All right. So you know who Tomby is, clearly, right?
Right on.
And he does coding too, right? So I mentioned this to Hypnotic. Hypnotic never believed me, and even though I showed it to him. So this is UE5 or Unreal. They made this coding standard back when UE5 happened. All right.
Oh, dear
Now,
me.
I knew about this when I was doing focus on pure freelancing. So I told her horror this one. I shared this with Vera Dark. This is before I was even modding for Hypno. This is how long ago this was. In fact, I don't even think Hypno was streaming when I shared this, because this was when UE5 first came out. So they tell you the coding here. All right. This is what they want you to
Oh, my
do
goodness.
for when you write your code.
When,
We encourage you to try to use respectful, inclusive, professional language. All right. Do not use metaphors or similarities that reinforce stereotypes that could, like black or white, or blacklist or whitelist, slave, master, or nuke.
Why
Refer to
nuke?
hypothetical
This-
people as they, them, there. So
What's
since
nuke?
you were
I think
tech
I
bot-
remember this. I only remember the part about not using white or blacklist, but I do remember this. Like,
What's
I
wrong
think
with
that's where I
nuke?
stopped reading. No,
Mhm.
you're gonna offend people who lived through World War II. You can't say new.
They're boomers now. They're probably
They're not
already
playing video games. They're not looking at
They're
code.
damn sure not reading your
boomer.
code.
Like when people say, "Well, there could be CEOs." Let me put it this way: the creator of Super Mario Bros. Or Jumpman, as he was originally called, Link, and all our iconic classic flagship franchises that are at Nintendo, if I remember correctly, is an executive or CEO of Nintendo. I can't remember off the top of my head because I don't.
He
pay
died.
attention.
Creator of Mario died the other day. I saw
No
an article
way.
for that.
Shigeru
No way.
Miyamoto died.
Miyamoto died.
I saw it somewhere. Now that you mentioned that, hang on.
Miyamoto
That
is
happened.
no, that would have been all over.
That would have been that would there would have been. I would have stopped everything I did to make a video on that one, just like it did for
Nintendo everything. Super Mario manga creator Kazuki Miyamoto
manga
has passed away.
creator. Yeah,
Manga.
Ah,
yeah. But my point is like those
oh, my heart
that
stopped for a
generation,
minute.
the greatest generation that survived through the nukes, are gone or almost gone. They're probably too delusional and think they have hairy legs. And talking about corn pop.
Hey, Corn Pop was gonna have
I'm
to.
sorry. I'm sorry,
We
guys.
ran a bunch of bad boys.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I did say we don't do politics on the channel, but I didn't say I'll make fun of people for what they say. There's a difference.
that's
We
true.
could all admit that he was not exactly all there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Although
So-
some people will not admit that.
Mhm.
Of course not. You know, because if you do, you ain't black, or
Yep.
you do.
This is a
if you do-
side note.
Yeah, something like
This
that.
side tangent. There's apparently the presidential wall where like every president from George Washington and up has like their frame. Someone somewhere replaced Biden's photo with a picture of the auto pen. I don't know who got
Yeah,
away
Trump
with that.
did that.
That's great.
Trump did that as a troll.
Wow. But
That's
anyways,
fantastic.
I'm done with my derail.
Yeah, to be fair though, Trump is a troll, and I do think he gets coaxed by our generation because his first campaign, just a segue from to politics for a little, his first campaign, people admit he won the presidency through Twitter and social media. That was an underlooked, untapped market right there. Now that's why they tried to censor it, because they wanted to control the narratives and all that stuff. Not the whole conspiracy theory thing. I'm just talking about they want to make sure it doesn't happen again because they didn't know how to do it. That's the beauty of that. So Trump doing that, I'm like, to be fair, I do think he's always been a troll type. So I would expect
Like since the
him to-
WWF days.
Mhm.
Oh,
Like
boy.
for me, if I went in there, if I was president of the United States, I'd go through all the presidents I actually did not like throughout history, including Gerald. What's his not Gerald Ford? What's the one from that had the whole gas shortage? Carter, Jimmy Carter.
Carter,
I would actually do stuff like put their photos upside down or something. I wouldn't take them off, but I would just put them upside down. Because the people are like, wait, what? Oh, President Lavistro was here. What? He doesn't like that guy. He never met him. He was not even around. Yeah, that's why he doesn't like him.
Well, if that's the case, I got some ones I want to turn sideways too. Then
Yeah. But anyways, so would you say so Duck Hunt was your very first game? You said you remember playing that one fondly with your brother and your relatives, and you threw the Nintendo gun at the screen because the dog was laughing at you. We'll make that canon somehow. I don't know how, because we can't go back in the past to convince you to do that. What got you to be a gamer? Like, clearly, there's people who play games, and there's people who are gamers.
what got me to be a gamer was really an isolationist upbringing. I was pretty alone as a kid, so gaming was just kind of my way to deal with it. I stayed by myself. And then eventually, when gaming started to catch on, like post N64 era, I remember I started making friends at school who were into it. So it got better.
That's good. So you didn't go around in trench coats and did things we can't say on YouTube.
No, goodness, no. I mean, I remember my mom's friends used to ask about that when she first bought the copy of Halo. I think I was about 15. Like, oh my gosh, you're buying that for Pouty? What about Columbine? And my mom's like, she's smart enough to know not to do that.
Hmm. So your parents were very supportive. They didn't buy into the whole moral panics of games.
Right.
So would you say you were always playing games since you were 2 years old? And you said what game was it Halo? You said was your I'm a gamer face, or which one was your I'm a fake gamer game?
No, the game that really made me into a gamer actually was Bomberman 64. I was completely addicted to that as a kid.
Oh,
I used to play it every morning before school. I still remember my mom yelling at me down the hallway, "We have to go, turn that thing off."
I know how impossible it is to turn those games off, especially nowadays. That I actually have a rule with my son. He is not allowed to play video games during the weekdays on a school night because, well, games are my passion. Games are his passion. So we're both going to be staying up late night. He's going to pass out at 1 a.m. before 1 a.m. hits, and I'm not going to be a responsible parent because I love my games. It's like before people say, "Oh, see, that's proof of video game addiction." No, that's like reading a book, and it's so good you can't put it down.
Right. Or binge watching a Netflix show. It was so good you couldn't stop.
And then you realize the sun comes up. Now who's addictive? Oh, that's not addiction. Then by correlation of your logic, neither is games. But yeah, but so you would say it was Bomberman 64. I actually will be full disclosure, never got to play the game. I did not own a Nintendo 64.
Understandable.
But I would say you were a Nintendo fan.
Definitely. That's because my mom's a Nintendo fan. She used to play Super Nintendo with us back in the day.
Oh, so she was a gamer too. So you had I'm going to assume Gen X / Boomer gamer, which the Boomer type's the rarer type.
Yeah, the Boomer type. My mom used to have the high score on Centipede back in the day.
I think it's kind of funny because like my mom, she loved Pac-Man back in the day, and she loved Atari games. But as the moral panics of games happened, she became more and more anti-game. So she would flip out every game I had. Like she wanted to burn my Mortal Kombat game, which I've said that story so many times. People can figure out themselves what I mean by that. And my dad, the person who thought games were a time waster, time and money waster, was more like, that's his hobby, leave him alone. Which was kind of like an inverted parental philosophy in a way.
Yeah.
The people you least expect to defend you defended you, which I will say it did change my worldview a lot, or affect my worldview to realize just because everyone says this doesn't mean that everyone was like that kind of thing. Because there was always that one person that would contradict. But biggest, most important question in gaming sphere that we've all had to answer throughout our lives, and we need to sell it because it was never really answered. And being that you say you're a gamer, we're gonna test this theory out on you. Which is better, Mario or Sonic?
I am not good at Sonic, but I enjoy both.
Well, I asked you, which is better, Mario or Sonic?
It's a trap. Don't fall for it.
It's a trap, yeah. Because I feel like no matter which way I answer, somebody's going to yell at me.
No, there's an answer he wants, but
No, it's not the answer I want. It's the answer that
He wants a answer.
Well, to
I want
me, I'm
the-
going to
I
have
want
to
the
answer
back
Mario.
And that was Pouty, everyone. Thank you for
Oh.
coming. She will never come by again, and she has outed herself as not a gamer, just a person who plays games.
Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next time.
Okay, bye.
yeah, you picked the wrong one.
I mean, my name is PiranhaPout. I was going to say Mario.
And that's for trying to help the enemy out, Dash. You're not supposed to help the enemy out. You're supposed to help the people make the right choice by not telling them to make a choice. They need to stand up for what they believe in. You can't help them.
There
Necros,
needs to
I
be
swear.
we need like a gif of the knight from Last Crusade. It was like, she chose poorly.
Yeah. Well, if we want to give, I do have one that's close for giving wrong answers.
Yep, I always forget about that one.
A little
I don't
Oblivion
know.
for a moment.
I just thought it was funny. I was like, I'm probably going to use that eventually somewhere, some down the line, and it just fits. But anyways, so Pouty, you started off with Nintendo. Then you said you got Halo on the OG Xbox, right?
Yep. Halo, good stuff. OG Xbox is where my mom stopped playing. She said the Duke was too complicated of a controller for her.
Ooh.
I kind of agree, actually. The twin stick I was never good at.
Yeah, I kind of liked the Xbox One, the Xbox controllers, especially Xbox 360 is probably the best design, in my view. The way it fits your hands, I've never when I played the PS controllers, I got freakishly big hands, and I'm not saying it just as in character. I'm saying as I literally do have freakishly big hands. So when I played with the PlayStation, my fingers would cramp up because it's like holding the world's smallest violin. Almost, you're like your fingers are wrapped up almost into your palms to play this thing.
Oh, wait. If you think that's small, I have a controller for you. I have such a tiny one. My travel controller.
I might know it when you're talking about. I just can't remember the name of it.
Do you?
But I think I might know.
I was just thinking the Switch, the little tiny Switch controllers when you hand the individual and you're supposed to like play Mario Kart with this tiny thing. Like, I don't have the biggest hand or the smallest hands, but fuck, my hands don't start cramping up from trying to play with that thing.
I will give you a thing right here, that one. That's a clever one. I will give him that.
Just pull a Henry Cavill and answer neither and give your own answer.
Yeah. He sucks as he's always Wario.
Wario.
The Wii U Pro remote. Ooh. Actually,
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember too. I'm gonna have to look that. That's curious now. So, save, restart till you get the best. Oh no, there's no restarting here. The lines have already been drawn. The console wars have begun, or reignited, or whatever. Gen 1 console war, I should say. But anyways, so she's not here yet. So I guess she went to go check on her kid. I guess while we're waiting, that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna point out is sometimes we have people like myself who have kids and they gotta check up on their kids. So that's probably what she's doing right now. She did let us know about. Oh, there she is.
Yep, see, I found it. See, this is my favorite one. See how small this is?
Wow. That's adorable.
That is tiny.
That looks good for travel, though.
Mm.
It looks
If you
like
do it for too long, you will get a hand cramp, though.
Yeah.
It looks like a variation of the SNES, just with like a couple extra buttons.
Fun fact: do you know what they used to call the cramps that we'd have for playing on a controller too long? You know what they called it?
What the?
They actually tried to make this an actual medical term in the 80s. Space Invader wrist.
That's hilarious.
That's what they called it.
Space Invader wrist.
I'll have to go look. I have to go look through my moral. I actually no. When and if I finish this video, because the script is 50 pages long, I'm trying to shorten it down. Imagine speaking all that. And the thing is I'm trying to. It's one of those pieces like I didn't realize it until after I did it that it's not something I can just break in pieces, because if I do, I could offend someone because of out of context, which could get my video banned. So that's my main concern, is I gotta keep all this stuff together, but keep your interest watching it. And that means you're gonna listen to my lovely voice for at least 2 hours. But they actually did have a medical thing in there from 1983 saying Space Invader wrist. Yeah.
I'm just now learning of this.
And that was a sign of
good name for it. I like it.
Oh damn! I can't play Lavistro. I got Space Invaders wrist. Sorry. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Sorry, boss. I need to
Batman
take a
keyboard.
day off of work. I got Space Invader wrist. I can't use the keyboard.
Space Invaders is like 40 years old.
but the thing is like when I played on the controller for the Xbox, I've noticed not I could be wrong here for anyone else, but for my experience, I've never had hand cramps. I could play all day on the Xbox, no problem. I think they actually designed that was because Bill Gates did admit they actually did studies on how to make the controller. This was back when Bill Gates wasn't. I mean, he was in politics, but it wasn't like overtly. He was actually passionate about his company. So when he marketed the Xbox and stuff, he knew what gamers wanted. He knew how to bridge the PC gaming world with the gaming world.
Mm-hmm.
The power of PC in a console, and he even did studies like they said we're gonna make sure we get this right. That's one thing I admired about that. Say what you will about Bill Gates, but he did do at least some things right. I mean, the Microsoft.
That's a good point.
It's just when he got older,
he's ridiculously comfortable.
Once he got older, though, he went crazy. So or mad with power. I don't know. It's all the same. So
Both.
He never recovered from Elon Musk calling him the pregnant man.
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
Damn.
But to be fair, we're talking about. I think Elon Musk is Gen Xer, and
He's turning into a pregnant man.
I think Bill Gates is late Gen Boomer, early Xer. I can't remember. I think he was Boomer though.
Yeah, I think he's like right on the cusp of one or the other. It's either Boomer or Gen X.
And the Boomers and Gen Xers, well, the Boomers don't get along with anybody. Let's just be perfectly honest. But Boomers and Gen Xers had a love-hate relationship because
That's true.
parents, millennials, especially X and millennials, whatever you call it, the Gen X millennial crossbreed that I'm apparently supposed to be the microgen, because we kind of don't
That
fit
sounds
with the.
terrible.
That's literally what it is.
It's a good description, though. That is a good description.
That's what they call it, the microgen, the exennials or something like that. It's generation. We had the same. We can relate to everything Gen X does. Apparently, this is a scientific study thing they did. So whoever decides they want to make their entire life about deciding where the generation gaps are and naming those generations, that's the perfect job study for you. Because all you're doing, you're sitting here and you're analyzing generations every 15 years to say, okay, this is new gen. Like Gen X, millennials were originally called Gen Y. They even had a cartoon, Gen Y. But then they say, oh, wait, the millennials or Gen Y had two different generations in them because of their behaviors. The older ones tend to fit more Gen Xer, but has the knowledge of Gen Y. So we had the analog control or lifestyle that the Gen Xers had. They're like, yeah, we can associate with this. But we also had the digital age because we grew up as it was developing, whereas the rest of the millennials were growing up as it already came out. It's kind of different. Anyways.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah. So I went off there, but my point is like, boomers, millennials, and Gen Xers never got along. Almost never.
It's rare when we did.
Very rare. Unless it's family member, but even then, if we had
Exactly.
a uncle. Oh, that's one question, Patty. So on Thanksgiving, do you have uncles?
Yep, I have two uncles.
So do you have racist uncles?
Probably.
Like they get on Thanksgiving, they start saying racist slurs here and there.
Yeah, after a couple of drinks, sure.
Oh, so they are racist.
At each other.
Oh, at each other. Wow, that's even worse.
Yeah, I got that sort of family gathering where if they drink too much, they'll start fighting each other. Usually my uncle and one of my cousins. How it goes.
That just sounds entertaining. Just like, well,
It is
need
until
pay-per-view.
it's not.
oh yeah.
There's exceptions to the rules. It's just when you look at the culture overall, the generational culture, the mindset of the generation. I'm not saying like every boomer, because this guy's a boomer. No, I think he's actually Gen Xer. We call him a boomer, but I think he's actually Gen Xer. He's like 100, so you figure that out. But no, like there's clearly exceptions to the rule. There's nuance, but when you look at the overall, is what we're getting at, the common denominator. But anyways, and the common denominator, the boomers also grew up being raised by parents that were in the middle of moral panics themselves, that were children during the Prohibition era. So that's why we see a lot of the boomers freaking out, is they were raised by people that went through moral panics. And then you got people that just hate video games, and they just like, because now the moral panics are a little different. They're no longer about actual moral concerns. It's,
Right.
I mean, they're still moral, but it's more political moral, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
makes
it's one
perfect
thing I
sense. You
noticed.
just kind of described my grandma.
Oh yeah,
A boomer with moral panic in a political sense.
yeah. That's boomers in general. They were always controlling, always this and that, because they couldn't control shit.
Right.
In fact,
My
there's a
grandma
study-
is basically Bobby Boucher's mom. She thinks everything's the devil.
Yeah.
Pokemon is the
Great
devil. Harry
character.
Potter is the devil.
Okay, Scene wants me to show this thing out here, and I would
Scene
show
wants to
it.
be
I
seen.
would, but it was not part of the concept of games. We're not doing that. Sorry, Scene. But just to let you know, he's trying to say that he is a baby boomer because he was born between the years of 1946 and 1964. I think
That
that's
makes
what he's
sense.
trying to say. I think that's what he's
My
trying to
dad
say.
was born in that.
But yeah, the millennials he's saying is 1981 to 1996. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong there. I'm saying people are trying to make the microgenic thing. That's different. But then he doesn't have this on here, but fun fact. So Gen Z is 1997 to 2012, and Generation Alpha is 2013 to, I guess, present day.
Interesting.
I guess I actually have not seen anything new about the next generation coming up. So, yeah, your son's probably, or kid's probably Gen Alpha, which means he's
Yeah.
gonna have the cynical of millennials raising him. So that's gonna be
Oh,
interesting.
he's definitely being raised by a cynical millennial. I promise you that.
But aren't we all cynical? I mean, we grew up in like 2 economic crashes, several wars, terrorist attacks, moral panics. That when everyone else is freaking out, we're just like my avatar, just dead inside. Just
But this is
Yeah,
staring
look,
at
and
you.
in my case, I have to grow up during several race riots and everybody telling you need to care. It's like, I'm tired.
We have no space
Oh,
left.
that's
here.
like when Standing Rock, when people found out I was Native American and they found out I didn't care about Standing Rock. I was like, you do realize those people that are protesting at Standing Rock are doing because they're bored and they want clout and attention, and they're posting their videos
Yeah.
on that stuff to say I fought something, but in reality they're polluting the environment. And
Yeah, they don't
this was
actually.
before we found this out, but they actually had to get the U.S. Army to get 50 dumpsters or something like that. I forget how many it was, to get rid of all the camps, found all those abandoned pets that were just abandoned there, left there. Because if they didn't, all that garbage would have gone into the lake and polluted the lake with irreversible damage.
Yeah,
So, like,
I
you
believe
want to
it.
talk about protesting for the environment? Maybe you should not, or I should say, maybe you should leave the tribe do their thing. Because all this happens because the federal court actually did ask the tribe at Standing Rock to come in to review the peace treaty so they can approve or disapprove the pipeline thing. They did not do that, so the court says, I guess that means that it's not in violation of the treaty. So they approved it for the corporation, and then they got bitchy. That's why a lot of Native people don't realize a lot of Native Americans were fighting over this, because they're like, you did not enforce your own treaty, and now you're bitching about it. No, you don't get to pull that shit because you were suffering and you wanted more attention and on your tribe. Like the way the Dawes Index works, unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be this way, but the way the Dawes Index works is you get more money based on the needs of your tribe from the U.S. government, and the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs decides all that. I remember a reservation I went to, and my girlfriend who lived at the reservation, she pointed out that they have a like the iron lung or whatever it's called. So basically, it's like that shock panels thing they've had since the 80s. and it was early 2000. The thing was been around for 20 years. They had never been able to update their stuff, so they're running with low tech. But I digress. Yes, Race Wars, lovely.
Isn't it though?
Yes, but there's always good. It's always good to have a racist joke.
Yes, it is. I agree.
It's
Racist
just
jokes are always funny.
My favorite one is when people say find out I'm Native American, but they'll point out I have white skin. I was like, I'm sorry, but did you want me to dress in denim, grow my hair out with a feather and call myself Johnny Redcorn? Totally dismantles their entire argument. Because number one, I just point out they're judging by the color of my skin. Number two, that I don't, because they say I don't look like a Native American, I just address a big Native American stereotype. So it shuts everybody up, and I can go back to doing what I want. What's your favorite type of racial joke without getting the YouTube channels banned? Because apparently Native Americans are not the most oppressed race in the world.
No, you're not. I'm sorry. I win that card every time. I am like quadruple oppressed automatically. It's like my favorite thing to joke about. I automatically become oppressed the minute I walk in the room. Everyone has to do what
You start with a -3 debuff every time.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time.
You know how a Native American get a free house?
No.
Okay. If you're Native American, go to the area of your ancestors that your ancestors used to live before it got taken over by the white man. And then go to someone who's rich and wealthy and popular. Choose whichever house you like. Choose which one. And when they start talking about how Native Americans need to have their land back, you just say, yes, agreed, thank you. Finally, the white man is starting to say this stuff. And as they keep going on tangent and tangent and tangent to where they're just digging themselves over, they're like, exactly, now give me your keys. Like, what? You're on my land. You said we need to get our land back, so give me my keys. I'll take your car too.
That's right.
I actually had a friend who was very rich who did that with me, and I did that to him, and he was like, he never ever talks about the plights of Native Americans ever again around me. Because he knew it too, because I was joking, but I also was half serious. I was like, I want to see how far this goes.
Hey, I always joked that being
feet of rope.
I always joked that being part Native American myself, I owe myself reparations at some point. I'm just not sure how that's gonna work.
Oh yeah, or my favorite one is when the people defended Trail of Tears. They're Africans like, you do realize Cherokee had slaves.
Yep, sure did.
You do realize that, right? And so did my tribe. My tribe was worse at it though.
Hey, let's not even talk about who had slaves, okay?
My tribe.
Don't get me started. We're trying not to get your channel taken down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get my channel taken down, but I'm gonna give you an example. Mine's a Comanche. You can look this up. They actually believed women with blue eyes and fair hair, right, were the gateway to birthing spiritual warriors. So basically, Native American version of Captain America. That's why the Comanche and the Apache and a couple other ones would torture them and literally ard them, if you will, to birth spirit warriors. So that's when people say the noble savage is like, clearly you do not know the song of my people.
Yeah, right.
It's like even our own historians, like the Comanche historians today and stuff, Native American historians called us the ISIS of our time. And in San Antonio, they actually have a case where the Comanche knew it would upset the white man. They agreed to return prisoners, mutilated a 16-year-old girl, and it triggered the San Antonians for, understandably, but it backfired. They thought it was going to demoralize them. No, they chased them all the way to the Gulf Sea, and that part of the Comanche Nation no longer exists. We'll just let you figure out what happened. I was like, that's you fuck around, you find out. It's like, why am I offended by that? I would do the same thing too.
Yeah, it is what it is. What do you think?
But back to games, we talked about history, but yeah, so clearly, this was the reason I asked all those the R parts was because we did have talk that you're not having problems with racial R stuff, So figured I'd try to find a way to dance around. I actually backed and forth that with OpenAI and say, how could we ask this question and that question with Pouty because I found it interesting to ask. And they said, "Oh, that would get your YouTube channel." Then it's like, so what would be the best? Like, make some jokes, but light jokes, and just show, don't tell. I was like, "Oh, I can say racist jokes on YouTube."
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can
Yeah,
totally say
apparently.
racist jokes on YouTube. I just save all my best ones for Leon's Friday show because he doesn't care about getting his channel taken down.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing. It's like I want to push the boundaries without actually breaking the rules. So, and I also want to be able to make people comfortable when they're like you said in your one of your channel you don't mind racist jokes, and you actually believe we should be able to express them because it's the power of words. If you let it take power, I think he said something around like he said something.
How
If
else
you
do
let
we
it take,
express it?
yeah.
Nobody,
It also
no
depends on
race is
context.
perfect. This is the best way to express it. I think is to make fun of each other.
Yeah. It breaks down the ice. And there we go. There we go. A perfect boomer statement. This is why we
Racism is
can't have
funny.
nice things.
Got to say
But-
with the right tone.
Racism is funny.
But that doesn't mean you can dress up in your blanket as a ghost, Dash. That's not cool.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
No, but that does mean I can pull an Atreus and play Dustborn and Whiteface.
What? You did that?
No, I haven't done it
Yes.
yet.
Oh!
But Atreus did.
Play.
But please don't
Dustborn
play
in Whiteface.
Busborn. It is that
No,
bad.
I have to. I already promised if I hit 300 subscribers, I
you
would play
poor
Dustborn.
soul.
So
You poor.
I
Yeah,
already
I
bought the
will
game.
never
It's
play that.
happening.
I will never play that. I've actually sent Ryan.
It's an endurance test.
Yeah. No, I don't even need endurance test. You want endurance test? Okay, here's an
Play
endurance
near.
test. I have kids.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's that.
that's my turn.
Playing Dustborn is much more harder than being a parent. Probably.
No.
Oh, that's true.
I
So
have
Lucy
to
has to suffer
disagree.
with me.
I have to disagree. With video games, there's a certain level of expectation for retardation. You don't know what you're gonna get with a child. You don't
True.
know. You could get anything.
You finally get the peace and quiet you wished so long, especially when you're a toddler. Like, wait a minute, the dragonling is quiet.
I mean,
That's
Right,
not
that's
good.
me. It's like it's quiet. Why? What's
Yeah.
happening? Where is he? What's
Yeah,
he doing?
I mean-
It's noisy. Why?
I mean,
it's
despite
quiet.
all
Why?
the views and all the subs Dustborn brought my channel, I still think the game is cursed.
And
Oh, you're
I
not
think
wrong.
the game is cursed. I do.
To give you an excellent question, one time my son, when he was streets, he was very quiet, but my dog also wasn't around, so I was starting to get freaking out because my dog, she's my support animal, but she's still a shepherd husky, so you break her temperature or her whatever you call it, her personality or whatever, she will react. I'm like, it's quiet. Why? Oh no, the dog's missing. Why? I don't even hear the jingle of her dog collar. I run through the house looking for her. I see my son is passed out in my room, and he's 3 years old, by the way. No, he was 2 years old, and he was holding on to her collar. So you see my dog, and she's like these big puppy eyes, like, I'm trying to be good. I'd like to move. I want to go through the bathroom, but I know if I move, I'll pull him with me. So please get him off of me. She was so well behaved. I let her go, and as soon as she realized my son's hand was no longer near her body, she just
That's so
jumped up
cute.
and ran straight towards the back door and started. You just hear her claws jumping up and down. Like, those two actually had a really good relationship. So it was kind of funny. But yeah, no. Or one time he gets behind the TV and starts unplugging all the wires. I'm like, wait, why is it quiet? See him back there. I'm like, no.
Oh no. Yeah, right. Or in my case, it's quiet, and I'm thinking to myself, where did he go? And then I hear splash, splash, splash. I'm like, oh god, he got in the bathroom again.
Yeah.
Got to go save him from the toilet. Small children in toilets. Somebody tell me, why do they find it so fascinating?
I wish they'd find it fascinating the proper way.
Yes.
Well, actually, no. My son actually did. I tried to potty train him. He wouldn't potty train himself. And then just one day, he just pulls down his diapers, goes takes a shit in the toilet, and walks around with an unwiped bum. I was like, okay, at least he managed to get it inside the toilet. He just up and when they decided he was not going to wear diapers. and he knew what he had to do, so he just went to the toilet to dump it. I had to teach him to wipe his ass. It's like, come on, son. Did you use toilet paper? Yes, Dad. You got half the toilet paper roll in the toilet. 2 squares? You know what 2 squares are. The pain, like I said, it's an endurance test and a patience test, nonetheless.
Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Oh. But so I think we got to come. We did go off trail a lot, which is fine. Why do you call yourself like you mentioned what games made you to get a gamer on this stuff? I'm trying to add new questions to the list. So, why do you think you're a gamer? What makes you personally a gamer as opposed to a person who plays games? Or to reduce our ESG scores and our estrogen in the room. Why are you considered a gamer and not a Twitch streamer like Aeroman?
Oh, because I actually play games for one. I do my best to complete them outside of parenting duties, but sometimes life happens. But as far as why I'm not just a Twitch streamer per se, I keep my clothes on. Is that the correct answer?
That's reasonable.
No, this is one where you don't get big icked on. I just want to know like what makes you think. What is the? In other words, what is gamer define? What's the word gamer? How do you define what a gamer is?
I define that as someone who not only plays games but is passionate about them, not necessarily just their creation, but the enjoyment of them. Someone who understands that a game is in fact art, and it isn't just a commercial product to be shot out every 5 minutes.
That's a good question. So, would you say Smash AT is a gamer?
No.
How about Leon?
Sometimes.
Test.
I will give Leon sometimes, only because I have sat through a couple of his streams where he has actually done very well.
Would you say Hypnotic's a gamer?
I have no choice in that. I don't need him coming after me later. Hypnotic's a gamer, okay? I said it.
So what she's saying is she doesn't want Hypnotic to come to her after her, so she's going to say he's a gamer. So that means the opposite.
No,
She's
because
afraid to say it. She will not stand up for herself.
Hypno's going to pop in and be like, "Who's talking about me?"
No, he's going to start tagging me on next. Like, look, this is my latest platinum game. What do you mean I'm not a gamer?
And I'm going to be like, yeah, are you going to finish Black Myth Wukong? Mr. I 100% my games.
Uh-oh.
This is why he stopped talking about 100%ing games after Dustborn. It's like, yeah, are you going back to Black Myth Wukong now? Mr. I'm a Souls player. I hate Souls games, and I've actually
was Hypno the one who rage quit Dustborn and didn't finish?
No, he finished, but he got sick.
Finished.
He got
He
the stomach
finished.
flu from playing Dustborn.
Yeah, he finished it. He
That does not
100%ed it too. I think if I remember correctly,
I played it. I streamed it day one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I remember Savvy Rage quit Dustborn.
It's still the most viewed live stream I've had on my channel. It was first Dustborn.
I will never play Dustborn. I will be a pure gamer and not play for clicks or clouts. I do not do shit for clout at all. At all. I do not do shit for clout.
He says, putting his boobs in the screen.
Show those dragon boobies.
I was going to mention earlier, your VTube model was glitching in such a way it looked like you were flexing the pec muscles, and I was looking, it's like, is he doing that intentionally, or is that just that's a glitch? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Who's mine or Lavistro's?
Lavistro's. There's the separation below the pec muscles, and I was like, is he intentionally doing that?
See, like I think Dashes, correct me if I'm wrong, I think yours is an actual 3D model.
No, it's live 2D. It's just a very advanced live 2D with jig physics.
Oh, too much. Ban. we got shut down.
This is a family-friendly channel.
This is a
TOS.
Christian channel.
It's okay. I'm a dude. I'm allowed.
Yeah, you know who else are dudes? Catholic priests.
What?
Are those B cup pec muscles?
But,
not
but
bigger than
yeah,
mine.
at least C's.
you know. So you would say a gamer is someone who doesn't just play games; they're very passionate about games. They're not gonna sit there and eat slop,
Mhm.
but they're gonna probably be like an autistic rage if a game that they love is bad.
Right.
You would say.
Or
There
at the
you
very
go.
least, they'll be highly critical and maybe still give it a fair shot.
Gamers are not wine connoisseurs; they're autistic.
This is true.
We're nerds.
Yeah, definitely. But anyways, so let's skip ahead. I don't want to cover your. Actually, no, I do want to. You don't have to answer this one, because this question is actually delicate for everybody. What's it like being a gamer mom? Because you are a mom. How do you balance streaming, being a mom, work, and a child?
Right now, haphazardly. I don't know if anyone's noticed the last month or so, my streams have been kind of all over the place while we transition into my kid going to school. But now that he's back on a regular schedule, I think it'll be a bit easier. But right now, I just stream during my downtime, which is whenever he's asleep.
Oh yeah, that's the very important part. That's why I stream at night, and then my videos.
That's it. I stream at night, play games at night. It's the easiest time.
Mm-hmm. And then for me, one of my hardest parts is trying to make gaming news videos during the day. But now people are like, "Oh, we like your deep dives better." I'm like, "Do you two realize I don't almost have no time for those?"
Right? That's a lot of editing and writing.
But not just that. Like the one I'm doing right now, I bit off more than I can chew, but I'm also stubborn. So I get up early in the morning, take my son to the bus, right? And then I go to my computer and pop in my script, edit my script, record it, realize it's so fucking long and it's dark again. And I got the stream in about 5 minutes. I didn't set up my stream. So yeah, that's literally my problem with deep dives. So I can only imagine when you're juggling actual work and your kid. But you...
Yeah. Like early morning, I drop him off at school, go to work. If I'm lucky, I get enough work done Monday through Thursday where I could do my work from home thing on Friday. That makes streaming a little bit easier. But should that ever change, I might have to switch streaming days.
It gets a little better when they start going to school. So when my son was in kindergarten, I believe, I was able to do more work with game design freelancing. So that's something to hope for. I mean, mine was, I don't know if you work from home or not, but for me, when they go to school, it was a lot easier. It's just when they come home, you've got to stop everything.
Yep.
That's it. There's like they want to go outside and play. They want to do this. You got to make sure they have their proper snack or all that stuff. You got once they get to be about my son's age, you kind of can like give them a little space, not too much. This is when you start balancing it out. So that's one thing to look out for. Is
I look forward
wait till they're 10, and then you're like shit, I'm getting older. My baby boy's growing up. Then you hit the
that's
wall.
how I felt on his first day.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Wait till they take the bus. Then they get in their first fight. And then they get their first report card. And it's gonna start looking like that astronaut scientist president of the United States is gonna be starting to do push-ups and ruck marches in Iraq. Like my dad actually told me that you're going to Nam. I was like, what? Your grades, if you don't get them up, you're going to Nam. I didn't go to Nam. I went to Iraq. So I was a little smart, I think. But I tell my son, he's like, you want to be an astronaut fireman guy, you race portal and waste driver. Like he has all these like goals he wants to be. I was like, you need to get grades. He comes back and he tells me he got a D. I'm like, yeah, you're going to Iraq. Like,
That's
what?
good motivation.
You're going to Iraq. I was like, I know you're smart. Don't get me wrong. It's like something I add to it because my dad told me later. So I wish I didn't tell you this. Why? It's like, because I knew you were smart. I was trying to scare you into going. I was like, well, Dad, excuse me. I didn't know what the fuck a nom was when I was 6.
That's a good point.
Oh, but anyways, that's the beauty of parenting. So, what made you decide to stream? I mean, that's obviously a lot of work as well, even for a hobby. You're adding a hobby on top of a hobby. But with kids and all that stuff, what made you decide to be a streamer? Did you think you were gonna be a Mr. Beast, make millions of dollars, or?
No, not at all. I started streaming last year as a creative outlet in November over on Twitch, and I'm not sure. I just kind of fell off over on Twitch and shifted over to YouTube. Picked it back up in May with some encouragement, and yeah, just been doing it ever since. It really is my way of unwinding, I guess, after my busy week of parenting and work and stuff, just to chill out and create something.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And where are you at now? Are you monetized? Are you unmonetized? What's your goals?
I'm halfway to monetization subscriber wise. I still need a lot more watch time, but I think that just means I have to stream more. But as far as goals, I'm not really trying to go for monetization. If it happens, it happens. But I'm really just having fun doing this with everyone.
So you just stream regardless.
Yeah, that's it.
What would you say is your like everyone streams? Are you a retro gamer, or are you only the popular games streamer? What would you say is your overall focus on your streams?
My streaming niche is retro gaming. Like everything about my channel is designed to be retro. I think this because my brain is stuck in the past.
So Atari games. Got it.
Exactly. Atari, NES, SNES. I'll go back as far
They're
as
not
close as I
retro.
want. Hey, they
Why
are to
do you
these
matter?
kids. You ever talk to a kid about Super Nintendo? My niece makes me feel so old. She's
Oh
just like,
no, my
the
son
game
tried that
looks
with me.
so
I told him like, you
ugly.
will show
Why does it
Nintendo some
look like
respect.
that?
It is not a retro game console. I actually showed him a picture of an Atari, and he knows what that is. He goes, "Oh yeah, that's the prehistoric game." Which I was like, "Wait, what?
Ooh,
That's a prehistoric game console."
Prehistoric.
I'm
Way
like,
before history started.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong when he says that. It was like the early consoles, but he's like, "Yeah, that was before real games came around."
No, if you want prehistoric, let's pull out the Magnavox Odyssey.
Or the Pong, just the Pong right there.
Or what was it that I forgot? Intellivision had one that you just put on the TV screen.
Mm-hmm.
There's prehistoric for you.
Hey,
$10.
that's not prehistoric. I was just playing that yesterday. Do not call me old. Heck, that's
I
where
bought
I
this
get
in
my
person.
PFP from.
I told my son he's no longer able to say retro, prehistoric, or anything when it comes to games. They are all games, unless I say they're retro. And he says, what if I disagree? Well, you have to find a Nintendo 64 with GoldenEye on it and beat me on it in order to be able to say you're a better gamer than me.
Without using Oddjob.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, without using the golden gun either.
Well, no, that's
That's
when I need
just
to pull a
cheating.
Darth Vader on it. When he says, no, when I say no odd job and stuff, he's like, but you didn't say that. I'm altering the rules. Pray I do not alter them any further. You had to play GoldenEye with all enemies using rocket launcher.
Oh,
That was
God.
another one.
No slappers only. Come on.
Enemy rocket launchers, 100% reaction time, fast animation. You get the
yeah.
silver PPK. That's it.
And then
And
to
just
be
for
able
fun,
to,
let's toss in DK mode.
oh, I'm gonna another one. He has to play Dead Rising, the OG, not the remake, and he has to get 100% the game. Meaning he has to get the 7-day survivor achievement, which is 14 to 15 hours long. I've done that, so I can practice what I preach here and tell him to do that. He will never be able to do that. I know this for a fact.
I don't have time in the day to do that now.
Oh, here's the beauty of it. You know how you could do it? Like but this was back when with the console as well, because work and stuff, right? I was working when this game first came out, obviously. Play it, pause it.
Yeah.
Come back to it. Play it, pause it. That's the cheat. I will actually agree with that. You are a gamer because you pause it because you have to go to the bathroom, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you got it. Stuff.
So I will give you that. You have responsibilities, but you got to keep it play. You can't save it. There's no saves, nothing. So there's this new DDR. Anyone that says I 100% Dead Rising, I'm like, no, you fucking did not. You fucking baby. You had fucking safety. It's like playing bowling with the fucking bumper guards on it. That's what you played. Is that
I feel
bowling?
balled out.
No.
I can't help it if I have weak little wrists and sometimes I need the bumpers. Don't make fun of me.
Oh, it's just ooh. You know
What
what?
was the
That's
first
actually
one?
not bad. That's not a bad idea. But I'll go one further because I think this was actually harder in my personal view. You have to beat the Lion King.
Ooh. Wait,
Which
now,
one?
which version?
I'm going to say the
There's two.
SNES. I don't think there was NES on original. I think it's
The
SNES.
Genesis version.
Yep.
Ugh.
Genesis, I think, was harder. It was more
Oh,
difficult.
really?
Yeah,
in
I hated the
Genesis-
Genesis version.
Genesis version's harder. Okay, we'll go with that one. And then on top of that, you have to beat Echo, the dolphin game.
Nope.
And half the
Nope.
time,
No, hell no.
and half
I'm
the
out.
time it took Sonya. I think she's still working on it. Last I checked.
I streamed
Poor
that.
Sonya.
I streamed it.
Sonya.
I played the level that Sonya couldn't beat, and I just noped the fuck out of there when it got to the next
Dude,
level. I was
they're
like,
making
nope,
a third
I'm going
one.
to
First
Subnautica.
off, they're making a third one. I don't know why they would do that unless they hate us
Yeah.
gamers. Oh wait, I just answered my own question. But two, when we were kids and we couldn't even afford a console and stuff. We had a TV and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. We would go to Blockbuster and rent the Genesis. I want to play Sonic the Hedgehog. It was always sold out. And my mom didn't like violent games. So she says, well, play Echo the Dolphin. I'll teach you about environmentalism. Like, she didn't know. She just saw Echo the Dolphin. And she didn't like believe in Echo environmentalism, but she believed in the whole save the environment, like, you know, kind of thing, like recycle. To the lighter end of it. The one that, like, well, that's I guess I could agree with that kind of thing. But I hated that game. And the gamer in me is like, I'm not gonna let some stupid ass dolphin beat my ass. We would rent that in the summer just for me to prove I could beat the game. I spent 3 days straight turning off the TV, pretending like I was sleeping, camping on the couch, like, you know, I got permission to. As soon as my parents would go back upstairs, wait a few minutes, go back, continue it on. I as a kid, literally went 3 days straight with no sleep just to beat that game.
Is that
You are a
serious? Huh?
monster.
It was I was not gonna let that or the Lion King beat me. I was not.
You
To
were
this
far
day,
more
there's
intrepid
literally-
than me as a child because, yeah, I just
Lion
kind of
King
let
is
it
actually-
go. No.
Lion
Lion
King's
King
beatable.
kicked my butt every single time. That stupid second level. Just can't wait to be king. I can't jump over the stupid hippo every time.
And to be fair, back then we didn't have the internet, so we didn't have other people who were gamers saying this was hard to believe. You just had your own mind telling you you're not a real gamer or not real. You're not real. You don't have skill. You're not good if you don't beat this game. That's all you had. Because growing up as kids, we're not going to tell each other we suck at this one game when we're kids.
No.
Nowadays, we're like, oh, we suck at this. Like I'll say, oh, I'm pretty sure because I haven't played Halo since it first came out. I'm going to suck at this game because I haven't played it for so long, right? Because I'll be honest about it. And that's part of the fun. People want to see us fail. People want to see us succeed. People just want us to see us overall have fun. But back then, I was like, I am not admitting I can't beat this game. I'm going to beat this game, and I'm going to be able to say what was in the last level, all this stuff. The only game I have never beaten until I was 23, and it was only because my dad did so, and he was not a gamer, was the Mario Brothers for the Game Boy. The very first Mario Brothers game. No save
Super
file.
Mario Land.
Yeah, no save file. You start, and there's 99 levels. That my dad literally played that game for 16 hours and finally beat it. I beat it in 15 hours and 45 minutes. I know that because it was one of those things that I'm not going to let my dad actually have a game title that he beat me on. I was not going to have that happen because he wouldn't let it go. That's where the whole phrase of me telling Hypnotic, so have you beat Batman Fukon yet? I'm like, yes, Dad, I finally beat Splinter Cell or this other game. He's like, have you beaten Mario Brothers yet? So you can imagine year after year of him saying that. I just got tired of it one day.
It's like, all right, I'm gonna do it finally. It's gonna happen.
That being said, which game would you say fits that conversation for you? That goes for everybody. Because I got to go step out and check my son. He's keep popping in here. But what would y'all say is the game that was hard for y'all to beat, that took y'all the longest time, or still a game that you haven't beat today that you dread playing again?
For me, I would have to
Echo the
say
Dolphin for me.
Super Mario World. It took me about 13 years to beat that one because I used to have my big brother play the hard levels for me. So I finally did it myself.
Damn.
Especially
I
that
don't know
damn
that I've
butter
ever beat-
bridge. I don't know if you guys have ever played Super Mario World. The butter bridge levels suck.
I don't know. Hang on. Butter Bridge Super. I don't remember that. Oh, jeez, that.
Yeah. That's why I remember it's burned into my head. I died so many times.
I need to go look up Sonia's stream. She went through all the Mario, like Mario 1, 2,
Yeah.
and 3.
Oh no,
And-
she did. She was so mad at me like that week later because I said, "Oh yeah, I finished Super Mario on a speed run," and she's like, "How dare you? You saw me struggle with that, Pouty." Like I cheated. I'm sorry, Sonia. I did. I went through Star Road. I cheated.
Sonia also had the benefit, and I can't exactly hold this against her, but she had saves. We didn't back in the day. You lost, you went back to wherever the game decided you will go here. And we're just like, okay, I'm sorry, I suck. I'll keep trying.
For me, it was always that last save point after you finish Star Road and you land at Bowser's Castle. Every time I die, I was like, oh, great. Now I have to do Star Road all over again.
It's like the developers were like, we're going to move you back just a little bit. Got to make you work for it a little bit each time.
Gosh. But, that made you a real gamer, in my opinion. You had no choice. Back in those days, we had to do what the game said. There was no workaround. There was no easy mode or yellow paint. None of that stuff.
Super
And
Star
yes, San
Wars.
Hugo, Super Ghouls and Ghosts is a menace. And I say the same about Super Star Wars. I never got off level 2.
Super Ghouls, Ghosts.
In fact, I remember the first level of Super Star Wars being pissed off because I couldn't get through that damn cave.
Past all the sand people?
Yep.
Yeah, the development of that one was like, looking back on it now, because like I went, some of this footage that I have, and somewhere I have Super Star Wars, and I'm going through the footage because it's a speed run, and I'm like, the developers really just kind of threw shit against the wall to see what would stick, didn't they? Like, there wasn't much of any logic of, like, oh, you're going to go here. Oh, now you have the blind leap of faith. You have to go just out of frame to get to the next level. But, like, there was no indication in some cases. So it's like, how far did they QA a lot of this stuff? Did they? It's very fascinating.
Probably just enough.
Just enough to make it work, but not enough. They didn't go the Valve route of, we want to make the player comfortable. No, we want them to rage.
No, we want to make you suffer.
If you haven't smacked your controller at least once.
So Hugo actually brings up a good one. This
Yeah.
is I actually forgot about it, and they did.
I hate that game.
Actually,
This game,
what's
I'm
funny
sorry.
is,
I can't play it
Capcom
at all. I
actually
suck so
portrayed
bad.
in Dead Rising to Ghouls and Ghosts. One of the unlockable skins for Frank West is the boxer shorts.
Arthur Shorts.
Yeah.
my
Oh,
gosh.
wow.
One day I'm gonna get off level 1 of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. One day.
One day, yep. But yeah, so that was that. And again,
In my own defense, I did finish Castlevania Circle of the Moon for GBA, so I'm happy.
I'm gonna be perfectly
Nice.
honest. I played one of the earlier Castlevania titles at a friend's house. I've never got to play it ever again. Because, like I said, my family was too poor to have consoles back in the day. So my console was a brick, but I couldn't even get a copy. I don't even think they made a Castlevania for Game Boy. I could be wrong. I just never saw one. But I need to get into the Castlevania series. I've always wanted to play them, never have. But my friend, his mom, this was, I want to say, it wasn't in the 90s. I want to say it was not the Columbine, but the the very first one where games were blamed for the shootings.
Oh, I know.
And-
What you mean.
I can't remember. It's like Carmichael or something. His name was. Was it Carmichael? I think it was. I can't remember. It was during that time period. Anyways, 1997 or something like that. Shortly after the Senate hearings, and his mom freaked out, thinking that Castlevania was making kids do that stuff. Like that was like her original theory. I never found that if there's other examples of that. Castlevania does have a case where people were complaining about the religious elements. Of like, you're
It's
fighting
a vampire
vampire.
game.
You're it's based off of Dracula, who has basically made a pact with the devil. It's Christian in origin. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You are offended by objects and shapes. Maybe you're a
Drawings.
vampire too.
I'm so sorry you're offended.
Yeah, pretty much. But she actually threw that game out. So when I came back to play it with him, he's like, "Yeah, my mom says we're not allowed to play that." And guess what game she recommended that we play instead?
Hmm.
Echo.
Oh god.
I
It's
have
the Echo
Just
expert,
giving
huh?
us-
I have
We have
PTSD
trauma.
from Echo. We never played it. We instead went outside and play. We played Castlevania outside.
Echo was one of those weird traumatic experiences that you saw from a distance but never wanted to go be part of again.
I think I played it one time and never touched it again. I was like, you know what? I don't understand.
I rented it twice.
I did. I will say I'm proud to say I played Chrono Crusaders.
Ooh.
That was something that I was proud of. I didn't realize how significantly important that was to the gaming history. But when I say Chrono Crusader, anyone who's played a JRPG ever, they always point that out. They're like, that was such a good game. I was like, I didn't realize it was that significant. I love the game, don't get me wrong, but I did not know that was like rivaling Final Fantasy VII or something. Sheesh.
Yeah.
They would say, but did you finish it? Yeah, I finished it. And obviously I did, but it's like some people were like so fanatic about, did you ever finish the game? Yeah, I finished the game. I finished it. Yeah.
Hey, some people get like that about Xenogears. I know Sheep City and is probably still upset with me. I never finished one. I started one though. I just never finished.
You should make him matter. Sheep Cheating was on here a while back. I forgot to make that joke with him. I should have told him I never played Xenogears because I fell asleep. That actually happened, but it wasn't because it was boring. It was because I was so exhausted from work. Oh.
No, I know
But,
the feeling. That's why my save time on Final Fantasy X is like 86 hours because I always play when I'm going to bed, so I fall asleep.
Oh,
Yeah, excuse me. I am not a game. I'm not a toy. You can just toy with my feelings like that, right? Well, how dare you? My first game was Spyro and Crash. You can
But
deal
you
with the
take it as a
Bandicoot all you want.
compliment.
No, my usual joke when people say that my avatar looks like Spyro, I was like, that Spyro was my slave name. How dare you?
you're being dead named.
Pretty much. I got the idea from watching Family Guy, where it says, my name is not Peter, it's Crico Pompano or whatever it was. And then Carter pulls out his check. It's like, oh, I don't know. I guess Rice Krispie is slang for millions. So how do it's Peter Griffin, just Peter. It's like, oh, there goes your principles. I loop
You look like
like Spiro. I guess I'm just I am Mr. Piro now. Just
you
go with that.
gotta
Mr.
read
Piro
it
now.
in the accent.
My wife's a doctor, folks. My wife's a doctor.
I like
You
what
thought
St.
you were
Hugo
his
put.
mentor.
Mentor. Me? Mentor? Do I look like someone who'd be a good mentor to anybody? I am like, you look at the mentor example of mentor in the dictionary, and you look at the antonyms for mentor, and you click on one of those definitions. My face is in those antonyms. I am not a mentor.
What is the opposite of a mentor? Bad influence?
Yes. Because when I play, like for example, when I played Phasmophobia with my friends on Phas Inc. and we used to play Phasmophobia, I would and I take my sanity pills. I'm like, drugs are. Remember, kids, drugs are good. just to say.
Big Pharma approved.
No, not big pharma for just drugs, like barbiturates.
Mm. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, those drugs.
Drugs are bad, okay?
You should do drugs, but no, I think we covered all the questions. I wanted to 'cause I did know, like, watching your streams, you are a gamer, and like all the people are gamers. So I didn't want to do too much because I knew we would not answer all the questions per se. But before we get into the topic, like, I'm trying to figure out how to organize DragonCast as we go. This is one of those things where I say I don't know what I'm doing. I just pick it up as I go. But one thing I always do is we do show our shit. But I think before we get into the news topics, we do show our shit. Did I explain that to you, Cloudy?
So, what are we talking about? We're going to go over our game recommendations?
No, that's the end.
Okay.
Shill your shit. Do you know that? Did I explain what that was?
Oh, show your shit. So are you telling me to sell myself? Is that what we're doing here? Or are we I'm going to do my own little... All right, personal slave auction. Let's go.
Okay,
Oh.
wow.
this is where we all become a courtesan and present ourselves.
Yes. So this is you have up to 15 minutes. You don't have to use the entire 15 minutes, but this is where you get to sell your stream, give your socials. You can just basically take control of the stream for 15 minutes and chill.
All right. Well, as I said, I'm PiranhaPout, a.k.a. the Pouting Princess, a.k.a. that OG Black Girl Magic. Yes, I am trademarking that since I wrote the song. If you want to hear said song, it is on my stream. It's part of my intro. It's a very kick-ass intro. Lavistro's in it. I stream every Friday, usually around 1 to 2:30, maybe longer. I'm working on that time consistency thing. But I also have a nighttime show that I call Afterglow Arcade. It sometimes happens, it sometimes doesn't. It's really when I can't sleep. Currently, I'm struggling through the Shadow Temple and Ocarina of Time, and you see the sideways look because I haven't got back to it yet. I keep falling in pits, and lately my 3DS emulator's crapping on me. So we're working on it. But sometimes I can be found on Open Panel Wednesdays with Sergeant Giratina. I'm a regular co-host of In Other News with Sammy Threepeat. We're taking this week off because his band's performing. Check out Staggerly sometime. And sometimes I like hanging out with our buddy Stupenzo, looking at weird movies. I occasionally crash Neon Leon when I like talking over him, which is a very difficult thing to do, but I'm becoming an expert at it. I am still going to play Dustborn, by the way. That's going to happen. As soon as I get the costume, I'm going that far. I'm going to wear the costume. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm even going to do the makeup and the one giant earring. I'm going to look really stupid, so please come check that out.
You'll love it. Pax is such a wonderful character. Oh, my.
Oh, I'm sure. Pax seems like she's just a barrel of laughs, especially in the first 5 minutes of the game. Oh, and one other thing. I'm going to start trying to play horror games, but that's going to be more fun than anything else I'm going to do on my channel. I'm a scary ass. I'm scary. It's going to be hilarious. I scream and jump at my own shadow. I never made it through the first 10 minutes of Outlast.
Demonologist.
People keep volunteering me for Phasmophobia, and I keep saying no.
Yeah,
Phasmophobia, that freaks me out. Literally, you can end up in a room and paranormal activity shit starts happening.
Oh, you know what? We are so gonna make a stream where we're all playing Phas. That's just it.
If you want to do another Phas stream, I can see if I can make time.
Well,
maybe you haven't seen it. Even playing Repo, I'm a coward. I hide in the refrigerator for everything. Yes, scene. I'm gonna go with the vitiligo look. I'll even do my makeup special. I figured out how to do it. Just a little patching here and there. It'll be perfect.
Damn.
So partial white face.
Exactly, partial white face. I think I can get away with that.
No one will question.
No, War Maniac. No, I'm straight. Fucking French.
We always blame everything on the French, don't we?
Oh.
I'm totally kidding. By the way, War, I'm sorry.
I guess that's your
That's it.
cue.
Yeah, that's it for me. Sorry.
No, that's all good. That's all good. So yeah, we Patty, obviously you've already been wrenched a long time ago. You're also Discord wrenched too. So that was a while back. I forget when we did that. But
Very, very long time.
yeah. But now whenever you're wanting to announce your stuff and you need you want to let people know where they can find you coming up, you can always put that in my chats. I got the idea from Tomby, but it's just one of those things where like we all have different tastes when we watch content, but not all the times people are going to want to watch Lavistro. I don't know why you do that dragon loser dude, that fucking Scaly. I don't know why people like watching him, but sometimes they might want to watch.
Slur?
I don't know. I don't even didn't know what
Scalies is just a furry, but like with lizards.
It's like saying clanker.
That's a furry.
Yeah, a slur that originated from freaking Star Wars.
This is a bipedal dragon.
Oh,
You cut out for a
Frozen
second.
bipedal dragon. Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
oh
I
no.
don't know why I do this.
Check your
I'm
downloads.
frozen. Oh no.
Check the iPad.
I'll be right back.
No, the FBI has found you. Oh. Yep, Dragon must reboot. What do
But
they
on the
say in
note
school?
of-
Talk amongst yourselves.
No, Phasmophobia is an interesting one because having played that alongside ones like Demonologist, Phasmophobia is basically survive. It's much more on the spooky, like, you can't really defend, you just have to attempt to survive. Whereas Demonologist, you can actually defend and defeat whatever it is that you're investigating. So there's some interesting, I like both of them for different reasons.
That sounds a lot
Phasmophobia
like
is
Outlast.
kind of, oh, I've never played Outlast, but I
computer.
watched Markiplier play it, and oh boy, it looks nasty.
I cannot get out of the beginning.
Oh,
I'm too scared.
Outlast 1 is a pretty good stealth horror game.
All right.
Haven't
I
played
don't know.
Outlast 2.
I gotta figure out if that's happening with other people. Because I'm beginning to wonder if it's my computer.
That is a good question.
When that happens, pull up your task manager and find out what is hogging all of your resources.
Yeah.
What's got the memory leak?
Well, see, I thought originally it was VTuber Studio, so I put it in efficiency mode, which kind of helped in some cases. Because now my mouth doesn't lag when I move or talk.
Okay.
But I've never had this problem for the whole time I stream. So this is new. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, there might be something else I don't know about. Curse you when yes, that actually helps too. That's actually what I had to do to get back in. That's literally what I had to do to unfuck up this whole thing because it wasn't responding. The whole browser was like, nope.
With me, it's the CPU temp.
Oh, that could be it too. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
I wanted to ask Pouty, since you're going into Dustborn, full self-aware that it may be terrible or bad. Relooted, have you played it? Do you have thoughts on that game?
I have a lot of thoughts on that game, and unfortunately for us all, they echo that Director X show Robin Hood. We be Robin. I mean, I've seen Kata play the game, and it's like, okay, I think I could give this a try, but I wouldn't be able to do it with a straight face. I'd be laughing the whole time.
I played the demo on stream, and yeah, I kind of was in the same thing. It's like, what is this? Like, take what the backstory of the game of it out is, and it's pretty solid. It's a game, but throw in what it's supposed to be, and I'm just left with questions like, why?
Yeah, I was gonna
Just
say
so
why.
much why.
Don't ask
Otherwise,
questions.
it looks like a solid platformer, isn't it?
It is solid. Like the controls are like, you have to go through Tutorial Town to understand the controls. It's one of those. You can't just like wing it, because there's specific, like, hit space, do this, fire gun at this point, jump at this point. So there's steps that you have to go through, and you can go through them over and over to learn them. Those controls will never translate to any other game, likely. 90% of all the other games, it will not translate to anything. But, like, you can get used to it. And so, yeah, like, it's a solid, fairly well-built game on Unreal. Like, the aesthetic and the art style is good. There's music, I think. I mute music now because I get hit with copyright. But still, just, there's the looming 20,000-pound elephant in the room that I just can't shake.
Yeah, that is
So it's
that
like-
story. And for me, those accents. The accents make me laugh because all I hear is straight out of Wakanda. I'm sorry.
Go
Yeah.
to,
First thing that comes to mind.
It is.
it,
and,
it's
like,
literally
I-
is a kind of game.
There's a lot of, like, games do this now where they do, like, the triangle stacked to represent, like, it's cyber, it's tech, it's futuristic. That's all over the place with Reloaded. It's like, okay, I know what you're doing. United Flights do that shit on their ceiling because they want to look cool and techy. It's like, come on, this is just dumb.
It's not
But-
cool and techy because Fantasy did it
Fan-
first. The Triforce.
They
Hello.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah.
This is my quality. It's like everyone's moving into the shapes as to be the futuristic and tech thing. I'm like, no. We are not going back to preschool. Do not give me back to preschool.
That was the 90s. We did that in the 90s. Remember that? The early 90s, there were shapes
Yeah.
everywhere, colorful
Shapes.
triangles and squares and circles.
But even when they did it, it was art. I'm not talking about the abstract. I'm talking like the weird cups and the
Mhm.
shirt design stuff. It was artistic and autistic. Don't get me wrong. It was definitely autistic, but it was definitely artistic as well. But my issue was, like, back then, like, here like this is an overused meme, but it makes sense, and it's fact. We used to live in a civilized country. You get your report card at the end of the grading semester. You go to your parents, they sign it. You get to go to Pizza Hut if you had Book It Club and all that stuff. You have pizza. You wanted to go to a birthday. It wasn't odd to want to have your birthday at McDonald's because of the wacky seatings and everything else.
Yeah.
Now everything looks like a depressed middle-aged adult, like a 40-year-old lady with cats, lots of cats, which explains a lot when we think about Cracker Barrel.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry, Pouty, but that's just the facts.
What are we sorry about? I love Cracker Barrel. I was most upset that they wanted to change the logo.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Cracker Barrel. I'm just talking about how everything is designed to look like a 40-year-old lady with 40 cats. Is because ironically most of them are designed by 40-year-old ladies with 40 cats. And the reason I said sorry, Pouty, is because lady, woman, black woman.
No, I don't. It's very strange. I don't group myself with other women. I never have. I think I'm too much of a tomboy. That's why I didn't even think anything of it.
Mm-hmm. That could be it. But the shapes nowadays, they're like, oh, we're just gonna use the shapes. It's art. No, it's not art. You're being a cheapskate. You're a fucking corpo. You're a cheapskate. You don't want to pay for good art, so you're gonna use these weird clip art animations and everything else and all your shit because you don't want to have something wow that pops out and everything else. Is you found out that a triangle will cost you $75, but something that's actually futuristic looking and awesome is going to cost you about $40K, I guess. I don't know.
Depending on how complicated you want to get, yeah.
Yeah, that too. But you can do pixel art and still get half the design. And it's still shapes that you want. It's still squares, but it's art. Actually, you know what? I want to see Atari make the Pac-Man Airlines. I want to see this. I want to see them do this, and it Pac-Man themed everything. You got the plane, but somehow you make the plane, like the face of the plane, look like Pac-Man or something. I don't care how you do it. You just got to do it. You figure it out. But anyway, since I'm back, I'm popping everything back in. Before we continue, does anyone have questions for Pouty? No questions?
I don't think the crickets are loud enough.
I don't think so either. So there's a couple things we want to talk about. Would you say you're a femcel, Pouty?
By choice.
So you're a femcel? So you don't bathe?
No, I meant the celibate part. Jesus. Of course I bathe. Ugh. I want my son getting the wrong idea.
I'm going to talk about something that it came out earlier last week or earlier this week. I can't remember the exact time frame, but it popped on my feed, and I was like, I want to see more about this. And before I give y'all a clue, I want to hear y'all's thoughts. But to understand what's going on, I believe this ginger that doesn't like video games, she has exactly the best way to explain it. Okay, this is on TikTok. No, I do not have a TikTok account. I was looking up this and I saw this video. I was like, you know what? That's fair. We'll use this. So let me know if you can't hear the sound.
The virtual Paw Patrol because they're now telling the incels to take showers. So if you
Y'all hear it?
Good to go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we'll go back.
Battlefield 6 apparently has a virtual Paw Patrol because they're now telling the incels to take showers. So if you have somehow not seen this yet, the amount of people who tagged and sent me videos on this and like the news article on it. So there was a woman who was playing like a fob who, I don't know if it was fob or femcel or whatever, but played the game for 16 hours straight. And the game kicked her and gave this message. It says, take a shower. For being a video game addict. It's a temporary ban. I didn't even have the QR code for resources. I need every game, especially like League and stuff, to start doing this. We need League, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, all of them to start doing this. Call of Duty, Rainbow Six, any game where there are a large amount of incels and plobs and femcels and all of them that don't bathe and stuff. In general, playing 16 hours straight is insane. Because when are you going to the bathroom? And we've had enough follower submission stories and my own experiences with bottles and the adult diapers and pooping in their chairs and stuff. Ones that submit the photos with their stories are the worst. But the point is, I need every game to start doing this right now. Because what do you imagine an incel playing for like 16 hours on World of Warcraft and it being like, nope, you're temporarily banned because you need to go trash. This is genius. I need it everywhere. I need virtual Paw Patrol everywhere. How do we get this to become every single video game out there? We're one step closer to making Phantom Space great so that everybody can enjoy it and not have to deal with their noses dealing with a terrorist attack. The actually elitist, no life having plobs neck.
What?
Okay,
Where is she going where she smells people? I haven't been to a gamer cafe in years.
Yeah, well, first off, I want to point out, like, there's two reasons why I wanted to point it out. She explains the whole thing, right? But her reactions are fake. She's trying to force herself to laugh. She's trying to force herself because it gives her that dopamine of, I got you. I finally got you.
I'm guilty.
Like that satisfaction, right? The dopamine feeling that she actually has something. But let me put something out here because we'll point it out again later. But go ahead. Here we go.
Being a video game addict.
Okay. What do you notice on here?
What's next to restricted? What's the graphic? Is that a hand? Is that
that's
the
her
mouse?
hand?
What is?
That's her hand.
Okay.
That's her hand. So that's clearly a green screen.
In playing for 16 hours straight, can allow you continue to with restrictionary camera viewers. Please take a break. You have an obligation to keep. We have an obligation to keep players suspended as temporary.
Here's a clue. Scan the QR code.
Get additional resource. Does that unlock your account?
No, scan a QR code. See what happens.
Is it gonna give me a tutorial on how to take a shower?
No. Just find out.
Well, if it will actually go, it might
This,
not.
this is why people hate me, is because when I see these things, I try to see if it's accurate.
It's not scanning, and the image is like distorted.
Yeah. It's not an actual QR code. That's your first clue.
Okay.
Notice this. Why would they have a restricted button with a quit button?
Wait a minute.
That's
it's
I
fake.
also noticed that. Like, can the restricted button be clicked? Like, is this?
What do you think, Cuddy?
That is not a real QR code.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, if
Did
I
someone make
on
this
that,
up?
Yeah.
People are trying not to say that it was made up or not, but first off, yes, we will acknowledge there's one or two people out of like thousands that play 16 hours straight, shit and piss in bottles because they don't have good hygiene, whatever the case may be. Like, yeah. But then there's also some of us who play those long hours, and we actually do take time to go to the bathroom. We take time to go shower because we don't like smelling ourselves.
I need water. That's true.
What? Karrus, how could you? Ew, Karrus.
I am-
Not
What,
only
just
you
regular
piss
water?
in your bottle, you drink it too?
Hey,
The
it's
hell?
flavor. It's recycled.
PiranhaPout. What the fuck?
But I've been told urine is sterile. That's what the doctor said.
You're in a sterile. Hey, what is this? The frickin' wildlife guy, Bear Grylls. He drank it.
Mhm.
Even
So-
though Les Stroud on Survivor Man gave a perfect tutorial on how to dehydrate the water and like funnel it into a cup, the actual water, separate it from the ammonia in the urine so that you can drink the water without the urine. But I guess Bear Grylls doesn't know how to do that.
But I mean, we do have like Nintendo Switch. The old Nintendo Switch will do it where like if you play after a certain amount of time, but parents set that up. They'll let you know that you let the player know that they've been playing, too long, and it's time to turn off the console. I found out that you have to enforce it, so I can set it up, but all it does is give you an alarm saying you've played this amount of time. It's time to shut it off. If I don't hear it, my son's gonna play it, and it's gonna keep going off in the background because kids ain't gonna listen to that. They're like, "Yeah, okay, what are you gonna do? Stop me?"
Just
Then
push
you
the snooze button.
Then you have a satisfactory that lets you know you've been playing for so long. So there are games out there and stuff that lets you know and you've been playing over a certain amount of time.
Yeah, like when I do my Zelda streams, I use Legend of Zelda 3DS, and occasionally Navi will interrupt me and say, "You've been playing a long time. Why don't you take a break?"
Yeah, which I ignore.
Yep.
I mean, if I'm gonna play my games, I'm gonna play my games. Here's the thing that game companies need to understand. All right, and this is not a defense on the incels, but it kind of is, but it's kind of not. We paid you money for your game. What we do with said game is out of your control. You are not responsible for it. If I don't take a shower, guess whose responsibility that is? And yes, I take my showers.
I just realized my microphone was off since I came back.
Oh no!
Oh, you have an
Wait.
opinion?
So you've been talking the whole time.
I probably
We're just
said some
interrupting
things.
Dash.
No,
This is like
I derped.
derped. Dash, you
What did
take
you want to
showers?
say?
Do I take showers? Yeah.
He's not
In
that
your
kind
game
of
room
furry.
or in the actual shower?
Now, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure there's somebody who can play for 16 hours straight, but usually those can be explained. Like, there's people who have severe mental health issues. I was finding out in my research, and they'll play for 16 hours. But that doesn't mean necessarily an addiction. It's a symptom of other issues that can be addressed and not be considered. Like, I literally, using science, debunked the WHO's gaming addiction thing. And I'm not a scientist. I actually just went from Here's where the psychologist said that rebuked the WHO. Here's what actual addiction psychologists say that's not even in relation to anything the WHO is saying that defines what an addiction is. And here's where we find out that when you compare the two, there's underlying mental health issues that could explain the 16 hours, which if you're not taking a shower, I'm going to say, I'm not going to make fun of you as an incel or anything like that. I'm going to be checking and tell you personally, please go take a shower. But that's the knowledge that I have right now is, okay, you have a severe mental health issue, you need some help.
Yeah.
But that's my personal opinion. I want to hear about y'all. Do y'all think that it's common to see someone play 16 hours of Battlefield? I mean, we could do it, but
I mean, you better eat and drink a lot of water, like if you're gonna game for that long.
yeah.
The longest single session game that I can recall playing, I did it in one go throughout the night, was Metal Gear Solid 2. My save was corrupted, and I had to start from the beginning. And I started at like, 9 at night, and I finished at 6 or 7 a.m. the next day. Now, I had showered technically the day prior, and I had food and water, but that was still like, that was a lot of hours where I would have to pause because my bladder is not perfect and go use the bathroom. But like, that's what, 8-9 hours. That's a work shift for most people.
Yeah.
I am subscribed to people who have, I think it was King Queso. He did like a 12-hour Battlefield 6.
Oh,
That sounds crazy alone, but I know he stopped to at least take bathroom breaks. Whether or not he took shower breaks, I don't even want to ask that question. I don't know. Well, to ask that question.
Hey, Lavistro,
Let me
is
just
this
say,
Arc-
when you
is this Arc Raiders?
no, this is Battlefield 6.
Battlefield 6 had this message.
Yes. No. Let me correct you there. It's alleged that Battlefield 6 has this message.
I have to check now.
Now, I could believe that's a possibility, but we need to understand the rule here. I'm going to explain why here in a minute. Correlation is not causation. So they're saying this is a Battlefield 6 server because it says it on there, but it's just because you have this image does not mean it's actually in the game. We can make
That's not
AI
too
art
difficult to Photoshop.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
That's another thing. You can make AI art, you can Photoshop it. And I wanted to get y'all's opinions on that. So, because there are some things that I notice, and yeah, I know when I talk and sometimes when I write, and I'm not like writing a script, I'm actually just writing normally. We all have grammar issues because we're not focusing on our grammar. We just want to get the message out, move on. But so I saw this like, well, this is odd, but I never like to say things without proof or evidence. We're not going to read the whole article. Don't worry. I'm not going to read the whole thing. We're just going to go down. Where's it here? The image is raising questions about its legitimacy. We can't officially confirm if the message is fake. And remember, this is Insider Gaming. They can contact the devs and ask that question.
Yeah.
But all signs and evidence point to Take a Shower screen being a semi-convincing case of Photoshop or AI. Grammar. Where do you even start with the grammar? There's a random space before you begins the paragraph. There's a missing commas galore, and the sentence construction feels very sloppy and inorganic. QR code. Quite simply, the QR code doesn't work. It's that. Remember, I had you test that, Karrus.
Yep.
That's about a big telltale sign you need. Really, that's like the first thing I checked. The QR code. That's the first thing I checked. Unless our device was malfunctioning when we try to scan it, highlights that this image probably isn't real. Restricted button. We had allegedly been told about the ban, but why it's happened and that you can't play anymore. It makes sense to have a quit button. So why would there be a restricted option? It reeks of an AI prompt that hasn't fully grasped the initial request. So, those alone, I just say, this is like, let's be honest here. We have people on both sides who constantly believe what they believe when it comes to games in the community of games. One reason that I am not called the big meanie and everything else that I'm going to point out is, like, for example, when Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out and there was reviews being removed, and Hypnotic even covered it, and but he didn't notice the bottom line. And I says, Hypno, if you check the bottom line, it's not Warhorse that's removing reviews, it's Steam. And it's actually a legit reason, because they have negative reviews that they allow on their thing. They're not taking them off. If you look at the bottom here, it says, I'll be sailing the high seas for this one. The moment you said that, you violated their no glorification of piracy rules, which is a big problem in the gaming industry since the 2009 era, even longer. So when I pointed that out, he's like, yeah, you're actually right. He corrected his statement. But this is also the reason, like, if you want to point out there, like, maybe this was like our side of the sphere saying they're trying to control how much we can play our games. You actually just destroyed our case against that we had the right to speech, because now you pointed out something that's false, that anytime we try to claim something, they're going to point to this and say, yeah, you made this. Remember, your side made this thing. Your tribe did this one thing. So how can we believe that your stuff is actual facts? Now it's alternate facts. So we literally did what Kotaku did. We did what Phantom Pulse did. I'm not saying we as in this panel. I'm saying we as in the community, if it was on that side. It could also be on the other side to enforce a stereotype of Dash, you're more of a Japanese fanatic than I am, I'm going to believe. Am I correct?
Yes, I know. I'm pretty big.
Do you remember I can't remember the name, it was H something. It was a problem back in the early 90s. The people that would shut themselves in because they got stressed out from work and everything, burnt out, they would just stay inside, live in trash. It also became the hentai protagonist trope. It was like Hikikori or something like that.
Hikikomori?
Oh, you know who okay, yes. Yes.
Okay, I never heard that, but I did know that there was a problem with like Korean and Chinese World of Warcraft players.
That's literally where the incel trope for the Western community comes from. Hikikomori.
Yeah. The Hikikomori thing in Japan got so bad the parents would like hire companions for their kids so they could get used to human contact.
Yeah. They didn't know how to handle themselves. But my point is like that trope exists. Like, yeah, the Hikikomori issue wasn't an issue worldwide, but it wasn't like an epidemic like it was in Japan. In most cases, it's like 1% of 1% for most of the world. But Japan during the 90s, it was a major issue. And they actually suspected it was video games, only to find out it was the culture's expectations of them. They were burnt out from trying to succeed all the time. They just shut down. They were overstressed. Which, when you look at the pre-90s Japan compared to today, we are going that route. Believe it or not, in my personal opinion, we are going that route. Two families working, everyone's burnt out, stressed out, highly politicized. People are playing longer hours on games, which I'm going to point out, fun fact, the average gamer plays about 4 to 5 hours a day, if I remember correctly, the average gamer.
Sounds about right.
When they can. I'm going to put that out there. If not, it's usually about 10 to 12 hours a week if they have, depending on how much. The younger you are, the more time you have to play. Dash, I think you're still in your 20s.
I'm in my early 30s.
Okay. The early 20 time period, because of college and everything like that, they would have time to play about 12 to some hours a day, give or take. Once they started to get a career, that hour difference changed. Once they got older, like the Gen Xers or even Karrus and I, we actually can balance our time to actually enjoy that time period. We actually had the time to play. We can connoisseur. We can play 4 to 5 hours a day. But here's the funny part. I'm going to mention it. I mentioned this in my Moral Panics thing. They actually found out that playing video games to about roughly 4 to 5 hours a day to a week is actually healthy for you. So gamers aren't fucking incels that are mentally disturbed. We are actually probably the most mentally stable people on the planet because we play 4 to 5 hours a day, which is the recommendation.
We found our therapy, and it doesn't cost $250 an hour.
And it's
Right,
literally when we
exactly.
say gaming is our therapy. It's literally not a lie.
You know why I think that why my brain. This is the cynical part of me. See, this is like there's a reason I have indie gamer, deep professional indie gamer, and that my brain just kind of accepts that AAA is fucked, because I already kind of had this predisposition that no amount of work that anyone did would matter. You will not own Battlefield 6 in the way that you could own Battlefield 1942, the Mario games, Half-Life. You will never own Battlefield 6. So the idea that the developers would put this firewall in there to block you out didn't seem that far-fetched to me.
Mm-hmm.
It did seem far-fetched that only one or a handful of people were even sharing this, and that it was just like one screenshot. It wasn't like this screenshot. It was the same screenshot over and over.
Yeah.
So my brain was 50-50 on it, but the idea that a developer would make a choice for you to say, you can't do this anymore, that didn't seem that far-fetched.
Well, it's the same thing that psychologists found out when they were questioning the whole games cause violence. They're like, well, that's true, especially since 2009. By the end of 2009, 60% of American households had a console, which was a jump by 40% in the early 90s. Not everyone had a console, and they're like, by that time, they're like, if that is true, there should be more school shootings and violent cases in America alone. So, well, Ferguson was doing this research long before, like Christopher J. Ferguson, who's the main person I'm using for my research, because he's got over 80 meta studies. And yes, I've read the meta studies. I may not be a professional at this thing, but I'm smart enough to be able to read meta studies. And if I have questions, I know where to go to find them without being a scientist. I know a few scientist friends who help translate things for me. Lizard brain thing translation. But anyways, my point is that we did put on the other side, but here we also can point out that this could also been the other side trying to keep that trope alive, right? They're trying to say, oh yeah, we're controlling this because, like you said, Karrus, it would make sense. The AAA owns the game. There are cases of games had that reminder, right? But the argument is like this is the back door, or I should say the back glass of AAA wanting to control the games. You control the games, and that means you can be responsible for everything that is done, even if you have no control over it. So, for example, if the school shooting violence thing was actually still being contested, even though it's scientific consensus, that's not a thing. Let's say it was still around, and you want to control this thing. That means that those lawsuits that the judges tossed out, especially with the freedom of speech ruling, they can still get you on, because now you're being held responsible because they don't own the game, you do. So you could be held responsible for all that. Like, I'm not a lawyer, but when you absolve the property rights, you no longer have that thing of saying, hey, I just sold the game. What they do with the game afterwards is no longer my concern. They could burn it on a bonfire for all I care. I'll just make another one and sell it. Like that was literally what defended them in the mobile panics in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
But that was my thoughts on that, and I wanted to see what y'all's thoughts were. Wasn't a big thing, but just another thing where we have to be careful of what we share and see, even if it's something that would support our side or something that could be used. I think this was more rage bait click.
Yeah.
And good.
The first time that I actually saw this actually taking place goes back to Metal Gear Solid 4, with the fact that the acts were so big that the game itself was on a dual layer Blu-ray. The act were so big they had to literally install onto the hard drive of the PS3, and then when you got done with the first act, it would have to uninstall all of that, move it out of the way, and install the next bit, and that would take about 15 minutes. And so you'd get basically Old Snake on screen, and there would be some wording of like, you should go like have a snack and like go have some food, use the bathroom, and then it would have like the Surgeon General's warning because Snake was smoking a cigarette. It'd be like, smoking can cause cancer. Like, it would have all these warnings and stuff, but you couldn't do anything for
Mhm.
about 10 to 15 minutes because the game was installing. And so it just kind of gave you something to look at. And yeah, you just like BS with your friends and stuff. That's the first time that I ever saw that really kind of, hey, we have to ask you to stop. But it was like a physical limitation of the console. Like now everything is on the hard drive, so you can put 150 gigs of whatever. But back then, PS3, you couldn't do that. So it made sense for why the developers would do this. But it's still planted in my head of just like, don't tell me to go have a fucking snack. I know when to
Yeah.
have a snack.
Mm-hmm. Now, anyone else want to have some thoughts on this before I change things around?
No, I'm good. Are we going to talk about Metroid next? Because I got the info on it.
He
I know you're
wants the
for it.
Metroid.
Everybody's itching for the Metroid. Trust me, we're going to cover
I'm
it.
actually
Time for the Metroid fix.
Here's so y'all understand what I got scheduled here. I'm looking at Nintendo Games patent was removed. We can talk about that. Was one thing we
Okay.
can talk about.
Ooh.
We also
Yeah.
got Rockstar being attacked for what they call union busting, so firing workers. We also got Crystal Dynamics firing workers. We also got news about Ubisoft because I have a love-hate.
Yeah, their
Layoffs.
stock like disappeared.
Their stock
Yeah.
plummeted beautifully.
Mhm.
It was like a swan dive.
Yep. And we also got I got news about Mass Effect. Some news about Mass Effect, some news about Fallout, and just some minor court cases here and there. But before we do, it is the 2.5 hour mark, and I know you got a kid to deal with, Pouty, so I'm going to take this time to, and I'm trying to see if I find it. It's not. What happened to it? It's no longer in here. My intermission is no longer in here. We're going to take a brief intermission, just so that the parents can be responsible to take care of our kids, our stepkids, and stuff like that. If we have to do that, be responsible, because we are responsible parents and gamers at the end of the day. People forget, gamers grew up. We have lives. We're not incels. We actually have lives, which is why I brought this up. We have lives. We're just losers. That's all. We're just losers. Y'all
Yeah,
into our sphere. We didn't come into y'all's. We did our own thing. Y'all said, "Oh,
I prefer the term dork.
yeah,
Dork.
dork. I guess you gotta figure out where it's at here. Oh, what happened to it?
I'd send you mine, but it's Halo related.
That's fine. I don't know what happened to my incel. I'm trying, don't know what happened to it. I actually had it's the one I made a long time ago. It has that Celtic rock techno feel to it. It's just the Dragon of Cyberspace is coming back intermission. So I don't know what happened to it. It's no longer in here. And it was the only one I could have that was over 3 minutes long. Fuck.
Was it the one you put in my Discord? That it was the
no, that's the
song?
video I made to that was my exercise video to kind of help me figure out how to reduce 50 pages by another 20 pages.
I see.
As a mental exercise. And then to be fair, it's not like a long rant. It's literally that's how many panics and tragedies happen where games were planned. It just get each decade there's just more and more and more that keeps getting added to that list. So the 70s and 80s, not that many. 90s, not much until like Columbine, and then the early 2000s on up, thanks to Jack Thompson, that fucker. There was just so many that it just became the norm. I even found one, which I won't mention online, but I found one about a kid who played a game that he wasn't supposed to. Does certain things to his sister because he saw it on GTA and it found out they couldn't causate that one. But it's the only one that was an actual S crime in relation to games.
Oh, the one that snuck through.
They call it the Xbox something. But I found
Yeah.
that was in the UK. I think it was Birmingham. But when you look into the case, it's the articles is spun away to read like it would seem like the court came up with that saying the idea, but it's actually that they showed the court the kid's testimony, but there's no causation. That's like saying the burglar saying I did it because I was high as a kite with no evidence that he was high as a kite. And when you add in the fact the kid was like, scared out of his mind because he's in court, of course he's going to blame whatever's culturally relevant because he's a kid. He's trying to weasel out of trouble. I'm not saying I'm not trying to help justify what the kid did. I'm saying that the link was very weak and it was not even proven. But I can't find that intermission video. So, but yeah, let's say that's why I haven't streamed I haven't done a lot of work because where is it? What I was trying to show is a video file of just music playing for a while. Actually, maybe it's just we'll do the Suno work I did. If you want to know what it is, it's actually clearly on my. So we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna show you if I can make this. I guess I can't make it a big one. It's long. I couldn't download it, but we're gonna go take breaks to take care of our kids and stuff, get water, whatever. For the rest of y'all, if y'all want to hear an entire 40 years of panic in about 7 minutes, I actually did this. So we'll be back.
Thumb glued, sore eyes, TV flicker, no surprise. A digital maze, lost for days, and escape from political haze. A fighting vampire to save the girl, finish him, what a thrill. Another level, another fight, into the night. Dragon in my pixels, brains fire, digital desire. Dragon in my pixels, screams louder, turn it down, mama told her. Dragon in your pixels, he lives there. Mom, I don't care. Controller in hand, I escape this cruel world. I send he preach my game's the demon in the world. I hate all the girls. Crazy lady shriek, but I'm rated Tom's. Fighting streets, storming Hell's Gate, shotgun shells. Reporters when my game shot of school. I'm just saving the princess, what's wrong with you fools? Another kill, another score. What are we fighting for? Dragon in my pixels, brains fire, digital desire. Dragon in my pixels, screams louder, turn it down, mama told her. Dragon in your pixels, he lives there. Mom, I don't care. Another level, another fight, into the night. Dragon in my pixels, breathes fire, digital desire. Dragon in my pixels, screams louder, turn it down, mama told her. Dragon in your pixels, he lives there. Mom, I don't care.
I do believe the song ended early. But that's okay.
Oh wow, it stopped. So maybe that was
Yep,
wrong
I
one.
noticed that as well. I was downstairs and I had my headphones. I was like, "Where's the music?"
Yeah,
Didn't mind.
'cause
These
I
things
know I
work.
didn't. Oh, it only gave me 2 minutes of it.
Because, yeah, like 4, 5, and 5 can do up to like 6 or 7 minutes, but
Yeah.
your bounce done failed you.
Oh wait, that was one for something else. That was for the actual video. Okay. I just removed the wrong scene. But is everybody back or no? I guess not.
I'm not back yet. I'm
Okay.
downstairs.
Clearly, of course, clearly.
Apparently, Wade wants to know if you locked your Twitter.
If I lock my Twitter, did I lock my Twitter? I don't understand what you mean by that. My Twitter's still up.
So I wonder if that's a welcome to the game joke.
Yeah.
And like all the streams that Markiplier did, the joke became, "Did you lock this? Did you lock that?"
Oh, okay, yeah, that could be what that is. I don't know. It said suspicious activity.
It's Twitter. Everything about it's suspicious.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are you talking about Lavistro 84? Yeah, that's the one that I back before. So I don't know if I told you cares. Back, I had a main account called Lavistro 84, and when I did DragonCast, I used to at all my viewers, supporters, not just so they could come watch my thing, but it's like my usual give a shout out. You know, like who's who, what's what, so people can follow people, because some people don't realize that they have a Twitter account or they couldn't find them. So it's a great way to find everybody. Yeah, it's the 84. Yeah, you're gonna look for not Lavistro. Yeah, that one I've been trying to get back up. That I'm probably just gonna do what Dash did and just shut it down, which I don't want to do. That's the one that got banned by Jack Dorsey. And then when Elon bought Twitter, I got unbanned. And I wasn't even streaming then. I just shared something that was I thought was okay on Twitter because it was a retweet, and I got banned for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good job, Dorsey.
Yeah.
Never
I
liked
even
him.
have I even have one that was back when Twitter had the egg logo, but I can't remember how to access that one. That one there also has Lavistro on it, but there's nothing on it. It's like a dead channel. The dead account. Oh, okay. What look? You got me on Discord, Wade. So send me a DM of what you're looking for. I have many different versions of my logo, and the one you want, I can give. If you want the Dragon Psycho Dragon Studios logo, that's my picture for YouTube, and that one, I had to dig that one out because that's my game studio logo. I can send that one to you. If you want my VTuber figure, I can send that one to you. If you want the Lavistro Lance logo for not Lavistro, I can also send you that one as well. I got different types.
I need those.
Yeah.
Because I meant to put you on my
noticed.
thumbnail. I was slowly building it in the week leading up.
Yeah. When I got it, I spent 15 minutes to make my thumbnail. And you know what I did? I had the time to put you on there, Karrus. See?
Yeah.
But to be
do you
fair, I
want-
did ask for you to send me the copy, so all I had to do was just switch the logo pictures around.
Do you just, like, the next time I do that, because I'm probably going to keep that format, do you just want the Photoshop file? And like, the format of everything that I have? Because I can just send you that.
I put this on, I do it on Canvas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used to use Photoshop, but Photoshop said, we're now going to use all your art as AI thing, and while I am neutral on AI, I don't like my art being used without my permission.
Oh, this is CS5. This is the old version.
Okay.
I'm not on cloud.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, I don't have to see, I had the cloud, because it was cheaper that way. But yeah, so I all I did was had to do this. You can tell my work from his work, because his work has scaly, he has dash attack, he actually went through and put people's name on. I'm just saying, you if you don't know who these people are, you'll figure it out. But that's their logos. That's why I usually tell people, I need your logo so people can know who you are. So, but yeah, no, I do have a long version. Dash and Pouty isn't.
All right, sorry about that.
No, they're right back. They're back. Yeah, apparently I put the wrong one on.
Make
So
myself halfway.
What I'm trying to do is to help make the video keep people hooked in the thing is when I talk about the panics per decade before we go into the actual questions, does games cause X? If not, what really does? I have little jingle songs like that one that says a dragon in my pixels, a dragon in my Xbox, like it talks about each decade. Yeah, yes, I'm a dragon, but originally the original format, I linked the Prohibition with all that, so it was a dragon in my wagon, which came from an actual ragtime song about Prohibition.
Dragon in my wagon.
Yeah,
why is that song dirty? Something's wrong with me. I'm sorry.
Like you fell off your wagon. You're addicted to alcohol. Dragon in my wagon. So that's why I put that in there. It just sounded catchy because there was an actual song, but when I looked it up, it could get me pinged on YouTube, even though it was from the 1920s. So I used AI, and then I said, you know what? Since I'm using AI for this, I might as well use AI for every decade. So there's one for the 1920s. There's one for the 1940s with Pinball Panic. Then it goes into the
AI
70s.
is fun.
Yeah. So I had that's what I had that as. But then when I was like struggling to reduce the amount of words in my script, I made a 7 to 8 minute song that covered just the decades. And the reason I did is it forces me to summarize. And from summarizing, I can take things out. So now I actually have a tighter script, and I can get through the panics better. It's not just I'm just covering, making sure that the evidence is actually streamlined as well. So it's still going to be a long video, but it's not going to be 4 hours long. Thank God. that was like, oh no, I don't want to do 4 hours. I can't talk that long. But anyways, so I accidentally removed the wrong one. So share screen. We're going to talk about Ubisoft. I guess we'll start with that.
Ubisoft, what are they? What do they do?
They're
gonna
not
be a historical figure.
Well, let's just put it this way. Ubisoft
yeah.
has never been Ubi hard ever since they caved to the feminists and the woke agenda and all that stuff. No, that's not right wing. That's actually gamer, like anti-gamer. So if you want to talk gamer politics, there's gamer politics, and then there's politics. So anyways, Ubisoft CFO tells employees that the trading halt of stock is due to limit unnecessary speculation. Ubisoft's chief financial engineer, Frederic Duguay, told the staff in an internet email Ubisoft stock has been paused to limit the unnecessary speculation and market volatility during the short delay of reporting its first half earnings. The email says, I wanted to let you know we are all taking extra time to finalize the closing of the semester. As a result, we will publish our first half earnings results in the coming days instead of tonight. Due to legal regulations, we cannot share more information with you at this time to limit unnecessary speculation and market validity, blah, 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 blah. We have Euronext to suspend the trading of our stocks until the results are announced. We know this is likely to raise questions and drive media coverage. I encourage you all to listen to the conference call, which will be available in blah, 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 just at the results. So, yeah.
That's a very nice deflection.
Yeah, it is. That's corporations for you. So, I'm going to ask, y'all think Ubisoft is going bankrupt? And if so or not, give your reasons why.
I don't know if bankrupt is the word, but rather potential forced restructuring. And because they know optics, they very much rely on optics from public investors. They don't want to spook anyone. I don't remember who it was. It could have been Smash AT and the like who said this game, Assassin's Creed Shadows, likely would be the game that decides whether or not it's going to be around. And I think that's a fair assessment. A lot was riding on the success of that game.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it hasn't sold, and there's been a lot of squirming to try and make it seem like there has been a lot of terminology. Oh, there's this many players. We don't care how many sales. Oh, there's this much that. We don't care how many sales. We get everything but that. When the cups are being moved around so much to now this big old egg has dropped and just crashed, broken into a million pieces, it's not looking good behind the scenes. I bankrupt might not be the word, but definitely cutting of jobs, restructuring, purging of jobs.
And keep in mind this. And keep in mind, this isn't all from Assassin's Creed Shadows, though I'm sure that didn't help. Like, they were hurting well before this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's all remember that terrible Star Wars Outlaws.
Oh, yeah, we can remember it because it's in the intro of a DragonCast. They literally blamed us for its failure.
Did they do an MMO of Star Wars, like a Fortnite version?
I don't think so.
It was Star Wars Hunters. He's absolutely right.
Oh,
it was Star Wars Overwatch. That's what I called it.
Okay,
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I forgot. That's the one that never made it.
Yeah,
it was supposed to come to Steam, but it never made it.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking forward to it. I was legit gonna be like, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna give my thoughts on it because I'm like a former Star Wars fan.
Oh.
Nope, couldn't play it.
Oh no,
This
I
is how we
played
know
it to
Ubisoft
death. Would
watched-
you like to know?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Said I played that game to death. Would you like to know?
Do tell.
Oh goodness, you could see modern Star Wars all over that game because most of the characters were women. All of the women were ugly. The men all had their faces covered or they were aliens.
Oh, I also noticed like they tried to make a lot of the aliens look like minorities. Also,
They did.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite character was the Indian lady with the metal legs. I thought she was awesome.
I really wish they had they would let you play as that cool battle droid character. I think that you could have just made a game entirely about him, like a reprogrammed droid doing bounties. That is a Star Wars game waiting to be made.
Yes, I
K2SO
can't remember his
type
name.
game.
The droid Deca, the guy that rode around in the droid Deca, he was really cool.
Mhm.
I liked him a lot.
He actually rode a droidica. Wow.
He
Here's the thing,
reconfigured it into like a giant motorcycle kind of thing. He fired the guns and everything. Ugnaught, that's what he was. He was an Ugnaught.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Here's the thing I'm going to point out. Oh, bye, I guess.
Oh, so an
Karrus.
Ugnaught did
We
this,
lost
not the battle droid.
Yeah, I did not do
Yeah,
it.
the Ugnaught was in control.
But anyways, what I'm going to point out is now, Dash, you've done this. We talked about before, but Ubisoft is a union company, and ever since they unionized, a couple things has happened. Number one, there's an alleged SH scandal that got certain executives removed. Even Hypnotic talked about it recently in the past 2 months. And I made a big video on it saying that, yeah, when you actually consider French court cases, that's an alleged. It's not a legit. Okay, his computer crashed. Karrus just texted me. So
Rip.
the Informatics, Solarides Informatique, which is the union that runs the French side, right, of their unions, they are very political. And they have melty melts about Cabrutus, Rambo, and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
So it's hard to get a union dismantled once you have a union in your company. It's really hard. So my theory is, after all this stuff was going on, they didn't solve the crunch hours, and these people. Okay, let me just say my theory on the Ubisoft SH cases was people got felted about their pronouns. So they made a lot of stories and claims that there was no reports on. Like there was no HR report, nothing. There's like no evidence. And they still got convicted because that's how French courts work. You can go with no evidence. It's all based on the judge's determination because the judge is part of the investigation in French courts. So they had that happen. You had DDR, Dance Dance Revolution. I think it was Dance Dance Revolution 4 that came out recently, and not like recently, but in the past year or so. The last title was notorious with crunch time. Notorious. It had like the union did not help solve the crunch problem at Ubisoft at all. Then they're having failures after failures after failures. So we're like, okay, these people aren't helping us make money like they promised, and they're not addressing how to help our employees, work better. And the employees are like, okay, we're still dealing with crunch time. You just made the problem worse, and all you're talking about is politics in your union letters. Believe me, go look them up. Go look up my Ubisoft video that I did a couple months back. I highlight the videos. You can literally translate with Google English and read it, and it's not talking about games. It's talking about politics, feminists in game culture, minorities in games, and how the alt-right chuds this. That's all they're talking about. They don't talk about anything about the work culture of Ubisoft itself. That being said, they're paying for it. And Ubisoft stocks has been dropping for years, right? We've all been noticing that. I'm pretty sure, Karrus, even you know about that. I'm pretty sure if you and I just hash it out and just shut the shit, I'd actually find out you know more about certain things than I do because, well, you've been doing this for a while. Let's just put it that way. I'll just be honest. You've been doing this for a while. But I think while they're doing this, I think they're doing this as well without saying anything, is to kind of keep the genie in a bottle until it's time to let the genie out. That they're going to remove a lot of union workers. They're going to try to remove as much as they can and maybe even get the union removed as a whole if they can, which is going to be, like I said, it's impossible because I think everybody at Ubisoft is unionized now.
Well, aren't there union busting laws then in European countries? I'm don't really sure this, but I've been very open to saying that I think unions are an outdated thing.
Well, you'd be very very correct in your assessment about union busting laws, and there's also I knew about game unions because of me being in the game industry for as a freelancer, not as full-time grad, but I knew about game unions because people asked me if I was unionized, and I was like, no, that's how I got my jobs, like my freelancing gigs, is I wasn't unionized, and there's a court case. All right, I don't have it on me, but there's a court case you can look up where the Supreme Court said you can't make union members pay their fees or something like that. It was something around that lines.
Really?
Which, yeah, it was interesting, and I had to find that article again. But if the Supreme Court is telling the unions you can't make union people join your union, right? You can't enforce fees or something the way they were talking about.
They sure did when I worked at Disneyland. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This was back in I want to say 2017, 2018 when I read the article. I'm not 100% sure, but I knew it was when the unions were rising around. Everyone was starting to unionize. Like Gamers of the World Unite, Game Developers of the World Unite, or something like that. And I read that article, and it's like, oh, wow, we are going to be unionized in about 10 years. And we are. But anyways, I digress. But so yeah, I'm my point is like it's losing power. But as far as when you said union busting, this is from the game developer. Rockstar staff demand the company reverse alleged union busting, reinstate fired workers. Over 200 Rockstar staffers signed letters to management demanding 31 employees fired on November 2nd to be reinstated. This is where I think Ubisoft is going.
Very likely.
Mm-hmm.
You really think they're going to bust their own union?
Ubisoft doesn't. The Solarity's Informatique is not Ubisoft's own union. It's the union Ubisoft recognized. They existed in 2011, and Ubisoft recognized them in 2018. That's when we start seeing more females in Assassin's Creed. Like they had some, but it wasn't like very prominent. It was seen as bending the knee. Now it's just the thing. That's when we started seeing the whole Ubisoft going fully woke. Because you got to remember during Gamergate, and when that whole when we were doing back when we were still arguing it's about ethics and journalism, and they were starting to do sexism in gaming before the woke came out, and started changing things. Ubisoft was very neutral. They did have some things here and there, but they were not like this. And I tell people, it's like Ubisoft of all companies, when you want to say sexism in gaming and you look at Ubisoft's history, one of the first 8 employees, they were support roles, but one of the first 8 employees, at least 3 of them were women of the original 8. One of them was important. It was a key important figure they entrusted to expand their operations in U.S. and Canada. I forget her name, but it's in my video. But she's literally the one that helped them get the Tom Clancy studio. I forget the actual name of that studio. Open up all the things. She's still there, and she's now like the VP of marketing, DEI. Like they merged all their titles all together. So it used to be this other lady that was an Uber lady. Like she worked for Uber as DEI, and before that she was a journalist. Go figure. But now it's one of the original ladies. She just took over that whole entire department. But Ubisoft was very women friendly. They would credit the women who worked for their companies and stuff like that. They didn't like focus strictly on women. It was just they had more. What's the right word? Female hires, I should say, over time. And I'm not saying
There was a slant.
It was a slant, yes. And it wasn't like, I'm not saying like it was like it was on purpose or like these women caused this problem with Ubisoft. It was still a meritocracy up until 2009 when they started focusing on pirating of their software and had Uplay. But that right there, that corporate greed, is what led to this, which is, I don't even have that in here. I thought I had it in the right place. Go figure. I just saw that it's not in the right one. Okay, here we go. Here we are. So I had 2 of these same tabs open. Yeah, so here's the game developer saying the union busting. So I think this is where they're going. Anyone can feel free to tell me I'm wrong on that one or what they think. Because they're reading about
220 letters. So what, they demanded their jobs back?
They demanded to reinstate. They're freaking out.
Oh no,
Wait,
they
can
demanded
they do
the
that?
31 employees fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, what the hell? What world do I live in where fired employees can be reinstated because we threw a big enough shit fit? Excuse me.
No. 220 union letters were written to and signed by Rockstar staff, delivered to the management last week, demanding that the 31 employees that were fired be reinstated.
Oh, that part. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, so there's 31. You know what this means? They come in there like, oh, wait, unions will make it hard for me to get fired. Oh, shit. They fired 31 people. We need to get them back in so that way we keep the narrative. We can't be fired.
but you can totally be fired for gross misconduct. And yeah, it's totally vague, but every company has that. At least all the ones
Yeah.
I've worked for.
Mm-hmm. There were people that got fired at unions for violating OSHA. I mean, it can happen. You can get fired from being in a union, but the unions here, the what I'm noticing a pattern on, and it's like my personal theory is it's like the buyer's remorse for game development. They allow the unions to happen, and the employees that actually work, like the actual working ones, are regretting it because all they wanted was the crunch culture to stop. They wanted to be able to have some sleep. They wanted to be able to, go home to their family at the end of the day. I have no problems with that. I actually believe that yes, if you're passionate about the game, obviously you're gonna work long hours, but you're not gonna work long hours day in and day out, unless you're a workaholic or something. You can't expect everyone to do that, right? I mean, except for that.
Yeah, and everyone doesn't do it. I mean, I think they're punishing the people who enjoy their work. I get workaholic sometimes over things I like doing.
Mm-hmm. Tomby does too. Tomby gets laser focused on his coding. I've seen that. But I
what
think
it sounds like is, sorry.
Go ahead.
What it sounds like is Ubisoft wants the right to be able to do crunch when they feel it's necessary. And they can use the excuse of, well, this is only for the short term. That's bullshit. I recall specifically reading an article in Game Informer from LA Noire back in 2011 that there were a lot of reported complaints about crunch, like 100-hour work weeks worth of crunch for a developer to get that game going the way it does. And having played a good portion of that game, kind of makes sense. When you're spread thin, to quote Bilbo, like you're butter on too much toast, your quality is just going to dramatically drop. And there was something about that game that it's like all the pieces were there, but all the nuts and bolts were loose. Like the entire car was built, but it's just like every little bit about it is janky in some way. Things are loose. And even before hearing about the story of the crunch with LA Noire, my brain could just see it. There were things that just didn't fire properly, little things jank here and there. But like as a whole, the game was complete, but it just, I couldn't put my finger on it. And then I read that article and it's like, that's it. It makes sense. Everyone was exhausted on that game. And they just pushed it out and then tried to fix it later. Ubisoft wants the ability to do that when they see it's necessary because the investors make a demand. The investors decide when the game is released. Wrong. That is designed by committee. You're not making a game. You're making a can of Coke. Say goodbye to the quality. Like, that's unfortunately the way it is with Ubisoft being a big... They're an investor-run company. They want to release a product. They don't want to release a game. They want to sell a game, but they're not going to release a game. And crunch, indie developers do crunch when they want to, but they don't typically do that. They do something until they're absolutely happy with it. Same with a bunch of other developers. That doesn't exist with companies like Ubisoft, with EA, with DICE.
That's why they release soulless garbage nowadays.
Well, to be fair, Ubisoft before was a formal corporation, because the corporation part came in the mid to late 2000s. I can't remember the exact time frame, but they had it even in their early days, like during the era of Rayman in the 2D cycles. They've actually had crunch culture, but it wasn't like what it became. It was okay. We had this milestone to complete. Who wants to stay by and we'll buy you pizza? That was back. That was back in the day when the company actually cared about its employees. Yves Guillemot, I don't know if he was the same Yves Guillemot from the 80s, but he clearly ran that company to the ground because he got greedy. Because you got to remember, once they started focusing on the piracy software in 2009, we had some good titles still, because the people there were hoping it would smooth out. They were hoping to ride the storm. But over time, the crunch culture got worse and worse. That it was just slave culture, literally at Ubisoft. So that's why I don't hate the devs too much. I sympathize with them. I just don't like the new generation because they aren't there to make a game. They're there to be a political soapbox. That's why I always say Lavistro Mo, because he's like he didn't exactly say this, but he's the CEO. He never said anything against it. To quote one of his executives, or paraphrase, I should say, Lavistro Mo better start getting used to not owning his own company.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's my line on that one. But so I do believe that we're going to see a lot of quote unquote union busting accusations coming up because they did what they did a lot of firings of a lot of these companies, a lot of studio closures. Now it's going to hurt. Now it's going to be like, oh shit, we're going to lose our jobs. The union ain't going to matter. We're losing our jobs. So
we have effed around, and now we shall find out.
Yeah, it's going to. Once they remove enough of the dead weight that they could just get away with, now the employees are going to start saying, "Okay, here's what I'm going to say: if you want to survive the union purge or union busting, whatever you want to call it, you want to survive that. I'm going to give you a pro tip here. How good are you? How often are you a headache with management? How often are you going to HR about that white boy John mispronounced your pronouns as they, them, and he called you she?
How often are you emailing somebody about microaggressions?
How often are you talking about sexism in gaming and being a political soapbox, as opposed to how many lines of code are you doing? If you do more lines of code and you're almost invisible to the company with a lot of work, I guarantee you, in a company that is trying to make money, they're going to say, okay, he's got all these projects that he's already done ahead of. He's done all this shit. We're keeping him because he's saving us money. He's making us money. That's the truth at the end of the day. When the company is hurting, it's not, do I like you? It's not, does the color of your skin make me look good? It's, does your product, does your production hours actually make us money?
Yeah. Who's producing versus who's a liability?
And let me tell you, when I was in college, a lot of these people were saying, I want to make video games. Like when we did the introduction to 101, where you introduce yourself to your fellow classmates at the beginning of each semester, it was always the same. I want to change the world. I want to make money. Okay, cool. All right, the money part's fair, but this is an art. Yeah, it's computer science, it's coding, but this is an art. You're imitating life. That's literally what you're doing in a video game. There was very few people that was out there saying, I want to make a game that I love this game and I want to make the same game but better. I rarely heard that. Me, when people ask me, okay, Lavistro, why are you in this class? Honestly, I've always wanted to make a video game. I want to make at least one video game in my lifetime. That's it. Like that was my answer. I just wanted to make a video game. I had a passion. I would have done anything to make a video game. I didn't have to do AAA. It didn't have to be indie. I just want to be contributing to a video game and tell my kids when they play a game, I made that game. I helped make that game. That's all I wanted. That was my passion. I mean, I love video games, obviously, but
liar.
Oh, I don't love video games. I'm just using this because I want my 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, but that's what it's about, making the game for the love of it. That's what we're forgetting nowadays, I think. These people are just literally just making soapboxes. It's not even a product anymore because they're not trying to make money. They don't care if they make money.
Well, see, the corpos see it as a product. Like the developers they hire see it as some way of inducing social change or some bullshit like that. And so, like, the games become pretentious a little bit. They sanitize them. They make them too safe. Like it doesn't have that creative passion you saw in the 90s or 2000s.
Mm-hmm. And another thing to point out that you're mostly on the money, but we gotta also factor in the people who actually do care about games. Some of them are still there, ducking their heads, and some of them are not. All right, but it's HR. It's another thing. It's not who you know. It's not what you know, and it's not who you know. You put your application in, it gets filtered by the computer. So if you have all the right check boxes, the computer sees that, and it gets filtered out to HR, and they do the final filtering. So if it looks good, and you can make your, that's another thing people don't realize. People fluff their resumes because you're
Sure
competing
do.
with everybody. Like when I write about mine, here's an example. I was coached, instead of saying I worked on top secret equipment, blah blah blah. Say instead I was entrusted with the care, maintaining, and training of soldiers with $16.5 billion or $1 million equipment, taxpayer equipment. That sounds nicer. It sounds like I dealt with something. I had a lot of trust in with expensive equipment, and I was effectively training soldiers. I just described my job requirement. I didn't actually describe if I was a good soldier or not, or good at it. I mean, fairly, I was. I was really good at my job, but I was also injured, so I couldn't get promoted. I was stagnated. So when you're injured, you can't get promoted unless you reach certain other standards. Like I couldn't. I was on what they call a dead man's profile, so I could not do PT. So I couldn't do PT for everyone else. I still maintained my weight standards and everything else. I wasn't a fatty, but yeah, when you can't lead PT and you're also a liability for deployment, you're not going to get promoted. So, but yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to see a lot of ball busting, but like I said before as well, or been saying with corporations, these corporations are about 40 years old, so they're about past their life expectancy according to economic experts, let's just say. So the double A's are going to be the Pal World is going to be the new Pokemon. It literally is going to be the new Pokemon. You're going to have Jump Space and other companies that are double A standards, and even indie. Like we'll probably see Phasmophobia being on the company that makes Phasmophobia, Kinetic Games. All these newer indie titles, right? Might take over time, but that's what you need to understand. Activision wasn't Activision, or Blizzard wasn't Blizzard what we know it today. Back when it first started, it slowly built up that time period. It slowly built its technology and recycled its technology. So what we're seeing is the new generation. We've seen new generation consoles, but we're now seeing new generation development. People who actually give a shit. They're like, I don't want corporate suits dictating my style. So they go indie.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing.
Lavistro, I put a comment in the private chat of something that kind of fits along this. It was a comment that I saw on Twitter in regards to Blops 6 is what I'm calling it. And when I hear this phrase related to a game developer being too big to fail, or a game being too big to fail, that just flips code in my head that says this is not a video game. This is a service.
Yeah, here's the funny thing about saying that. The Titanic was the shit that God couldn't sink. And to say the Titanic was a success because it had lifeboats is about as moronic as it gets. And those both are actual quotes. The Titanic was advertised as the shit that God couldn't sink. And if you're a Christian, you can imagine God saying, "Oh yeah, challenge accepted."
Yeah.
And the one about the lifeboats was McCarthy, not the McCarthyism McCarthy. There's another Senator McCarthy where he talked about saying the Titanic was success is because it had lifeboats. He was talking about the failures of some issues in our government. He was there was two McCarthys in during the era of McCarthyism. One was more of classic liberal, trying to reason with people, and the other one was more of I'm going on witch hunts inquisitions for communists. So take that what you will. I'm not condoning or condemning each one. I'm just saying that was where the quote comes from. But yeah. So yeah, a lot of people say these things are too big to fail, but when they say that, we start seeing it's like that magic word. Once they start saying too big to fail, they start falling. Okay, Patty. All right. So Patty's got to go. So
Yep, Pouty's cold is kicking her butt, so I'm gonna go get some soup and some tea and put myself to bed with my
Yeah.
kid in a
Oh,
little
feel
bit.
better. Definitely feel better, and I hope your child feels better as well.
no. Yeah,
Thank
you're a
you.
real champ for coming in, even though you're sick. So, like I said, you could always does this and that. But since you got to go, we still want to judge you harshly for your game recognition. Do you have the
Go
game
for
you
it.
want to? You had the game you want to share, or do you have the link and I can share it for you and you can tell us about it?
Yeah, I've got the link. I'll put it in the private chat right now.
Okay, go ahead and do that, and we'll talk about that real quick and slowly judge Pouty. Watch you be like, oh, this is a great game. We find out it's made by Sweet Baby Inc.
No.
I'll be like, it's because you're black, right? That's why you voted for it.
You know what's funny? I got a Kim Bel-Air comparison in my stream yesterday just because I have Bowser in the beginning of my opening.
No, damn.
Oh, that's like people don't understand. That's like the N word for the gaming community. You do not compare a woman to Kim Belair. You just
No,
don't.
damn.
No, you
Or
don't.
Anita
Like,
Sarkeesian.
not
That's like
having
the
Compared
N
to
word.
Anita.
Oh, Sandland. Okay, yeah. Tell us about it. I mean, I know what it is, but let's go. Why do you find this interesting?
Because I started reading the first few chapters of the manga with my son and completely fell in love with it. Plus, I'm huge into Toriyama games. Like, I love all the Dragon Quest games. I'm not very good at Dragon Ball Z games, but I do my best. You know, fighting games aren't my strong point. But this game gets my attention just looking at the trailers. I love the manga style and how beautiful all the graphics are, just in its own way. Like, it's not hyper realism, but this game doesn't need that. And plus, it's like Mad Max and demons in the desert. Come on.
I will say that blonde chick almost looks like Android. Oh,
17. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, right. She's Android 17 with my hair. I like it.
Let me
Dreadlock.
see. Oh, yeah, though the Sandland. Yeah, I think I did get this game. I haven't played it yet, but
Oh, Lavistro, you were in the game now. There was
Yeah.
dragons
Purple
there.
dragon, right there.
Yeah.
yeah, purple.
I didn't want to.
BBJ
I didn't want
with
to
a
let people
tank.
know that. I wanted people to
It's
discover
very
that for themselves.
Toriyama. It's like it looks very, very Toriyama.
I will say that doing a mocap as a dragon was a bitch. We had to do 15 fittings because they don't know how to do it for dragons. So yeah, this is awesome. And get DLC.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I'm
and
just a loner
Toriyama even
still.
created a new arc for this game. He created a new arc for this game.
Fun fact for everyone: you might want to read EULAs. You know, we'll do that real quick. We'll do that real quick. See what we're buying because I like doing this. And we're not gonna read the whole thing. I'm just looking for one specific thing.
Are you
Are you
buying
gonna play
anything?
the
Be
South
like that
Park
one
clip?
South Park. Look, we just said. I was about to say the same thing that South Park clip.
Yeah, Lavistro loves that clip. We plays it a lot.
Oh, you want that clip? Okay.
Are you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
Okay, so what I'm looking for is this became a popular thing after Ubisoft lawsuit about owning games. But when you sign EULAs now, they actually have a clause in here that I'm trying to see if I can skim read it because I know you're sick and you go to bed. That
Can you, like,
says
word
you
search?
agree that you don't own your game, that you will like even Oblivion Remastered says it contradicts us. You will not mod it, but you can mod it. it's like one of those weird things. But I don't see on here from a quick skim. But that's one thing I always tell people: like you could just do it this way. Let me see if I can do it this way.
Can you like Control F type own?
Yeah,
Relinquish
that's what I'm trying to do.
ownership.
It's not letting me. Probably because I'm sharing the screen. It's there. It is. Here we go. This agreement confers no title or ownership to the game
Wow,
or
right
copy
there.
thereof. You do not own your game. When you play this game, when you click accept on terms and conditions, you agree you do not own this game. So that money you paid, $59, we'll say, you don't own it. I'm not saying don't buy it. I'm just saying just because we were able to see that. I was like, oh yeah, that's what I literally do when I see EULAs. That's why certain games may or may not go on my wish list. But yeah, that's the fun part. But thank you again, Patty, for coming. I'm sorry you're sick.
Hey, thank you for having me, even with the sickness. Let's get
Oh
down
yeah,
with
no, the problem. It's great we were finally able to do this. The link that I sent you is a permanent link to the DragonCast. I will be working on making sure your channel gets listed on Cyber Dragon tonight or tomorrow. But before you go, why don't you go ahead and tell people again where they can find you and what you got going on next week?
Sure. Yes. Hi again. Oh, 1 second. Let me. Sweetheart. Sorry, my kid's decided he wants to throw things for a second.
Throw them back.
Hey. Yes, hi, my name is PiranhaPout, or just Pouty for short. I'm a noob streamer, decent video gamer, but where I really shine is design, artwork, and animations, all of which can be found on my X at Piranha_Pout. I do some pretty nice artwork there, if I do say so myself. And yeah, game streams Friday afternoons, random late nights, and I may start streaming just to chat about things, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, be sure to check me out when I'm on with either Sammy, Stupenzo, Zax, Sergeant Giratina, and of course our dear Lavistro here. And stay tuned for those horror game streams because they are coming. I will cry, but they're coming. Thanks again for having me on tonight, Lavistro. Always pleased to be here.
All right, no problem, Patty. You're welcome anytime. Just let me know if you want to come on, so that way I can add your icon to the thumbnails. So if you ever want to come on and chill out, you're more than welcome. Take care of your kid.
Will do. Nice seeing you again, Karrus, Dashy.
And
I'll
don't
catch
fall
up with you guys
asleep on
later.
stream.
Yeah, I won't fall asleep on stream again.
I clipped that. I still had that clip.
You did not.
Yeah, I do. That's if you think I'm lying, that's on you. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I have it.
Hey,
I
use
keep
it
my
for-
phone in until you pass
for-
out and wake
clip
up.
here,
I was like,
it's great.
and clipped. I couldn't resist.
Hey, that's great. It'll make a good intro clip one day.
Mhm.
All right,
right.
good night, guys. I'll see you later.
See you, Pouty.
Mhm. All right. So that being said, I know Dash Tech is really eager about this. So I actually have, but I didn't have the full info on it.
Okay, yeah. So I'll fill you in. So
Hold on. I want to make sure I don't have it. Yeah, okay. I do not have. I thought I did have it. I just had the trailer.
well,
Yeah.
I've been tweeting about it a lot. So
Yeah, you want to take the realms? You can go ahead.
yeah. So there are several clips we can pick. But
You get the.
so
you
there
get
is
the
a
realms.
there is a NPC guy which people are calling like saying he's like walking yellow paint. He's like written like a Josh Whedon Marvel character, and he's like a tutorial NPC that you have to escort around at the beginning of the game, and nobody knows if he actually dies or not.
Okay, everybody knows Dash is taking the realm, so oh, let me add to stage. Oh, that's why. Add the stage. There we go.
Oh, whoa!
Remember,
You are sneaky quiet.
you take
know
the
that?
realm stage. I hate Sebastian.
Oh, whoa! You are sneaky quiet. You know that? You're alone on a planet. No hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so. Win? Oh!
Yeah.
What is this?
Wait, this is Metroid Prime 4.
This the cutscene?
Yes.
I-
In Metroid Prime 4. You have to
Visually, it
babysit
looks
this-
good. No, this guy's getting a ice cannon to the skull.
Everyone hates him, but because everyone hates him, people have to defend him because you can't bash Nintendo.
Yes, we can. Oh.
Yeah.
So, are they doing the ank? Because apparently, I never played 3.
You never played
and
Metroid Prime?
Oh, I played 1 and 2. I remember 1 more, but I didn't play 3. I heard 3 was basically Samus became an angsty teen, and was.
Oh no,
annoying as fuck.
that's Other M. That's Other M. I haven't played that.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, 3, like there was some talking, there were some rival bounty hunters that get corrupted by the corruption, like the Phazon. So like you have to kill them in the game, spoiler. Because like, they're corrupted. Well, you have to manage your own corruption in the game. Like there's this whole corruption system. And then you fight Dark Samus at the end, and she's like super powerful from Prime 2. You just fight Dark Samus again.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go Metroid.
So instead of doing the annoying Samus, they're doing the annoying yellow paint
NPC,
splatter.
yeah.
Yeah.
And people are saying, "Oh, look, Metroid has had NPCs before, but none of them were Reddit."
Yeah.
Look at this. Like, here's a defender. Samus is defending the annoying NPC.
I'll take Navi. Navi had like 3, maybe 4 words.
Navi's iconic. Like, people were only pretended to hate Navi.
What are you talking about? I actually drew fan art of Link with a fly swatter.
Oh yeah, he also like tells you like, hey Samus, maybe you should use those missiles on this thing.
Oh gee, you think? I'm gonna use the missiles on you.
Wow, this artifact looks kind of strange. Do you think it leads somewhere?
Okay, I'm looking up a video here. There was a video years ago where I think the CEO or the project manager of Metroid came out and said, Metroid 4 is not fucking ready. We're restarting from scratch and we're going to make it the best game. This is what they came out with? If that's the case?
I don't want to play Metroid anymore.
Here we go.
Oh! I think it's working. What was that?
That was the sound of your doom.
That did not sound friendly. Okay, I got it. Oh, no.
Oh, and he's an incompetent
he's
male
right,
too
he
at
is
the
Jar
same
Jar
time.
Binks.
Oh, no, too many of them. If you really want to shoot something, maybe try that piston.
If you really want to shoot something, shoot me.
So they played it for you. It was frustrating for me, but one of the things I love is figuring out what I'm supposed to do.
We're
No, that's okay. He'll tell you what to do.
okay.
I don't want to be
He'll
told
tell
what to do.
Samus Aran what to do.
Coming down.
That's just sexist. Not only is he a competent male, but he's a competent male who's telling a woman what to do, a strong, independent woman.
No hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so...
Why does he look like
Directed
an
by James
incel?
Gunn, written by Joss Whedon.
Why the fuck is he... Do you see that he's got glasses on? Why the fuck does he have
What
to look like an
world
incel?
is this? What world is this where
Well,
spectacles...
there is outrage. There is...
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a test, and that
So,
they're going to
where
nerf this
to?
shit.
You might be a good idea.
Devion
So,
made an observation that he wears a yellow suit, almost like yellow paint, and even on scanner he comes up as yellow.
where to? You
'Cause
might be a good
yellow
idea
is-
to check the map and
yellow
get our
is a
bearings.
social color.
Cowardice.
So, where
Oh,
to?
no.
You might be a good idea to check the map and get our bearings.
There was some study years ago that yellow is a form of some sort of communicative color to translate information, whether it be like, DeWalt tools being yellow to convey quality, or I think it was red was decided as was a color of appetite, and so it's put on a lot of foods.
And
so
passion. That's
for
called
some
color
reason,
theory. That's actually
Yeah,
a
so
very
see,
real
look,
thing.
D-Man says, guys, I just realized the dorky dude in Metroid Prime 4 is wearing yellow. He's walking. Now, apparently, you're supposed to rescue other Federation troops that are stranded on this planet. So there's going to be other characters in the game. And hopefully, this guy dies and we never have to see him. But I don't think we're that lucky. This is just a very bad first impression because it just seems very anti-Metroid. And like people were saying, Dread had dialogue, 3 had dialogue, but none of it was Reddit. That's the problem. This character is very Reddit, Marvel, Whedon-esque.
Who wrote this game?
Some guy with pronouns in his bio.
Here's what I'm going to say, Nintendo.
Kidding.
I'm not going to kid myself and believe that you watch my videos, but in case you do, the person who came up with that character or who's overseeing this game should be fired immediately. Like the next day you clock into work because it's Saturday, you should be telling them in the first hour, within the first minute, within the first second, pack your bags, you're gone.
I mean, I know Nintendo and Retro Studios have such a good history and relationship with each other, but it's like there was no oversight with the brand or what a Metroid game is even supposed to be. Because people are saying, it's Retro Studios, but people forget, people leave the studios. It's been 18 years.
Mm-hmm. One of the requirements, especially with games being prominent like this, right? When you have a very well-beloved IP, is they should start making a requirement now that you know the lore of their franchises.
It's not even just a lore. It's not like it's a lore break. It's a tone break.
Yeah, it is. But that's what I'm saying. You need to understand the lore. You need to fully understand. Like, for example, back in the day when actors were playing characters, they didn't know a character. They would research the character. This is why Henry Cavill was a good Geralt of because he was literally the Witcher. He read and studied the books. He played the games, all that stuff.
Hey, Karrus, look at this.
Wow.
Hey, I will take his character in the game because at least I understand Cooper.
Sheldon?
Yeah, I understand Dr. Cooper and his tism, so I can I can bleed it out.
I have a love
tone it out.
Dan Sheldon, but at the same time he always comes across superior to everybody. And I understand that part of his nature, but it's the way they portray it. So like his mom.
Hey, look,
everyone's
a real Dark Souls fan would accept 2D platform areas. A real Dead Space fan would accept dating sim chapters. A real F-Zero fan would accept slow races. A real GTA fan would accept turn-based combat. A real Metroid fan would accept the cinematic focus and quippy sidekick.
Yeah, I'm not accepting shit. One of my favorite things about Samus isn't the whole, even though she was a hot character, it was the whole I work alone.
Go up, scroll up to where Alex Fan says, what does that say? Characters that notoriously ruin it. Fuck your dog's goldfish. Alex Vance didn't ruin jack shit.
No, all these.
Unless
Johnston
he's being hyperbolic.
and Alex are very popular. I know people complain about this dude, but I honestly don't even remember him from Eternal. I don't even remember who this guy is.
Yeah.
I
hope he's being hyperbolic. I hope he's being hyperbolic.
No, but I've also noticed people try to be like people like one thing we're starting to notice, and we've been noticing it this past year almost. Back when Gamergate happened, we had people that came into our spaces because we were against the woke and the left. No, we have people in our spheres that are also leftists. What we were against was politics and gaming. And they learned that the hard way. So there are people out there that try to say they're gamers. So they go and Google and think because of AI, it makes it even easier to do this now.
Oh my God! You know,
They
from
ask
this
for other
angle,
sidekicks.
he looks like John Oliver.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Oi, Samus, it's the current year. Can you help me? Off the ship.
I always thought Samus, the lack of audio was more about the game was showing, never telling.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
a key part of Metroid, and that's why I
Mhm.
didn't really get into Metroid Prime as a kid, because as a child, I didn't really get that form of storytelling. But now, after seeing tons of horror movies and stuff, I dig it.
Yeah. Samus was big. Metroid and Samus was big on
Yeah, Metroid,
visual storytelling.
along with Fire Emblem, is one of their big boy franchises.
Yeah.
For older, so it's more of a it's less childish than Mario, much like
It's
Fire
a
Emblem
show,
series.
not tell. That's the people don't understand. Even going back to even the SNES version, it was show, visual storytelling. You got the lore from the visuals. You could read the dialogue, but the dialogue didn't tell you much. It was the visuals that told you a lot more about what Samus was, what she was doing, her purpose in the game. And you had to even Link did a cross version of that. So you had the narrative storytelling, but you also had the visual storytelling. It was RPGs usually do a visual storytelling with narrative storytelling because it's hard. It needs to show the story. You need to tell the story to understand the RPG.
This guy's been on forever. I've seen him on Twitter since as long as I've been coming on. He says and it's funny because he's an F-Zero fan, so he'll know about dormant franchises. So if a series is dormant, I'm not supposed to have standards. Fuck that.
If I remember correctly, Scaly, I do believe that was the Nintendo of America and the Pokemon Company. I don't know if Nintendo of Japan does. I'm not defending them yet.
Unfortunately, a lot of Japanese companies have jumped fully on board with the DEI ESG stuff. So either through recommendation from their Western partners or just from corporate propaganda that's circulating in Japan.
Yeah, and I haven't been able to verify this yet, but I have heard of some rumors or some reports are coming out that some of them are actually kicking them out.
Well, there's a political movement. You have a new prime minister that's hostile to this stuff. And so a bunch of corporations are backing out. You saw Square Enix pretty much eviscerate their English branches.
But I also think it's because people don't realize, while America is a capitalist system, when you add that to the way of Bushido, which is what the Japanese companies use in their practices as well, they are extremely capitalist. If you fail to make money, you might as well commit hidekai, business-wise. You are gone.
Black Stage makes a great point that you haven't. That these are modernized quibs, and that Metroid Fusion was a complete masterclass of how silence makes, and it is honestly I was really looking forward to this game. I was even open to even giving Other M a try at some point because I have a Wii, why not? But this even I'm have reservations because this is such a departure from standard Metroid.
Yeah, we had to see it, how it played. What we're judging it on. I will be fair. I'm not defending much. Just saying, we'll be fair. We will have to wait and see. But even me, who hasn't been playing Metroid as religiously like you, Dash, I'm going to say this is one thing that I'm going to wait and see on because we're only given a little bit, not much.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see, wait for the reviews to come out. But it's funny, even some gaming outlets are slamming and saying this guy's annoying, and there are supposedly other characters that you meet along the way, and it does look like there are a lot of I do think we need to wait, but it's no longer a day one buy for me.
Is no longer a day one buy. He says, "You heard him. You heard Dash. He is no longer a true Metroid fan. He will no longer not ask questions and consume product. He will ask questions and not consume product. He is not a real fan.
Welcome to the realm of deprofessionalism.
Yeah, pretty much. But
We're
anyways,
growing.
so did y'all remember when Japan pissed off a lot of people because they said you had to have permission to use their products in charities?
A little bit, yeah.
I
Well,
see they
apparently-
reversed.
Yeah, they reversed it. This is from Bounty in the Comics. I found this out last night when I was sitting there waiting for Halo to install a multiplayer map that took 4 hours because it was installed and we were like, okay, let's get it ready to go. And it was reinstalling it by the time I was in the multiplayer lobby.
Oh yeah, man, that you had such bad luck last night.
Oh, I know. I was like, this makes me look even like I was so pissed off.
I
But
would be
apparently-
too.
I was about ready to throw my monitor.
Glad you didn't.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad I
would've
did
had
too. I was
problems
like,
with
I was like,
me.
I can't afford a $500 monitor. I'm trying to save up for a graphics card upgrade. Yeah, my monitors cost me $500. But anyway, so
They can, yeah.
and this is one that slides around because like my first one I was still doing game design, so I love it. You can slide it sideways, so it has the cell phone ratio, tablet ratio. So that's why I had it. But I've got another one because like I'm probably still going to do some game design here on the site here and there. That's probably not ever going to happen. But I do want to make an RPG Maker game of my own, just once. I'm not gonna
Is
use
is that like Galaxy 2, I guess, or possibly 1? Because that's when I almost thought it might have been the Captain Toad game.
It might be Captain Toad, but basically, I'm just putting it out here as a highlight because I don't want to read the whole thing. Because the thing I love Bounty the comics, but when it comes to actually reading it, it's lengthy.
Well,
So it's
it's kind of like the opposite of when Trent was in charge, where like now like they actually do like lengthy articles filled with detail instead of hyperbolic preaching.
Oh yeah, no, that I don't read anything by Trent. No, actually, I should say it's rare because Trent does write for Parks Place every now and then, and occasionally I will read those.
I
articles.
think he's been like quietly pushed out of Park Place, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
I don't think Valiant's like publicly like disassociated with Trent.
Yeah, they're not going to. I mean, to be professional, you wouldn't do that unless he was such a controversy. It actually hurts you not to say anything.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, but this is also a reason why I don't have Fandom Pulse in my articles, and I rarely ever I don't think I only used Kotaku once.
Oh,
but that was only to prove a point.
Kingdom Come Deliverance passed 4 million copies, and they were complaining about it recently. Why didn't our lies work?
But here's the funny thing I'm going to say about Trent, even though we're trying to focus on this, is in Phantom Pulse, it's like no one really reads them. Like some people do it, they're more on the political side. Like they'll use it as a source because it validates their feelings or it validates their political views.
But no, like real gamers, like real nerds, like they see like these guys are outsiders.
Yeah, which is why when I watch Clown, like for example, I'm not trying to throw Clownfish under shade. I still consider him a valuable source. But when
there's a difference because like even when Neon is wrong, it's just his opinion.
Yeah, and he'll make that. He'll use Phantom Pulse to help support his opinion. But when I get that, it's like, okay, this is an opinion video. This is not. We're gonna read and discuss the facts of the situation of the topic. I'm like, okay, that's not for me. Like more power for the people that watch it. Like I got my own opinions. Karrus, you got yours. Dash has his.
Yeah, like Neon's opinion. Like his opinion is that Square Enix, like just after Final Fantasy X, like just sucked, and that there was nothing good coming out of them. Like when really there are tons of great like Square Enix games, like turn-based too. Like and even good games they make today that like Neon probably hasn't even heard of.
I think this is not the one I was wanting to use because this is not pointing the key point I wanted to cover. So I think I accidentally shut down the wrong one. But that just means that we get to poke fun at Nintendo to replicate
Again.
the Nintendo arc.
Yeah, it's just I hate because I really do like Nintendo, and like it's just they've really like done so much damage to their reputation this year. It's like since the Switch 2 announcement, it's just nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were expecting people to just bow down, give them a blowy,
Yeah,
lick
that's
them,
not happening.
No, because Nintendo is in like either gamers are a different mindset, Nintendo's a different mindset. Something didn't gel with the
Well,
response.
it's just that I guess like they figured like because the other two companies like are really sucking right now that they have this grip hold on the market and that people would just pay them. Well, no, you actually have to make your customers and your fans happy, Nintendo. You have to actually support
you're
them
not a broom
like we
company. We're
support
not
you.
buying brooms. We're buying products. We're buying games. We're buying art. You can't just put a triangle on a canvas and say, you're going to pay $500 for this. I'm just going to laugh at you. But if you draw the Mona Lisa,
I'm actually really
I'll
glad.
probably pay $500 for that.
I'm actually really glad that my GameStop ran out of the Mario Kart bundles so I could like save some money on my Switch 2. I'm glad I didn't get the Mario Kart bundle. That was a really dumb thing putting it at $80, but having it be $50, like the game's probably worth only $50. That's probably the game's actual worth is $50.
That's if it's a physical copy. I
yeah, that's right. It's a digital copy. You only get a digital copy with the you don't even get a physical copy with the bundle.
I don't like. Yes, obviously I buy Steam games, obviously, and they're about $60 to $80 depending. But I usually go with the Steam sales. And the reason being is I will pay half price for a digital copy. You want me to buy the physical copy? I said this before. I want a physical copy. I want the whole 9 yards. I want the 7 discs, the cartridge, whatever the case may be. You want me to pay $100 or more? You better add something to the pot, like a statue, a limited collector edition item, something that makes it worth me buying.
I got a negative Nintendo story. I'll make it real quick. So the Corpse Party games were going to get a physical launch in the West as they have like a collection.
I almost covered it. Go ahead. You go ahead and talk about it. I almost covered it.
Yeah, so like I was looking into possibly like seeing if I could get import the physical copy because it has Japanese, it has English on the Japanese version. It has English built in, but apparently like because the shipping costs would have been too high, I saw that the almost all the games that are part of that collection are already on Steam and they were on sale right now. So I just scooped up the entire series and said, fuck Nintendo.
So anyways, because I want to move on from Nintendo. I know we could talk about Nintendo's for days, Dash, but moving on from Nintendo, I want to rub it into Pokemon Company's face. The U.S. Patent Office Director ordered re-examination of Nintendo patents of sub-character summoning for battle.
Wah.
So basically, for those who don't know, if you don't know by now, then you don't watch DragonCast, you don't watch gaming content, and you hide under a rock, so you don't know what the fuck Power World is. If you don't know what the fuck Power World is, are you really a gamer at this point? Let's just put it that way. Not everyone plays Power World, but everyone knows what Power World is. It's Pokemon with guns, like Digimon. But so the U.S. Trademark Office, right, they ordered a re-examination. The first time such an order was given for over a decade of a Nintendo patent. Mainly, they're summoning a sub-character to battle for players granted prior to move months. He declared the mere fact the patent had been granted is bad news for the video game industry. All right. this may explain Miller's opening his latest article in stunning development, attribution, and public outrage to heritage games reflect concern or implications, blah, 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 blah. So this shows that the character directed to the enemy and starting a battle via the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Right. So the patent, Liz says, trying to figure out how to skin this because my glasses broke. I'm missing a screw, so I don't have my glasses on. So sorry. The act of summoning a sub character to fight for the player. In short, if the player summons a character near an opponent, they'll fight. Players are also instructed a sub character to move forward, start battles if they come to contact with foes. This can be seen in recent action-based Pokemon games such as Legends Arceus and Pokemon Legends, CA. Similar systems are also in other games, including Pocket Pair's Pal World, right? Which Nintendo's accusing of copying their patents on catch creatures and smoothly switching between different kinds of mounts. It should be noted that Nintendo had been accused of using some standard patents to make their patents apply more to how Pal World plays mid-lawsuit, while keeping the date of the original patent that predates its launch. Meanwhile, Pocket Pair argues in their defense that there was a litany of prior art cases where other companies did the same mechanics before the patent. This may be what tipped off the USPTO director Squires. Mueller describes himself as typically trying to defend good patents, having previously criticized the high rate which US patents are invalidated due to repeated challenges. The only other time Squires had reported directly acted over a patent was to revive one that had been canceled, declaring expert testimony unreliable. At the same time, Director Squires' order to have Nintendo's 379 patent re-examined shows that he wants to weed out objectively bad patents. In Squires' ex parte examination order, the director takes issue with 4 independent claims with Nintendo's patents. Patents are made of claims, single sentences, or single expressions that explain what has been patented. And while some can stand on their own, others are dependent and built on other independent claims. Without 4 independent claims, the only such claims that Nintendo Patent Builder report that remaining ones, which depends on those claims, will fall as well. Further noting, this is a house of cards. Claims 1, 13, 25, and 26 are too close to existing patents for Squires Lightning. They are owned by Konami, as prior art can also include the submitter's own work, Nintendo themselves. The Konami patent, dubbed Yabe by Squires, as it cites investors Makoto Yabe et al., was granted in US in 2002, 23 years before Nintendo's patent. Along with the main character, Squires, to summarize, a sub-character may attack in either an automatic or manual mode and prefers to attack the closest enemy until manually overridden. This actually is how a lot of games work when the AI searches for an enemy combatant. Like we are taught this in college. Like AI coding, the NPCs, they will go for the closest enemy usually. This sub character also follows the main character, and the player learns control and commands associated with the sub character. So basically, they're just showing it here, right? So yeah. In short, I'm just gonna say Konami's games cock-blocked Nintendo from Pal World. So Konami saved Pal World. It's what it's looking like.
Thanks, Konami.
Yeah. But I'm surprised they haven't used Dragon Warriors, because Pokemon literally rips off Dragon Warriors. Yeah, Pokemon did it better, I will admit, right? But Dragon Warriors had the same mechanics and concepts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, it's called Dragon. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, no, I know. That's literally what it was called in the West for a while. I actually have an original copy. I bought it not knowing it was Dragon Quest.
Yeah, but I still call it Dragon Warriors. Even I think it's still part of Dragon Warriors IP. I haven't played Dragon Quest in a while, but I used to love that game because it was another one that just suckered me in. Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest. What do those two titles have that I'm obsessed with? I do not know. just like Dragon Age. But yeah, so apparently Nintendo is losing its Power lawsuits or patents. Apparently, they're going to start falling like a house of cards. I thought it was just nice to twist that knife a little, as Dash likes to say.
I do say that a lot.
Yeah.
Twist it.
But Mass Effect Amazon series will not retread original trilogy. Instead, a brand new story with the universe's timeline.
Oh, that is what I want more game to like big screen things to do. Just tell original stories. Don't recap the games because you're never going to do it as good as it was done the first time.
No.
Yes, Sealy, thank you. Actually, that actually helps justify my point. I was saying it the OG way. That just tells you I was an OG gamer. Actually, no, it's because I remember a time. I don't know if I played. Don't recall playing the Dragon Warrior Monsters game. I just remember having a title saying Dragon Warriors 1 and 2 for the Game Boy Brick. That's all I remember. But anyways, so yeah, I agree, but at the same time, I'm kind of wary because this is Amazon.
Yep.
That's what I'm worried about.
We saw what they did with Lord of the Rings.
I saw what they did with Wheel of Time. I was not happening. I stopped watching it by episode 2.
Well, I mean, people like at least like people who aren't like super like. I know like some people have lore problems with the new Fallout, and I think like the second season is going to make or break that series.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like Amazon like has more flops than it does hits.
Yeah, I will say devil's advocate, and then this is where people are probably going to be like, "You're not a real Fallout fan." Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not a real Fallout fan. I like playing the game, but I'm not passionate enough about it to go for the entire lore. I just understand just enough to enjoy the game. However, with what I know of the game, I didn't see a lot of contradictions and reimaginings. I saw a lot of Easter eggs. Saw a lot of show not tell, for example, cannibals and stuff. So
I saw a lot of things like people who would play 3 or 4 would recognize.
Mm-hmm, there's a lot of 3 and 4 lore in there. I like Bethesda. That's where Bethesda says that they consider it canon, even though 1 and 2 by the fans, I think, is still considered canon by the fandom. But Fallout, I thought, was actually pretty good. The series. I was hesitant at first, but I gave it a shot because one of my friends says actually it was pretty decent, and he's a Fallout fan. Like, he will not stop talking to me about the Enclave. He will not. If I mention the Enclave to him, if you mention Enclave, I'm surprised he's not here right now in my chat.
This is your president, John Henry Eden, straight to your heart.
Yeah. Like, if this, I know he's not watching right now, because if he was watching right now, that chat would be flooded with random Fallout facts. Just because I mentioned Fallout, which we are going to be talking about Fallout here in a moment. We do have news on Fallout. But he actually recommended that game. But so my concern is, yes, make your own storyline within Mass Effect. Don't make them the new Shepard. Maybe you could, like, Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer I like because Goblin Slayer doesn't talk about the hero who's defeating the Demon King. It's talking about just this random person who's obsessed with slaughtering goblins in more ways than one.
I just thought of something. Like, if it is like a new story within universe, and that it could actually work with to help build up hype for Mass Effect 5. And honestly, they can also like really like help fill in the space adventure hole that Star Wars has left, that Disney Star Wars has left, because epic space. Well, I wouldn't say space fantasy, because Mass Effect is hard sci-fi, not fantasy. But like some of the things like in concepts it deals with could be like overlap with the fantasy genre, I would say. But overall, it's done in a very like scientific.
Mm-hmm. But I think it's smart here because he's putting out here rather than opening themselves to Pandora's box. I think they're kind of learning from their past mistakes. I'm going to say, they're going to, instead of going around the cats and shepherd lord, they're going to go well after the Reaper's defeat.
Yeah, though
So
I'm wondering if they're going to pick the red ending as canon.
I don't even know which ending they're going to pick. That's the thing. Like some people have argued this, but I think Byron even said the secret ending was supposed to be the canon ending. But they said that's our own part. They let the way they said it was they left it open.
Oh, the one with Shepard being alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the ending I got.
Yeah, me too. And I wasn't even trying.
I wasn't even trying either.
I had to literally I was so pissed off because I had to save my game, go back and start the game over with my original save file from Mass Effect 3, and purposely get the other two endings. Because like I already had my canon ending I wanted. I didn't even notice that ending was around. It's just that's the ending I got from my choices. So, but that's the thing I liked about Wars. So like they had the canon and they had you write your own canon, and the things that they broke out that they never addressed, they just never addressed. They just lightly touch on it. But so basically, they brought this announcement out on in 7 days. So last week, DragonCast. This is why we didn't cover it last DragonCast because I did not know about it. But yeah, so they're going to make a new series, something that's I'm going to keep an eye on because I obviously stopped playing Bioshock for in 7 Day. I was obsessed over that. But do you think they're going to make a good show?
Amazon has this idea that because they're Amazon, because they have millions, that if they just throw enough money, successful thing will happen. And no, that's not the case. We have seen that's not the case. If they have started actually saying in meetings, this can't just be a thing that we just throw out. If we want to, like, there's no real audience that's going to care about this, minus the normies that see that we do thing, but also if we're going to pull the actual Mass Effect fans, we got to give them something that they're going to enjoy.
Yeah, like Karrus is right. Streaming is just a side gig, like a side thing for them to play with. Like, you know, they make all their money up through shipping. They make all their money up through shipping and delivery. And that's why they can charge like only $15 and you get the whole Prime catalog. And like, you know, free shipping on top of that. It's like, you know, and what's Netflix charging you? $17 for HD.
Yep.
I do worry that this is going to start off, and this is the problem with concept versus what you physically get. This could start off like we've seen this with Fallout 76. We've seen this with
with the boys, especially.
Yeah, it could start out like episode 1 could be absolutely great. You could get to episode 10 or whatever, because no one does 24 episode seasons anymore for some reason. You could get to episode 10 and it could be off the fucking rails where it's completely undiscernible anymore. But then because we're going to do season 2 and we're going to fix the problem. If it's going to be such a clusterfuck like Picard seasons 1 and 2, it's like I'm not even going to get mad. I'm just going to look over at the Legendary Edition and I'm just going to load that up and play that again. Like, I am there's a wall. I'm going to quote Rich Evans. There's like a wall of bile between me and these companies that think they're going to make something that's going to impress me, because it's, in a lot of cases, it's not the thing that I want it to be. It's a thing that they want to sell me on what it is.
Exactly.
And call me cynical out the ass. If it's good, it's good. Like,
Mhm.
I haven't seen Picard season 3, but holy shit, do I want to? I
I
have
mean,
heard so many
no.
good things about it.
Go ahead,
Look,
Bash.
look at all the false advertising they did for the Halo show.
Mhm.
That sent all the signals in my brain that said, do not give a fuck about this. Do not
Yeah.
care about this at all. Just the whole, we're going to give Master Chief a face. Nope. Goodbye.
No, that was the wrong thing to do. That's what made the Master Chief
The
awesome.
third
was
day,
his
that wasn't
mystery.
even the worst decision they did. Like
No?
the whole, I'm like, oh my god, like because my channel really like started like around the time
Halo
that
fans
channel-
did not want to see John's face. I'm sorry. No
We
one
didn't want to
wanted
see his ass either. We didn't want to see him screw an enemy.
But that was Earth's ass. Captain America had America's ass, and John had Earth's ass.
He was born on Eridanus Prime.
Yeah, but still Earth's ass.
He's never been to Earth.
Yeah, it's still Earth's ass.
That's Earth's ass right there.
I'm trying to give the posers an argument here.
Yeah.
It's hard. Really hard. Oh, I'm a Halo fan. I always want to see John's face. No, you were not a Halo fan. Because if you were a Halo fan, you would have been bitching about it when Halo 1 came out and John's face wasn't seen. You'd be like, I want to see John's face. That's what added the lure to John. It helped with the player immersion. We didn't want to see his face. Just like we didn't want to see Mando's face. We didn't want to see Pedro Pascal. We wanted to see the Mandalorian. We didn't want to see him make exceptions just because the actor wanted a meta character and say, people should see my face more. No.
Yeah, you notice, like, they dropped the whole thing with Mandalorians not taking off their helmet because he complained about it, probably.
Yeah.
I
Anyway.
just reading here the BioWare executive producer. So this is a 3-piece suit that's going to tell us what it's going to be. No. You're not going to tell us what it's going to be. Amazon is going to show us what it's going to be. You are the EP of BioWare. You are not the executives at Amazon who get to throw the notes when they see the daily and get to make script revisions on the fly through the form of text. And then the directors and the production people have to just like, well, shit, okay, I guess we got to change this up, rewrite it. No, BioWare don't. You can say all you want. It doesn't mean anything. You're BioWare.
To be fair for BioWare, I'm just going to say this as well as the 3-piece suit. You hired a queer manager to oversee Dragon Age. And how did that work out for you? So you really think you have credit to tell me about how awesome Mass Effect
Well, I mean, they fired it, and and now they're owned by the Saudis and Trump. So
yeah. But my point is like they have lost all credit. But like I used to be a huge BioWare fan. Huge.
Oh, same here, brother. I mean, that's the Old Republic, man.
Yeah. Well, no, like
I was late.
I was going to go freelance, but like if a corporation was going to get me in AAA, any corporation, there was only 2 corporations that was going to get me to work for them, just because I'm a huge fan of their work.
Hell,
One was Bethesda. I won't lie. I like Bethesda's games, and I'm real big on Elder Scrolls, so I wanted to work for Bethesda, but that was never going to happen. I already knew that because the moment they say you got to do this and this, I'll be like, no. BioWare was the other one. Like I live very close to BioWare. I've been like, yeah, sure, I will do the crunch culture. I will suck your dick. I'll be quiet. It's BioWare. I can change you. I can fix you if you went woke.
Fix you.
Oh,
I'm not kidding. That's what my mentality was. But then when I saw Dragon Age Veilguard trailer, Jones, you guys like, and I lost all love for you.
No, there was no, and then there was Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Check the private.
And then
chat. There's a sale for Dragon Age right now. Veilguard, you can get it for like less than $20.
Oh, I heard you can get it for $1. My friend was telling me you can get it for $1 right now.
I couldn't find that, but I was looking for that. If you can get the link, I'm not going to get it, but I'm not going to taint my.
I passed it up for free on PlayStation. I passed it up for free.
Wah, wah.
I
And it
don't.
came out last
Tosh,
year. It's
Tosh
already.
alone makes me never want to play that game. Like what they did with Tosh and her like side quests all about shaming her mom. You know, like you're really going to inject that much modern politics into your game where you're going to have a struggle session with your mom about not accepting you being queer. Like, are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah, and
So this-
it's like it's my main thing was people told me I was wrong for this. People actually argued with me on my video about it before Dragon Age came out. I was like, yeah, it's not going to follow the lore. And I explained right in the video from watching the trailer. It says challenge the gods. Someone tried to argue with me that there was no gods in the game. I was like, where do you get that from? Well, because there's Darkspawn. Yeah, the Darkspawn who went in there, and yet the god is the maker is the opposite of the Darkspawn who in the Hebrew. He's not going to. He's not. If you're the maker and someone enters your house, are you going to grant them the opportunity to see you, the satisfaction of seeing you? No, I'm not. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to make you feel like you're abandoned, and I'm going to curse you just because I can do that. Because you're like, who the fuck do you think you are coming into my house?
Most
Well, I just want to
gods
see the
in
maker.
fantasy don't have complete control over everything because often there are rival gods and rival forces trying to thwart them.
Yeah, but my point with the person is like, does it? You need more evidence than just one person saying it, especially since he's Darkspawn. You can't trust. The point is, you can't take the enemy at their word. He wasn't human. He was Darkspawn. He was evil. So you can't believe everything you hear from that.
Collaborate with Darkspawn, like
You do, but you don't. But, yeah.
No, that
the
brings
Belguard.
the lore. That I mean, my Dragon Age knowledge is very minimum. I only played part of the 1st game. You know, I still need to finish that playthrough. My friend Damien might actually hook me up with some stability mods for the PC and quality of life mods for the PC version. But you know, I know you can't. The Darkspawn are an abomination, and you can't. They're unnatural. They are now unnatural to the world, and you can't. Like it's like there's a whole reason the Grey Wardens were created was to fight the Darkspawn.
And you know, but people don't understand, or people forget. Even Duncan explains this, and he's explained it in the second one as well. The Darkspawn, right? How blights are created. The Darkspawns will bury into the ground, looking for the old gods. And when they find the old gods, they free them from their underground prisons, and causes a blight. That's what the Wardens are fighting against. To prevent is the blight. That's when you need the Wardens. That was the key part of all that. So when you say challenge the gods, I'm like, you do realize that the Darkspawn in the Matrix and all that stuff, right? The mages are considered scum of the earth in the series because of what early mages did, and they entered the Golden City, right? They were cursed. So when you say challenge the gods, it's like, okay, you're just already rewriting the concrete of your. This is not the lore I made. This is not the lore Karrus made or you made, Dash. This is the lore of the game itself. Before you start playing, they tell you from Duncan's own voice what's going on. So when I finished the video, says this is what's going to happen. It's not going to fail. It's going to fail. It's going to do this, that, because this, that. And I didn't do what everyone else said because what I said, here's the X, Y, Z. Because I was a fan of the lore. I said, I am not getting the game. If it does well, fine. I do not believe it's going to do it. And people argue with me about it. I had the satisfaction of showing they failed because they put their identity politics first.
A game can survive a little like wokeness, but once you start breaking lore to make it woke, then you just lose the entire franchise.
It's not even just woke; it's politics. Like I know we all say woke, but let's put it this way, Dash. Let's say we have Dragon Age Belguard, right? And the chantry is actually based off of your medieval churches, right? The church and all that stuff, because it's that time frame. It's a Western
makes sense,
right? But let's go ahead and say, okay, because of that, we're going to start adding something along the lines of more right wing about borders and Trump and this and that. We're going to be more pro Trump. We're going to be more right wing. We're going to say about how drinking is evil, this and that, to where you can't make those choices yourself, and you're being preached to consistently on the right wing element.
Oh
I
yeah, that's the
guarantee
other
you,
thing I heard
no one's
about.
gonna play that game.
Veilguard is very limited in its choices. You can really only play one way. You can't
Mhm.
really like deviate like
And
you
the, and the
could in
thi-
other
yeah.
Dragon Age games.
Yeah, and the key thing about Dragon Age or even games in general, the key thing that people don't learn, and that's just something I learned in college. Games, if you lose the player character illusion of choice, you've lost your game. If players have to make their choices, you have to give them the illusion of choice. When I
Like,
say that, it's like, for example, the code. The code makes the rules of the game. If I can do this, that, and the other thing, that gives me the illusion of player freedom. Obviously, I can't go into the game myself as a person, right? But I had the illusion of choice within the limits of the game. So I don't have to follow Rayloff after the tutorial to Riverwood. I can go off to Fall Creek. I can go to anywhere else I want.
Okay, I just want to make a point. I think Dispatch, based on the achievements and like the statistics I think I got one of the best endings possible. But that couldn't have. But it is possible that I could have completely failed, and that something bad could have happened. That success was not guaranteed in that game. That I could have gotten an ending where the whole team failed and all of LA burned.
Wow.
I didn't get that. I got a kiss from the girl, and so like I
Was
think
it
I
consensual?
got.
Did she consent to you to giving you a kiss?
It was consensual, all right.
She was there
NPCs
because
can't
she wanted to be.
consent.
Oh, she was on a stretcher. She actually
Wow, this is even getting worse. She was on a stretcher.
Yeah, she took a
NPCs
bullet
can't
for me.
consent, and she was on a stretcher. She can't even move away from you if she
She
wanted
was so
to.
infatuated with me. She jumped in front of a bullet, and apparently that's only because I made the decisions I made that she does that.
Interesting, but anyway, so we did talk about all that. So Mass Effect, right? Dragon Age, BioWare lost credibility. We'll have to see how play it by ear because we do have Fallout, which was fairly decent, but we do have enough to. Because I want to say this to Karrus, you're not really cynical. There's enough empirical data to prove that shit is shit. So you're like, it's not so much as please don't be shitty anymore. You're like, you're most likely going to be shitty.
You're protecting yourself from burnout. And that's really what it is. Like, we all had like, blind faith and optimism. Like when the faith is there, you have the optimism. But the thing is, like, like companies really need to earn our trust and our dollars.
Yeah, they always have to. It's kind of like it's the best way to say it's in the army. I always had this sort of like, well, I don't understand why I'm being treated like a shitbag. Well, because you broke curfew. Yeah, but I just got done with 300 PT score and this other stuff. It's like, yeah, that's the funny thing about the army. What have you done for me lately? You could have done all these good things in your reputation, all that stuff. But the moment you fuck up, it's what have you done for me lately? So when you make Mass Effect, that's awesome. But what have you done for me lately? Oh, you made Mass Effect 2. That's awesome. I had some trust in your company, but what have you done for me? Oh, Mass Effect 3. Awesome. Mass Effect Andromeda. Well, I'm going to give you some credibility that maybe you just had a bad day or whatever, but you're just not you're fucking up. Oh, Dragon Age to Veilguard. Look, pal, you used to be good back in the day. We're just not listening to you anymore. Okay, I don't know what happened to you, but you need to have it come to Jesus being you're a shitbag. That's the thing with corporations. They don't understand. They're not making a toaster and selling you a toaster. They're making art and selling art. When you have that kind of a business model, you cannot have. Now, granted, I'm just a lowly guy who thinks he's a dragon that's, talking as a dragon on a fucking YouTube channel. Got it. I get it. But when you're making art, corporations understand they need to have a different business model when they're handling their IPs. It's not their product DeWalt battery or whatever it is you want to say. It's Mass Effect. It's Dragon Age. It's Tom Clancy. These are artistic IPs that you have to handle with care. It's not like you own that product. I mean, you do. Don't get me wrong, you own it, but it's like I forget who said it first thing, but the developers of Bayonetta and Devil May Cry pointed this out. When you make something video games, when you make art, it's no longer yours; it's everybody's. So the fans I will say yes, you had the IP rights. I will acknowledge it, but you created something to share with me and everyone else, so it's shared with us. So we're concerned that we're kind of like your investors in reverse. We should be your investors. We're the ones making your money. You want good money, the investors will get tired of you and sell you off and wait for your company to break down. We actually care. But when you betray that trust, we're going to look for something else. This is what gamers do. We're customers at the end of the day. Oh, this game is shit. This IP is shit now. Oh, look, Jump Space. Oh, look this. Oh, look that. But that being said, go ahead.
I will say that despite this is one thing I see on Twitter and on YouTube. I see a lot of hyperbolicism going around.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the shows or the films are garbage, Mass Effect 1 through 3, original Dragon Age, never played them, they will always be good. Those will still be there, and we will continue to go back to them. Despite the new stuff being garbage, I will still go back to Mass Effect 1 through 3. And I will enjoy it. I won't even acknowledge, like, oh, their new stuff came out. I don't care. I like this thing because this thing is good. Yes. Maybe that makes me narrow-minded. I don't care. It's my money. It's my time. I'm going to go to something that I know works. When the company decides to come around and pull their head out of their ass because they're done being warm, okay, we can chat. But it will not take away from the original. And I point this out because I hear so much. Oh, the Fallout show ruined the games. Did they? Is New Vegas no longer playable? Come on, no. Of course it's playable.
No, I will still play Dragon Age. I just won't play Dragon Age 4. And I told you I don't consider that canon.
I'll stop at Inquisition if I ever get caught up with Dragon Age.
I actually on the end of I actually enjoyed my time playing Inquisition. Yeah, it was a little different. There's a lot of new mechanics and maps and stuff. I understand the hate, but I actually enjoyed it. I will say. I mean, there's probably that I did not click on me to get me to be on the anti-Inquisition fence, but at least I can see that. I was like, you think Inquisition is bad? Have you tried Belgard? Well, have you? No, that's why I'm saying, have you tried Belgard? I know it's bad. I don't need to try it. The BioWare convinced me not to get the game.
Hey, I want to share my game and make my exit if that's all right, since it's getting pretty late.
Okay, yeah, because I did listen to that we do have two things to cover: the Fallout and I wanted to cover Frogan.
Oh,
yeah, I set
okay.
me up. Do you want to stay for that?
I think I'll dip out for that. I'm just feeling kind of drained. But yeah, I'll just make my I got my game on screen.
Okay, I'll let you do your dip out. We'll wrap it up because it's just two subjects are almost done.
Yeah, and you guys know my schedule. I'm pretty open. You guys know where to find me. So so I found the game. Hypno's actually got this game on his recommendations. Ovis pixel art roguelike with dynamic combat, players lend combos, crafting, and a post-apocalyptic battle of wolf and lamb. Step into the shoes of robot sheep Omega to wield sci-fi weapons and gather evolving to skills to protect your flock. Jump through loops to create unique combat style.
I like the art style.
Yeah, it looks very gritty. Very good pixel graphics.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Let's roll nice.
Yep. I might pick it up. The game is out right now. It's in early access, very
It's a
cheap.
demo, Karrus.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah.
All right. So hope you guys have the rest of a good show. I'm just gonna do, but I'll see you guys for next week on next DragonCast. Oh, I'm just thinking, though Thanksgiving won't interfere with that. Yeah. All right. Take care.
I will let y'all know if we will have a Dragon Cast. I got to talk with Abe on that one because I forgot about Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay. Absolutely. Just keep me posted.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah, see ya.
See ya.
All right.
Later, Dash.
We're going to go ahead and get into Fallout. There were some others I was going to cover, but we've had some really good conversations. But apparently Fallout's getting a new remaster.
People have been wanting it, apparently.
Yep. I think here's my thing. I think Todd Howard is trying to stall for time, and they're fucking up royally. And we're going to see Fallout the remaster in Unreal Engine 5.
Oh, of course. They love it. Epic must be giving them money or discounts.
Well, no, everyone's using Fallout Unreal Engine. In Unreal Engine, I should say. Which was kind of funny for me because when I went to college, I learned under Unity Engine. I had to self-teach for Unreal. My college was a prestigious college. Like AAA hires out of that college. That's why I chose it. I don't want to mention it because I people just start picking out clues about who I am. So I'm trying to avoid that. But so anyways, it's something I wanted to cover in here. And where's that at? But basically, long story, the gist of it is that they're making a new remaster. They've actually confirmed it. And I just want to see what people thought.
Sell good. I think it'll sell good. I have heard nothing but good things about New Vegas. The tier I tend to hear is New Vegas, like 3 or 4 swap out. 76 doesn't even make the cut.
No.
I think like maybe 1 or 2 for the people who have been around long enough to play the original one. But it's like New Vegas, 3 or 4, the original ones, and then
the 3 or 4 to toss and turn. Like I haven't finished 3, but when I consider things as a whole, I do also consider the graphics, and I try to be fair on that one because everyone's going to be looking for the new graphics, the new technology. That's always going to be a thing. But I try to say, okay, based on its time period, if this game was made today, I try to be that fair. That's how fair I try. I try to make it like if it was current year release with the graphics upgraded. And I was like, okay, for its time period, it was great. For this, it was great. For that, it was great. And for some people, though, the experience of 4 overrides the experience of 3. My concern here is I played Oblivion. I bitched about it so many times that I had FPS of 5. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about performance. If they do a 1-for-1, I don't care if they skin the game. I don't care. Like they can do that. I want to be able to go play the game and right off the bat decide, you know what? I'm going to join with the bad guys here and take over this town, even though this town nursed me back to health after getting a bullet wound. I want to do stuff like that. I want to have that freedom of choice. I had that. Okay. Oh, they covered up some big titty gajanjas or whatever, like they did in Oblivion. Oh, Nexus. Oh, Steam. Oh, DEG mods. Show me what you got. That's all I'm going to say, because a lot of the OG Oblivion mods work on the remaster.
I heard that. That was funny. The fact that they either incidentally allowed that or intentionally allowed that.
Well, it's a hybrid. It's still the same Gamebryo engine, right? But they upgraded with a lot of visual upgrades. The technology was in Unreal Engine, so it's like a weird hybrid. But people try to see if it would work, and it would work. I'm like, well, it makes sense. So that's something that came out. I'm just going to cut through those real quick because this one here that I'm about to do, Now, normally we don't do pop culture stuff, and I consider this still gaming culture. Okay, but this set me off. Yes, I know it's Frogan. I know it's the reason why it's going to set me off. Okay,
Everyone sets her
she's
off.
eating her
apparently.
slop as she's bitching.
And soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Now she goes on to say more and says, "Oh, the ones that consider Iraq was bad and they apologize for it. That they're special. I hope they don't." That shows you two things. Number one, political statement. Number two, I have PTSD. I fought in a war. She doesn't understand this. Soldiers don't get to decide to just go to war. They follow orders. Congress sends them to war. You have a problem with that, you go to your Congress member and you go tell them, why are we in this war? Because fun fact, I keep saying this over and over and over again, Congress decides war, and they have not voted for war since World War II. It was a goddamn UN war. It's literally what it was. Because we didn't go to Iraq until the UN started bitching about the fact that Saddam Hussein kicked their inspectors out of their thing. And the next thing you know, and I'm not trying to defend Bush here, but Bush says, I have heard from a anonymous source that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. When you put all those things together, that's why I was there. But I would never wish PTSD on Frogan. I would never wish it on anybody. You're literally trying to survive day by day.
She sounds like a female version of Hassan, thinking that because of X, Y, and Z, she knows better, when in reality, she clearly doesn't understand how the branches of military work. I've never served, but I've worked around enough veterans that I've started to get an understanding of how certain things work. I work in government, so I understand how orders are passed down from Congress and whatnot.
She's eating her slop.
This lady
oink, oink.
knows fucking nothing. Yeah,
no.
Oink, oink. Have some bacon. She knows nothing. She knows less than Jon fucking Snow.
Yeah. But here's another thing I'm going to point out is we can't. Well, maybe I can see if I can do it here. Do you see the chat up here?
I wasn't talking about, man. Yeah, she's pissing her chat off.
No.
Think about Israel.
No, hold on. I'm trying to do it slowly.
I know her chat moves so fast.
Yeah, it does. That's why I'm trying to be very careful. Because I'll miss it. There. I wish you had PTSD. Absolutely. Fuck yes.
Fuck them.
It's not even a draft or anything. People are actually choosing to go there. Fuck them. This one's a tame one. Wishing PTSD on someone is wild. He's not condemning it. He's just saying it's wild. That's on
yeah, they're
saying zero pity. How can you? I know, right? I don't know. How can you forgive endorsing genocide? It's war, dude. There's no genocide.
It's about. It's not even about who wins or loses. It's about who's left alive.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's not just so much as war. I want to point out here is, we as streamers, right? We attract our audience, just like game developers track their target audience and their market base. You and I, for example, even Dash, we focus on games, right? So we're going to talk about games. Out. We want the leftists in our chat. We want the right wing in our chat. We want their politics out the door, because we want to go back to how things were before shit hit the fan. We want to go back to okay, I may not like your politics, dude. I mean, I guarantee you, Karrus, we'll probably down the road we'll find something we disagree on politically. I'll guarantee you, everyone does. It's okay to disagree.
Yeah, it'll happen eventually.
Yeah. Just like with that, like Dash and I make some disagreements. Dash is bi. I don't like bi. But you know what? I respect people's right to be whatever the fuck they want to be. I just how I am. I respect people's rights because not first off, Constitution. Second off, I would like people to respect me for what I am. That's just how it is.
Dragon lives matter.
Yeah, exactly. But in this case, what we're seeing is one thing I always like to point out to people: you attract your audience. She has more political people in her thing. All right. Yeah. I don't know much about Frogan. I really don't. I try to ignore her. I really try to. People keep talking about it. But she would not be able to, if this was an Arabic country, if this was following Muslim Sharia law, she would not be like that. And I know her face looks like that, and I did that deliberately. I left it deliberately like that because she looks like a fucking, you know what, I can't say on YouTube. All right.
Monster.
No, not even a monster. That's an insult to monsters.
Say it.
No, I'll type it in a private chat because I don't know if I can say it.
You haven't seen my streams.
I'm still learning the TOS things. Believe it or not, I read TOS.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable.
Because when I could be if I can be unfiltered and I know I can be unfiltered, I'd make Howard Stern blush. I would make Howard Stern blush. I guarantee you now. If I did not have to worry about what I say on TV, I would make Howard Stern blush. But
yeah, unfortunately, the 7 rules from Carlin still kind of apply here sometimes.
Yeah, but with this lady, right? I'm curious about this one. I'm curious about this one because I don't watch her thing. Egg count. Does that mean how many eggs she has left?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. I'm just making a joke. I'm joking
laid.
About her. Gaping hole. But anyways, she would not be able to show her face. She would not be able to eat whatever she wants. She would not even be able to stream without her husband, brothers, or father's permission. And in fact, in some Arab country, if I remember correctly, if she has none of those but a son, her son's permission. Her son owns her.
Yeah. Some sort of male figure would have to be requested for her
Family
to do
Guy made that
anything.
an excellent point when, what's her name? That feminist girl. Haley? Well, not Family Guy. American Dad. Haley, was it Haley? The black-haired hippie girl with the belly button ring? I haven't watched American Dad in a while, but they went to Saudi Arabia. She walks off, and they basically arrest her or something like that, and said she's not allowed to walk off on her own in Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah,
it's a little thing. So I'm like, you wanted to attack American soldiers? Okay, American soldiers got rid of Saddam Hussein, which I'm going to tell you something here, okay? Because I wasn't told I can't say this or not. I saw no papers on this one, right? I was showed a video of what Saddam Hussein does to his political prisoners. You know what he did? I have some idea. This was a photo, like video footage they showed us of. This was before AI. This was back in the early 2000s, okay? So it was kind of hard to make these kind of videos up. They had a guy, an Iraqi civilian, that the Iraqi soldiers took, right? And he was whimpering and crying and everything, like he terrified, grown man crying. Made him sit down on a chair. And next thing you know, he's gone. Boom, gone, just gone, like blown up.
I was going to say, what was the manner of his disintegration?
That's what I'm trying to be very careful because I was like, holy shit, is this real? And they're like, yeah, this is real. This is what these people did, right? Like this is stuff that we were briefed on, and
this was briefing footage before you went deployed.
We were already deployed. It was the beginning of our thing. It was shown around to us to tell us what we can expect. I mean, we are at this point in time, we were already working with the IA, the Iraqi army. We were trying to exploit, but we were knowing this because we were trying to retrain the Iraqi army on more humane measures to handle situations. Because the Iraqi, here's the story. I'll tell you the story. We were on the fob and we saw the Iraqi general rolling out, and we're like, oh shoot, he didn't let us know, right? And we go with him, and he's already there telling the sheik of the town. He goes, he wanted these insurgents out, and if they didn't reveal them, his tanks behind him would level their village. We had to explain to him he can't do that. We had to explain that to him. That's how backwards the IA was back then, all right? We had to explain to him how to search for insurgents, how to do it right without assuming things, because people forget there's at least 2 tribes of Muslims out there. There's the tribes that were peaceful, and there's the tribe that is radical. Now, you can take it whichever one's the actual Muslim. I'm not here to debate that. I am saying I had Muslims that defended and translated and watched my back that I could feel safe sleeping and having them watch guard. And then there's people like this, who's all political, who don't know what she's talking about, who wants to say every soldier has PTSD. Guess what? When I rolled off the wire, I prayed I didn't have to have a firefight. All I wanted was to get my job done, go home. That's all I wanted. But I did my job. But here we had this. So, yeah, it's one thing I wanted to, the reason the reason I want to point out, we don't usually cover it, but for I understand, Frogan does play games. I don't watch her streams because every time I notice that she's always talking about politics. But the other reason why I wanted to show it is this guy, Regiment. It's the America's largest military gaming charity. And when you were talking about your charity thing, I wanted to bring the other reason I wanted to bring it up. Now, I did say, we're going to talk about this previously, like in my thing, but they're a charity, and he said something that's quite out loud, which is why I'm very anti-politics. Now, this is hyperbole. This is him saying this. We don't know, but I actually believe it was something that was actually said. This guy says, I recently had an interesting conversation with a politician. I told him about Regiment GG's mission and what we do for veterans. And his response was, oh, that's awesome. We need to go where the money is at. And he goes, no, sir. We need to go where the veterans are at. The money comes second. There was a brief, awkward silence in my comment. So,
damn. Link them in the private. Link them in the private. I'm going to look up and see if they have some sort of donation that I can look into YouTube and see if I can tie in, or if there's a link that I can put.
I follow them. They also have a Discord, which I was in and I left just because, you're going to get every politics on there. You might get politics on there. And that's why I left it, because I was like, I don't want politics. Just a fair warning. I'm not saying they're bad. They're actually really good people. And I support them. That's why I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't support them. But they actually, it's to point out the last subject of games is why we've always said for the past since Gamergate, keep your damn politics out of our games.
Yeah.
All right. We don't. You want to know which is gamer or not, and you don't know how to tell it. The easiest way to tell is what's their chat feed like. What's their constant talk about? Mm-hmm. What are they doing? Because politics, they say, oh, I support the vets. Well, assuming what he's saying is true, right? It is hard. It is hearsay. We will acknowledge that. He didn't mention a politician's name. This is why I think it's more, actual legit, because he's actually respecting, he's not trying to throw the politician under the bus, right? That's why I say, okay, this might have some fact to it. Otherwise, I would never say this. If he says, oh, I was talking to Trump the other day, or I was talking to AOC the other day, or I was talking to this person, I'll be like, okay, no, I'm not even dealing with this. But I was talking to a politician the other day. Oh, we need to go where the money's at. Being that I'm a veteran, I served under 2 different administrations, and they would always vote to not give me the armor I need, but tell me how to share the road and do my job. So, you know what? This makes sense. This is something based on my experience. It's not confirmation bias, but it makes sense. So if you want to support what I'm telling the audience now, though, is if you want to support a good charity group, I'm not saying I endorse them, but Regiment is probably a good one to look into, because they use gaming as the focus of their charity for veterans, which has helped gaming itself. And I'm testifying to that. This part I am endorsing. Gaming itself has helped veterans overcome PTSD more than any other self-proclaimed miracle cure all. I mean, you still need your therapy. Don't get me wrong, but gaming has helped veterans, and this was a very interesting idea because not only does it show that gaming's helped veterans, but you're talking about something that's childish helping the most masculine profession in society's view.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's all I wanted to cover. And unless you had something you want to discuss, we could do the games that we found interesting, which I did close the tab. Okay, you're gonna have to sell your thing, and I gotta get this thing back up on my history.
Yep,
Okay,
I've actually got mine preloaded here. Let me go share screen. Yes, do the thing. Steam games list. Allow.
Okay. You go.
Well, this game came out during COVID, but I won't play the audio.
Oh, I heard about
a co-op
this game. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you design, build, and go out on rescue missions with teammates. You can go, I guess, versus as well. I guess maybe to see who can rescue the person or fix the problem first. But the idea of doing this with people seems like a really fun idea. One of my mods, Skytex, and I, and a few others, we played Outbreak, which is a tornado chaser game. And the cooperation that is required on that is just like, you get the adrenaline running, and it's fantastic. So the idea of doing something like this, I had to track this game down because I lost it somewhere along the way. But I'm really excited for the idea of playing this with people, and because the maps look really big. So you're gonna have to like go around and hunt for whatever it is that you're supposed to do, and it's different scenarios too, which is always fun. Because like, unfortunately, with something like Outbreak, you've got pretty much like one map, and then I guess that's the building of your ship. I don't know how the process of that would work, if there's chunks, if it's like modular, but yeah, for being kind of quasi Minecraft-ish in terms of like voxels and whatnot, there seems to be a lot of detail, a lot of like little micro details. And yeah, it's only $25. There's some DLCs for it, but I probably won't get that yet.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, where is it? Single player, PvP, co-op. I guess there's workshops so you can possibly build stuff. But yeah, I'm going to talk with some of the people that I know and see if they want to do some streams of that.
Awesome.
That's
I heard a lot of people saying good things about that one.
I did not even hear about it until a month is. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you could. Mine is obviously one with a mixed review. And the reason why I'm putting this one out is I actually heard about it on YouTube for my son's YouTube viewings. He saw this thing about I Am Cat. Actually looked pretty funny. It's a VR game. It looked pretty funny.
Oh.
So fair warning though, that people say that it's glitchy. It came out last year. So it's about a year old now almost. And people complain about movement controls and stuff like that. But I watched the YouTube video. I didn't see movement control issues. It could also be that, it's not a live stream. It's, it could be edited. But I thought it was actually pretty funny. It's called I Am Cat. You play the role of a cat, right? It's a VR thing. You explore around. You're dealing with an old lady. Just being a cat. Knocking down. It's like got physics actions, all that stuff. So the guy, when he was playing it, he would go and like grab birds and stuff, and like the little baby birds he was actually raising on his own. He was messing with the vacuum cleaner robot. He was attacking birds. Like it's just like
build stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's literally, you're just living in a VR world as a cat, which was I thought was actually kind of funny. Now, would I get it? No, I don't have a VR set. Plus, if I do have a VR set, I actually had problems playing Beat Saber at my friend's place because of I can't see if I'm balanced or not. so I'll fall over.
Yeah.
So I can't play this game. But I found it interesting. I thought it was something that people would cover, and I hadn't covered any VR games in a while. So, yeah, if you want to see the view of a cat who's owned by a 40-year-old crazy cat lady, this is it, and you can raise that. Because some of these video things, I would literally do. I would literally just cause carnage like this in the game.
It looks like it very much welcomes carnage. Yeah, put the octopus in the freezer, paint over the graffiti. Oh wow!
You can
Annoy the dog.
In one of the scenes, you can actually get a squirt gun, fill it with jelly, squirt it at the dogs or people, and bees will attack.
Oh wow!
Yeah. I was like, this is a chaos game. This is just pure mayhem. I want this game, but at the same time, like, I can't play this game.
I will have to give this a go. I have a HP Reverb G2. It's just a headset. It's got some the handles, and so I will have to give that a go. I already put it in my
yeah.
Oh,
No, at the time of this video, there is it's on sale for 35% off. No, you can't use a controller, and it doesn't seem to verify anything but VR only. So, and it does have a cat ULA. I did not bother looking at that because, well, I can't read all the EULAs for y'all. Y'all gonna have to, do it yourself. You've seen live on this video of how you can do it. So, but I literally thought this was actually pretty cool. So I was like, you know what? Let's showcase it. I mean, be perfectly honest, you actually showed my first option. I was like, I heard about this game. When I say that, it's usually, I need to go find my plan B option. But that being said, we are at the 5-hour mark. Like I said, we're probably most likely be 4 to 5 hours now. It's how it's been going.
We do have a few supers.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. We do. So, what does everybody want? Does everybody want to be noticed, or does everybody want something not to be noticed?
This is a trick question, people. Answer properly.
Are you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
There we go.
I didn't notice the iPhone taped to the guy's head the first time.
That is one of my favorite clips to use because I learned that the hard way in the military about reading before you sign. And so when people are like, I didn't know you can't own your games. Yeah, if you read the EULAs, funny fact, it's the United States military that made me start reading terms and conditions in EULAs. It was the United States military because I got the dog shit smoked out of me because I did not pay attention, sign my life away, and listen to the recruiter, and then get smoked for being me. Which is basically drop down, give me 50 until you puke. Yeah,
damn.
It was. But we got super chats. So we have Valkyria Winner at the beginning who gave out 5 Lavistro memberships. So I
much appreciated.
Lavistro memberships. I'm pretty sure that StreamYard's doing it. So whatever rank that was. But thank you, Valkyria Winner, for your support. Then we have Old Man Cat, who also gives 5 Lavistro memberships. Thank you again, Old Man Cat. That was awesome. Then we have a super sticker, which I can't see, from Dragon Master Zero. I'm surprised the Goon Room isn't here because he usually sends a $1 sticker. I know exactly what sticker that is. So I'll say, and the Goon Room has paid $1 just to give me shit. Because it's the shit emoji.
Oh. Here's my minimum.
Then we have Old Man Ken. Gotta say, the best looking of all you is my lady Pouty. She's always looking good. Hi, Pouty. I am going to have a simp alert video. You fucking simp. That is like White Knight simphood as ever. But you know what? We'll let it pass.
If you want, I made a little stupid song called Simp Power. But it was made in dedication to Sonya, so I'll have to tweak it.
Do it. they'll do it to send me the whole thing. I will still use it because a lot of Sonya Sims are out here. When they find out that Sonya's here, they just come out of the woodworks. That's just how it works. And then the last one, seen and heard. God forbid I merge to master, which was probably when we were talking about the EU or whatever thing.
Yeah.
So, that being said, thank you to all the super chats, and we will get better at this as we go. And I promise, as soon as my expose is done, we will not have Dragon Senpai Notices You video. Okay, we will not. We will not have it. It backfired tremendously. It did not do what its intended purpose was, and we are not having it no more. I will actually have something different, and I'll also try to make some super chat reaction videos because everybody wants me to have that. So,
thank you, Philip.
But other than that, Karrus, what you got going on, and we'll find you for the next week.
That's a good. Oh wait, no. I was about to say that's a good question. I don't know, because my brain is still like exhausted from the Halo stream. No, I am going to be doing. I think next week, assuming that I'm still home, I'm going to be doing my final Battlefield 2042. It's going to be essentially my funeral stream for the game. I'm going to be putting it to bed because a lot of people are leaving it. I've heard that they might be doing a bunch of changes. I really enjoyed that game when it came out. I got it 3 weeks after it came out. I loved every moment of it, even though I constantly heard, oh, the game sucks, the game's terrible. I was enjoying it. I was having fun. I don't know what their whole problem is. But now that BF6 is coming out, I know the servers will be shut down at some point. I've got many streams of enjoying it, so I have the space. I will be installing it. I will be having one last 2042 stream where we're just going to go enjoy what there is, and then we're going to put it to bed. And as for what else I have going on, I think I need to do another indie game stream because I still have so many that I haven't tackled. Stuff that I want to get to before the end of the month that just look really good. One that I was going to do that was in my wish list, but I didn't, of my recommendation, that I downloaded, is called Chordoses. It's actually on itch.io. But I literally had that in the works to do on my last indie stream, but then I think Ginger and Skytex joined. They're like, hey, let's do Outbreak. So literally I stopped that. I was at the main screen, the main menu of that game. It's like, you know what, sure, let's go and do something else. So I want to get those out of the way. I think it's going to be twice a month that I'm going to be doing. I might have to call it like Indie Labs or something like that, where we dissect unknown games from very small developers just to see what else is out there. Because again, like you said, there's people out there that say, oh, there's no good games, and they show their Steam list as like 4 games. 2 of them are sports related, one's Call of Duty, and another is something else. They're all mainstream.
Going off of that Steam list, I'm just gonna say, let's add insult to injury. All you no good games out there gamers, the Dallas Ice guy John was not a gamer. He just lets his stream running all the time. Has more games to you by 30 games if you have 4 or 5. I'm just saying, those are poser numbers. You need to bump those numbers up because the shooter has more than you. You are more prone to be like John than you are an actual safe person, at least in gamer standards. So at least either buy more games or play more games. Shut up and
the games
show it.
The games like Chordoses, that's cheap. Like there's so many. I played one. It was called Mercuralia.
Yeah.
Go look that game up, people. That is a mindfuck and a half in terms of, like, you think about someone describing a game made on acid or taking acid and making the game. This is a game made on acid. It's just so wild, but yet it's so fascinating that someone actually made this in a game engine, like either Godot, Unity, or something. Like, I found that a game made on acid or like DMT or something. Like, it exists. Like random stuff, they're out there. It was like $5.
There is also the Dungeon Cleaner one, which is interesting. There's also the Paranormal Activity version one, where you're cleaning after a paranormal activity. So you're cleaning a crime scene or whatever. That was was interesting. I forgot about that one. That's not on my wish list, but that's on my I have like 50 pages of links of games I found interesting. But there's also
Paranormal Cleanup.
Yep, Paranormal Cleanup. But there's also, I tell people, like, when I, like, people ask me, how do I find these games? Like, well, literally, I'm either curious about, does this game exist, or I want this kind of game. Is there a game that features this or that? Like, I like games of escapism, so I love a lot of sandbox games. I have games that are sandbox games that are so fucked up in my library, just because there are times, because of my TBI and PTSD, I'm fucked up in the head. And I just want to play a game that just lets me deal with that.
Just go somewhere.
Yeah, just go somewhere, be bizarre as fuck, and like, like let me put it this way. I had this one game, and this one was actually told to me by Steam itself, because I was looking at other sandbox games, and it's not a kid-friendly game at all. But where's it at? Is it October I put it in there? No, it's not October. It's during that time period. Where was it? Well, like one game I will recommend is Brutal John. It's like a Doom boomer shooter. I actually recommended that game a while back, but I can't find it. Did I hide it? I guess I hid it. But there's this one game where you're on an island. It's an adult game. It's 2D characters in a 3D looking environment, that like thing, but it's fucked up. Like, like literally fucked up. Like, I don't even know if I can mention on Steam. It's like Mad Island or something. I think it's something Island, Mad Island or something the game is called. And I got it. I played it. Undownloaded it. And it's still in my library. I didn't regret it or anything. I was like, you know, this is one of those things where I need a fucked up, where I can deal with my fucked up head. So my brain can think straight. Believe me, there are times where I need to work these things out, my brain out. But I also have Postal, right? I have classic games. I have Postal. Well, to be fair, I have Postal, the hard copy edition, which I don't have a way to download onto my PC.
Damn.
But
one of those USB drives or USB CD-ROMs.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about it, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have the copy, but since I haven't touched it in like 10 years, I'm afraid it might be corrupted. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It hasn't been used and it's just been moving around. It's in its case, but one thing I've learned is a lot of games eventually over time deteriorate. So
yeah, unfortunately.
But so there is that. But yeah, there's a lot of good games out there. You just got to find them. This is one reason why we do this at the end of the day. But if you're a gamer, you really don't need me to tell you that or care. You just go do it. The only reason you're coming to us is because Kotaku and all them don't do what they used to do and tell you about games coming up. We just tell you what we find interesting.
If you want to find the weirdest, the most oddball way that I have found some of these games, I go into Steam and I type a random word, and I see what shows up in the list. Random words: food, stick, I don't know, tent, tech. Like, because I was IT, I would like type technical terms in there. There's games. There's really interesting games in there. You just type in random words and you'll find something. You will absolutely find something. Iron, get iron lung. It's very possible. So many people, I think, are just afraid of making the wrong decision. You can't make a wrong decision when it comes to a game. You'll either like it or you don't. It's not a wrong decision.
This is why we have a rule of don't pick a game you've played. It's because we're trying to encourage you to just pick a game you find interesting. Because back in the day, you couldn't try before you buy, say, Super Mario Brothers. You couldn't try those games. You looked at the back of the box and you found what was interesting. That's how we used to shop. Now,
those were our
don't
trailers.
Get me wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Demos are great. I love having a free demo when I was a kid. I love having free demos now. That also helps. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to make that choice. The reason why I chose the I Am Cat, even though it has mixed reviews, is I saw someone playing. I was like, that actually looks fun. And it looked like fun. Mixed reviews kind of hit me a little back. I was like, okay, movement control's fine, but the game looked fun. If I could play it, I even said I would play the game because I seen someone play in it and it looked fun. At the end of the day, you're going to have to make the decision yourself. So,
Yep.
That being said, what else you got going on? Because I interrupted you.
The Final 2042, another indie stream. Those are the two that I have on my head. I get other stuff that pop into my brain. I'll probably do at some point Chain Together. I was hoping to set that up throughout the week, but then stuff came up, and I think Sonia's working tomorrow or something, so that'll have to be pushed out. But I am trying to also set up more Chain Together because we're in the city. We're trying to get to the clouds and be able to finish the game. So there's 3 that I got.
I'm still in hell with Sonya.
You'll be there a while.
But to be fair, with me and Mikey, or the Goon Room, playing with Sonya, we do it just to piss her off.
Oh, so you're the ones that she was talking about.
Yeah, pretty much. We're probably the ones he was talking about. They pissed me off so much. We're just trying to get the tower. And I'd be like, okay, I'm going to drive the car and I'm jumping off the cliff. And Mikey does it insane. And then when we're finally, she's like, we need to be serious. Like, we are, Sonya. What are you doing? Stop jumping off the cliff. And she just like gets all frustrated and just jumps off.
Probably because she knows where the middle point is and she wants to get up to that point, and then she's like, I can't get there.
I'm just enjoying the fact that it has physics spaces. That's all I'm enjoying about it. And then there are times where I do try to be serious with the game, but it's like when it, like, for me, it's like playing Halo 2. Like, it brings me back with the ragdoll physics of Halo 2.
Last night, I think you had hopped out. It was the one with the rocket, the rocket launch level, and I killed Bosco, but then 2 other rockets came in, and I'm looking up and I see his ragdoll body fly up like 150 feet in the air, and I'm just watching. There's a clip of it somewhere. I've got to like narrow it down, and I start laughing because I had never realized that you can launch a body that high up in Halo. Like Battlefield, you can you can launch someone because the physics allow it. Halo, it's always been like, oh, burm, the body kind of bounces around. No, Bosco, he went, we have liftoff into the level, and it's so hilarious that was a thing.
Well, a lot of people don't also remember, it's like, that was the reason why a lot of streams started, like Red versus Blue and all those ones, was because of the physics and stuff. It's just to record their epic, what the fuck just happened isms.
Yep. And then just put some clever riff dialogue over it, and it just, several seasons later is still popular.
But as for me, I'm not going to be streaming tonight. It's 10:09. We did go over the hours on my end, and I do not have time to schedule another stream. I got to put the Dragon Link up, all that stuff. But like I said, we were clearly going to be a 5-hour stream. And I just can imagine what's going to happen if we end up having like more panelists on. We're going to probably like Flashcast. It'll be 3:00 in the morning. We're still going. At least I miss it, but at least I'll be able to watch Flashcast. I haven't watched Flashcast in a while, and I miss Flashcast. That's actually a pretty good one. But other than that, I'm going to try to stream more this week. It's just I'm so fixated on trying to get this expose done that a month late. That if you want to know why it's taking so long, just go down to any channel, any Discord that you see me in that has an AI music channel, like my Discord, and you'll see a link where I show you just an 8-minute song that's just the decades. That's like me doing mental exercises to wordsmith and force myself to find ways to say 5 words in 1 word. Like it's not that I'm ranting. It's literally so much has happened in the moral panics of games. It's hard because you got people say, well, what? Like you have people say, well, what about Manhunt? Well, I did put Manhunt in here. Why? Because I had too much thing. Or like, why didn't you put this one or that one in there? I'm literally trying to cover all the things to show you just repeated cycles, but I'm trying to do it as fast as possible so we can get to the actual weighty stuff. Like studies show this. And that one I got down point. That one's actually like 30 minutes to an hour. And I go into do games cause us to be sexist, violent, racist, extremist, or are they addictive? Okay, no. Let's look at these other factors. Does mental health cause this problem? Does addiction cause this problem? Does politics cause this? That one's the one that I'm going to lose a lot of viewers on, probably the politics one. Spoilers. Politics, studies find, is addictive, is an addiction. You can be addicted to politics. There's actual studies on this.
Look at
I
YouTube.
was wondering that. I was just wondering that one time and found out that was an actual thing. I was like, holy shit. Then I go into things like, why do politicians do this? Why do media does this? Why do people think the church hates everything? Religion. Then, in fact, the satanic panic, people don't realize this. And it was a scientist. I actually had to fact check this about it was actually true. Christopher Ferguson pointed out. Christians exposed Patricia Pulling, the satanic panic D&D lady, right?
Oh, yeah.
As a fraud before the media did. I'm going to let everyone figure out why that happened. Yeah, the Christians were like, yeah, you're not a real Christian, and you're a fraud, and you faked everything. You lied. We understand your son died of suicide, but what you did was not cool. Christians actually defended gamers before the media did, or Michael Stackpole, who wrote a book on it. Just like these are things that I'm doing. I'm trying to set the record straight, while at the same time giving the gaming community enough data and evidence that when someone says some shit, they have this video that they can clip and say, okay, here's the studies. Lavistro didn't just summarize it. He shows you on the screen. He shows you his sources. So you have the armaments or stuff. Because we're adults now. We're the gamers that were before. We were the children. They said, why don't you think of the children? And we're like, you betrayed us. You abandoned us. Whatever you think you want to believe, right? That's the thing about why we're snarky as gamers today. We could have been pro-government. That's the funny thing about this whole thing. We could have been that way. But because we were always constantly attacked by government, we just ended up being anti-politics in games. We just ended up being like, we don't care about your politics. We want to be left alone. And the data literally shows that. So it's my little thing I'm doing for everyone, because everyone keeps asking me how I know this or that. Well, that's why it's so long. But you can clip it. I'll make it clippable. You can argue with me. You can say I'm wrong. I missed that or the other thing. And I'll just make more content out that comment, because I'll be like, oh, I didn't address something, which is fine. And plus, you guys also said, y'all, not you, Karrus, but the audience, y'all like my deep dives. Y'all like my autistic deep dives. So that's why you're getting it. But once that's done, I'll be back to covering, upcoming games, maybe covering certain news, taking a break from deep dives. I will be trying to do BioShock tomorrow. I'm not sure, because I want to finish that. I do want to finish it, but at the same time, I'm like, I got that Halo itch. I guess that's why now that I had to replay it. So,
yep,
that's what's going on. We also have Hat Team Epic, I believe, scheduled for next Saturday. And for those who don't know that, I found Hat Team Epic on Rumble, and people were attacking him because of his avatar. And the guy's a really chill, great player. Yeah, this is why this is another reason why I'm very cynical of Rumble people. He had 5 dislikes to no likes on Rumble, and my community came up together. We found it when I found this guy. I was like, hey, can you go watch this video, and if you like it, give him a like. People are attacking him just because he looked like a femboy, and the people that were attacking him were the Manosphere people. Oh, you're blah 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 blah. So I was like, you know what, you guys need to shut up. I'm a veteran. I like this video, and left. But he's been part of our community ever since, and he's coming on next Saturday. And then after that, we might have Abe on. So everyone's the Green Ranger guy. So that's another guy coming on the stream. He plays games. I think he also has his own Conan Exiles thing that he's making me come on. But I'm like, I'll will when I can. So yeah, lots of things coming up. If we don't have DragonCast the weekend after Thanksgiving, y'all will know by Black Friday. And that's just because I might have relatives coming over and I did not know at the last possible second. That's my family likes my family lives all over the map, so they road trip. But we got like I'm the oldest of 7 siblings, so they don't tell me until the day before.
Of course.
Yeah, so I clearly can't hold DragonCast when I have relatives over. I don't have an adult entertainer. Yeah. So, but yeah, other than that, you guys, thank y'all for coming. Thanks for donations. Patty's not here, but thanks to Patty for coming. And y'all have a I can't even speak anymore. Y'all have a good night. Play games your way, and happy gaming. And also down with Nekos.
Yes.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.